desire to play those. Kind of not really. Yeah, it's also like Taran's been mulling around the fact that they might add more sprites to the game for a while. But anyway. Year 360, so the fortress is 355 years old, if anybody asks. That's me reminding myself that for later. 355 years, Longdeath continues here at this place. In the absolute realm, the current living dwarves are Pilot, Quevenir, Nanochip, Jimmy Tibby, Cucumber, Axon, Don Caribou, Zindros, Bellinair, Massive, Lumpy, Rory, Knowles, Dragon, LaFonda, Zetsuki, Laggy, Team Xeno, Do It is still alive. Stone, Arch, Diamond, Whitcode, Volleyball, Blue Space Weeb, Bastet, Disco, Tygo, Paranoid Metroid, Ducky, Oswix, Letharticus, Aqua, and Reinhard. And before I do anything else, literally anything else, I have to shout somebody out. So there's a person who popped up on the YouTube channel in the most recent episode who was like, hey, could you shout me out or something? And this person. Can't watch the streams because their internet sucks. So there you go. Hello. And also, we're working on a 1,000-year-old fort. It's more than 300 years old, in fact. It's 355. Hopefully 367 will be Friday. Well, I won't be streaming on Friday, so... Well, I guess that would be your Friday, maybe. Depending on if I do 3 days in a row this week. But, yeah, there you go. Shoutouts. And, because they asked for shoutouts, I think, I don't have any, like, you know, fancy named dwarves or, children around, but I'm gonna give this person our broker. Our broker's killed, or has brokened, a buzzard, and you're now Kobe. From YouTube comments. Kobe. I could also do, like, Kobe. From YouTube. But that would be a little too silly. That would be like Jake from State Farm. All right, so killed one buzzard. He was confident after putting on a finely crafted item and felt pleasure near a fine glass window. Didn't feel anything after seeing a great horned owl's dead body. Well, I mean, you shouldn't, damn it. Although, to be honest, if I saw a great horned owl dead in real life, I would be rather disturbed. So, you're stronger than me, dwarf. Married to Zetsuki and has 2 children, Jimmy Tibby and Letharticus. Sorry, Jimmy Tibby. 154 years old, pretty old. But, and could die any first of spring. But, has incredible muscle stretched over a broad body, very large, long sideburns that are neatly combed, and a very long mustache that are arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. His nose bridge is incredibly concave, and he has a deep voice. His eyebrows are incredibly high, and his lips are very thick. His sandy taupe skin is extremely wrinkled, and his somewhat short ears have small lobes. His head is somewhat short, and his hair is white, and his eyes are cobalt. There's a 24/7 bot where you can vote on minor things, but no, not really, and I hope never. Chocobo, because I hate that stuff. He personally sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal, and tries his best to never associate with such secretive fools. Believes that little is better in life than a good party, and sees one of the most important things in life, and sees family as one of the most important things in life. Believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time, and believes peace is always preferable to war. Prefers a noisy and bustling life and days with activity and competition as reasonably important, and values sacrifice. Respects power and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. Never feels discouraged, has an incredibly calm demeanor, often feels filled with joy, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and he is easily moved to mercy, and is conflicted by this since he finds these tendencies as an impetus to the quest for power. Desires little for himself in the way of possessions, and likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He is rarely moved by curiosity, and he is a pessimist, and he can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. He is very humble, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and is slow to trust others. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he can handle stress, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he's getting used to tragedy. Overall, he's focused with satisfied needs. Well, I mean, like, there's multiple 24/7 bots that have existed. There was somebody who made a Twitch Plays Dwarf Fortress, which was just like you could input the adventure mode commands, because it only could do adventure mode. You'd input the adventure mode commands through Twitch chat, but it crashed a lot, so it only lasted for a couple of weeks and nobody played it. I kind of hate Twitch Plays stuff. I think that stuff was kind of an anomaly that was really interesting for a very specific period of time in a very specific era of Twitch culture, and has since been overdone to the point where it's just boring. And I think that it works for very specific kinds of games and doesn't work for other very specific kinds of games. One of the specific things that you need in order for it to work is you need a game that everybody knows very, very, very well. Otherwise, it just becomes unpleasant for everybody, which is why it works so well for Pokemon, because people who play Pokemon know everything in Pokemon, right? People who play Pokemon have played Pokemon. People will shit on mods with ASCII graphics. Be less worried, Sebastian. Be less worried. So I don't know. I don't think that stuff works. And also, when it comes to like integration, Twitch integration specifically, that stuff actively ruins games for me. Hey, Lambasa, it's been a minute. People who play DF don't even know if they've played a lot. Yeah, I mean, a lot people who consider themselves like experts in DF a lot of the time barely know how the game barely know how the game barely know how the game works. So I genuinely think that like a Twitch Plays Dwarf Fortress, at least currently, is just destined to fail by default. There, like I said, there's been like there was a Twitch Plays Adventure mode for a bit, and there was somebody who tried to make a like Twitch Plays Fortress mode, but it lasted like a stream. They never last very long. And then there is the 24/7 bot, but you can like vote on what dwarf to follow and stuff, but like that's not really Twitch Plays. That's just like the Dwarf Fortress AI plays Dwarf Fortress, and you can like watch it if you want. Kind of not the same thing. So also, current population is 30, 51 with merchants. I'm kind of hoping we'll get up to 32 today. Kind of hoping. So, you know, Dwarf Fortress is like, or rather, Twitch integration is like, I've seen people try and build channels off of that, and it does work for a very specific audience, and that audience is younger kids who I kind of don't want anywhere near my stream, who generally don't play this type of game. So, or like people who are jumping in for a little bit of nostalgia and something like a Twitch Plays Pokemon. How is Volleylol doing? So Volleylol is a dwarf that keeps getting depressed. Who's still impressed, but like I keep putting him in the military and letting him just train boxing in one of my wrestler squads. Or in my wrestler squad. I only have one right now. And she's always sorts herself out within a couple of weeks like that. Also, you're irritated upon wearing old clothing. I guess we should make new clothing, but I thought we did that recently. But like everybody? Okay, why are you just wearing bad clothing then? have to check in on that in a month or so. I'm thinking after we're done trading, because we're going to need to trade in a little bit here. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about Twitch integration stuff, but I actively hate it. It's ruined games for me in the past. It's part of what ruined RimWorld for me. It has pushed me away from streaming other games. Often when I find out that a game has Twitch integration, I cease being interested in it. I kind of skipped out on playing the Rift Breaker on stream because I realized it had Twitch integration. You have a good day at work, and thank you very much for celebrating getting a raise by throwing money at my face. Pilot. Here's man. Domina. Domina is the most unreasonably pissed off I've gotten at a video game, I think, in my time streaming. And it wasn't because I disliked the game. It was because of the way the Twitch interaction worked. Yeah, Pilot got a raise. And nobody hype trained it. That's what I'm actually impressed by. Nobody even tried. He's probably still here. I think he was just saying peace because he's heading off to work. If it weren't for work, well, boo to work. Reinhardt has been possessed. The child. Guess we're following you for the next little bit. Also don't know where to go. Well, the game is running a little slowly right now. I think I know why, too. I was near a floor hatch. I take no pleasure in this. It's the 14th of Galena, 360. The year of the Xbox. Bleh. The year of the hiccup. Jimmy Tippy. I cried on somebody and charged. I am relieved. Diamond Destruct. I had a sparring session. How exhilarating. I mean, how exhilarating indeed. All right, so a craft store shop is claimed. Child grabs a boulder. I get to see the other things the child grabs. Depends on where you're going, though. Bones? Leather. Leather! So is today a lot of meetings, Rory? Or did you just get them all front-loaded today? Because no kidding, an hour of meetings, that's pretty hefty. An hour of meetings is relatively light. This shit should be illegal. As somebody who, like, me and my stream team, we have a meeting every other week that usually lasts about an hour. How do you get anything done if all you do is spend all of your time in meetings? You don't remember the last time you saw a game using Twitch integration that well, but you always imagine a game that wasn't intended for Twitch integration would be kind of awkward? I mean, my favorite use of Twitch integration was SaltyBet, but I haven't even played with SaltyBet in a long time. That wasn't even really Twitch integration, though. That was just like a fake currency bot and like Mugen, which is a fighting game engine with random characters fighting each other, and you bet on who's going to win. That's all it is. So you bet fake points that don't matter and aren't valued at anything on fake characters that are often super busted and overpowered. And it's super entertaining. But I know somebody who doesn't stream anymore. And his whole shtick with Twitch was all of the games he streamed had integration, like chat could control his game regardless of what he was streaming. He was a programmer, software dev, and it was kind of his hobby. He would program some basic integration and let chat affect his game. One of the things that he was most famous for was he did a playthrough of Dark Souls 1 with a thing set up so that if you donated $100, he would immediately die, like regardless of where he was. Which, you know, would be great for corpse runs, right? Like he'd die on a boss and be like running to the boss, and then someone would tip $100 and he'd immediately die. Just shit like that. And like, yeah, it's funny to a point, but like it's a gimmick with a shelf life for almost every game. And if it's something like, I'm going to use RimWorld as an example, something like RimWorld, where it builds up its own community, when that community ceases to have interest in the game, the only result, which happened, like the Twitch integration from RimWorld lasted for about a year. And at this point, almost all interest in it is gone outside of like an event that somebody does. Like every now and again, you'll see a streamer with a lot of viewers with Twitch integration on, and it'll be somebody who doesn't normally do that, and it's like a community event. And that's, you know, that's fine. Like having Twitch integration on every now and again for funsies as an event is fine. But the problem is you get a lot of people playing the game, used to having that running, used to only using that, and then the second that audience doesn't want it as much and the chat slows down, it becomes the opposite of entertaining, because it turns into the streamer saying, hey guys, somebody want to give me some of X material that I need, because they're not that good at playing the game because they're so used to having chat just give them all of the things that they need. And that's not fun to watch as a passive spectator, and it's not fun to play as a streamer. So, but, and in some games it can just make the game like significantly less fun and worse balanced. Like, I really liked the first game, Party Hard, but when Party Hard 2 came out, I hated everything about that game because they threw their balance out the window with the expectation that you'd be using the Twitch integration, which just sucked. Like, it was the opposite of fun. I mean, it's funny for like 30 minutes. And then it just like, look at the view count of the people. Well, I guess I'm not going to start naming streamers who primarily stream using Twitch integration on like RimWorld and stuff, because I don't want to like name drop anybody. But I'll just put it bluntly, like I've seen it ruin careers. So like, I've seen people go from 200-300 concurrent viewers down to like sub 20 that used to do a lot of that stuff. It's like, it's a gimmick like anything else, and gimmicks last with a limited shelf time unless you can keep expanding on the gimmicks. And when it comes to Twitch integration with a video game, like, look at how well Choice Chamber did. That's a game that's designed specifically for Twitch integration. That's the only thing that game does, is it's a Twitch integrated game. Let's go look up Choice Chamber on Steam and see how well it's sold. It doesn't do super well. That's not really what I consider Twitch integration. That's just pulling data from chat. That's not Twitch integration. Twitch integration is where chat can actively affect the outcome of your game, not just like have stuff pop up. Like that's different. Like, that's cheesy and I hate that, but like, That's not what I consider to be Twitch integration. Like that, and if it is, it's like passive at best. Twitch Sings was fun for a while. Yeah. I never actually used that feature. I probably should have while I had the opportunity, but never really thought to do it. Didn't seem like my kind of thing. No, it's not. RimWorld is the saddest excuse as a story engine I've ever seen. But I vehemently disagree with you, Chocobo. But we'll agree to disagree, I suppose. Especially like that's just in-chat RP. That's not the game doing any of that work at that point. But whatever. I hate Twitch integration, and I will stand by that statement. It is the worst thing to happen to streaming on Twitch. Anyway, the human merchants have arrived. So here we are. Just make sure that child is still walking. As long as child is still walking, we good. Did they not both arrive? Okay, they did. Human, yes. Humans. I mean, where do you think I got the cows from? Where do you think I got that army of unicorns right there, which I need to slaughter a bunch of? We'll do that after we're done trading. That's our winter project. This is the Great Slaughter. Probably make a bunch of new food, too. New clothing. I was near a door. No, I'm not interested. In the door? Why wouldn't you be? All Krasdorf ship is of the highest quality. Highest of highest quality. The Crafts door ship, yes. Very much so. All right, Stone. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. Give me a shout. Oh, hey, they brought an eagle. Also, I think today is a Reddit thread day, chat. I think we're just going to do dwarfs today. Assuming you got it, so we'll pop up the next one. Also, if anybody wants to help the stream out, there's a link to the Reddit thread. Interacting with that thread directly helps the stream. Councils were sort of big. I didn't really look at it, to be honest. Sometimes I do the manual scroll, which, what's the word I'm looking for here? Sometimes I do the manual scroll, which actually makes it more obvious to me how big they are. But cheers, wave depletion. Yeah, it gives me like direct comparison, but they had some pretty small ones when you weren't here, though. Whatever that's worth. All right, so how's Volleylol doing? Because I think I need to shut this squad off. Yay, Volleylol stopped being depressed. Good, good, good. We're going to pop the Bear Fighters, which is my hobbyist wrestling squad, out of combat. Check in on the child who's making the artifact, who's still moving. Good, good, good. We'll follow you. Looks like rose gold. Nope, bismuth. Bismuth. You have to thank him for that? Yeah. I mean, I think it's because, like, livestock is heavy. Is, like, the main reason for that. All right, child. What actually have you grabbed so far? Because I lost you for a bit. Bismuth, iron, walnut, 2 pieces of great horn owl leather, and a mica rock. Yeah, I mean, the world is old enough now that I think that we're gonna stop. I don't think we're gonna see many forgotten beasts anymore, because this world is old enough that is extremely unlikely because we're no longer in the age of myth. I talked to my mother. Is this love? Says a dwarf. Table cut pink tourmalines. Interesting. Yeah, dead and forgotten, quite literally. There still are scary things that we can run into in this world, but the older a world gets, the more you have to seek out the scary things. And by the older the world gets, I mean the longer the player has been in the world. There kind of is a cutoff point where you stop running into that stuff. I remember the glass human, or the glass humanoid, and also the one that we have locked in the basement, which is the one that I have selected that I couldn't see because I had it selected. An enormous quadruped composed of clear glass. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. Fuck that thing. It's going to remain sealed off in that cavern for all eternity. Because, oh, also there is the ball of fire. Osman, yeah, which is also still just in the sitting there in the caverns, which, like, hasn't moved in 100 years. It's just a ball of fire. An enormous blob composed of flame. It has an enormous shell and it squirms and fidgets. Like, realistically, if one person hit it with a pick, it would die. The problem is hitting it. Getting close to it, because it just, like, engulfs the world in flames whenever it moves, so. And it doesn't really shoot fireballs. It shoots out, like, pulses of flame. But, like, they're all sealed off in areas that are heavily controlled, so it's not really a huge concern. Okay, so child's begun a mysterious construction. when the colony is fresh. Well, the thing about this fort, right, is this fort's going to keep going probably for another... It had a shell. This fort's going to keep going for probably another 1.5 to 2 years real time. I'm planning on starting a seasonal fort or like another winter fort without using any mods in the next month or so. Probably by the end of January, I'll have a second fort up and running. I've got a bunch of other projects right now that I'm working on that require gameplay from other games. So we're gonna get traders from the dwarves pretty soon that require gameplay. So for example, I don't know if you watch my YouTube stuff at all, Sima, but I've got a... Okay, so question, why is my mayor here? What are you doing? Drinking? There booze there? Okay. But yeah, this fort's going to keep going because, like, in order to get this fort to 1,000 years, it's going to take a long time, like a very long time. And there's a very real possibility that it could take longer because Tarn is basically stated at this point that... Did I not turn you off? I need to turn you off. But anyway, Tarn has been pretty blunt about the fact that the Steam version is probably going to break save files. Like, there might be a fix for it. We might be able to make them work again. But currently it's unlikely that they'll work out of the box. So if I'm not able to move this over to the Steam version, odds are pretty good. There will be a large gap where I don't play Longdeath for a while. That or it'll go down to like 1 night a week or something. Because whenever the Steam version and itch version release, I will be playing that for a very long while, most likely. Reinhardt, the Dwarven Child, has created Submassos. That's a cool fucking name. Submassos. That sounds like an indie sandbox game. Actually, I'm thinking of Sub Rosa. That's why. Submassos Kimmelschistat. A Micah mug, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Yushrir Washtowns. Yushrir Washtowns. Now that's my mayor, right? Yeah, it's my mayor. Yushrir Watchtowns. 38,400. This is one of the mayor's kids, by the way. Dripped Talk, the mischievous chills. This is a Micah mug. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with walnut wood and encircled with bands of round mica cabochons and great horned owl leather, iron, and marquee cut pink tourmalines. This object menaces with spikes of great horned owl leather and bismuth. Osman is the fireplace that we never knew that we needed, and now we dream of having. How are you doing, Diamond? It's good to see you. Also, you're 39 years old. Seem to be doing all right, though. Will be worse. You're often filled with joy. You never fail to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations, and you find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and you are impervious to the effects of stress. Actually, you know what? We're going to give you a promotion from the hobbyist military squad to the actual military squad. You get to learn your weapons. Because the fact that you're impervious to the effects of stress and all that. And the dwarves have arrived to trade, and so has the outpost liaison Nil Tongsdumat. Longdeath's going to be about 4 years, assuming the pace doesn't slow down, yeah. But if there's ever a tool written so that old saves can be moved up to the premium versions, I would transfer Longdeath to the premium versions. Just because I think it would be neat to see this game in premium. Or the save, rather. Yeah, there's still a stone. There's still a stone. You're a militia captain, in fact. And he feels satisfied at work. He's 26 years old. You want to wander more, and you want more abstract thinking. You dream of crafting a great work of art, and that was realized. You find something humorous in everything. You're prone to hatreds and often develop negative feelings. Very greedy. Inattentive to detail in his own work. Generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. Pleased by his own appearance and talents, and doesn't seek out excitement. Often feels discouraged and doesn't feel envious of others. My phone just did a weird vibrate. Oh, it's an alarm reminding me to cancel my Shudder subscription. Cool. Well, I'm going to go do that before I forget. I don't want to be charged an extra $6 for a service that I watched 2 movies on and will now forget that it exists. Cancel. Cancel channel. Done. Because that will charge me tomorrow. If I don't. I set long-term reminders to unsubscribe from free trials before I have to pay for them. It's money. All right, now that we're down here. Actually, before I do that. It's going to be fun when that giant's cage rots away, which is going to happen inevitably. Your calendar is littered with those. Cancel account, free trial ends tomorrow. Yep. You know, it's real funny. Like, people fall in one of 2 camps with that movie. Be like, it's either, God, that movie was stupid, or God, that movie was great. It's like one of 2, hard opinion, no middle ground. They either loved The Matrix 4, or they think it's the worst movie to ever come out. Which I think is kind of amazing. Did I refer to you as stoned, by the way? Stone? I apologize if I did. They're adding an extra D to that is like almost involuntary. Nil tongues do mat. Says, I am liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. And then we power through and ask them for cheese. Oh, Diamond did a thing. Because that's definitely a slip up that I've done in the past, so. Which is admittedly kind of funny. Although, remember Stone Pants? I wonder if we'll ever see Stone Pants around here again. Stone Pants was like one of the funniest situations with the pandemic, because early on in the pandemic, Stone Pants used to watch the stream all the time. He'd like pop he was this person from the UK that used to watch the stream, and he's just like, yeah, I'm going on vacation to Iceland for 2 weeks. I'll be back in 2 weeks. Pandemic and lockdowns happen. And he's like, so I'm stuck in Iceland and I can't leave Iceland. And then I really like living in Iceland and I have an apartment in Iceland too. I'm working in Iceland and maybe I'm going to get my citizenship. And I haven't seen him since. So I wonder what he's up to these days. It's like, getting stuck in a country on vacation and then end up living there permanently. Nil Tongues Demont says, farewell, Ushrir. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Yeah, good luck to him, indeed. I hope it all worked out. I mean, it's like up there with New Zealand. It's like, I think top 2 best places to get trapped during the early days of the pandemic was New Zealand and Iceland. Oh, really? The last MCU movie I watched was Lake Bear. Thank you very much for the 10 months. That's not an MCU movie.
10th anniversary.
10 years! How does it feel to finally be able to count your age on both hands? Thank you very much for keeping that that sub alive. Fair. The last MCU movie I saw was enjoy your lurks, Chocobo. The last MCU movie I watched was the first Avengers movie? Part 1? I think that's what that was. And I remember absolutely hating it. The last Marvel movie I enjoyed? Ant-Man? Probably? I'm pretty sure Ant-Man was... I'm convinced that Ant-Man was the last one I enjoyed. I need to, like, look at a list of them because they all just kind of run together in my brain. And I think the only one of those movies that I still like, unironically, would be the first Iron Man. Because that's just genuinely a really good movie. Even just to have Robert Downey Jr. just state, unironically, staring at the camera, I am the Iron Man. And then Iron Man plays in the background. Mwah. Great movie. It's a pity they made sequels. You've only been here for a year and a half. Well, I'm thankful that you've been here that long. Makes me super happy. It's like 18 years in Twitch years. I don't know if it's quite 8. It's like 4, maybe. Not 18. And I say that because I was watching a streamer last night who got a 99-month resub. $99 months. Who had a first badge and has been subbed as long as he's had a button. Means he's had a sub button for 99 months. That's old. That's where I need to look at it and think about it for a minute to do the math in my head to figure out how many years that is. Because that's a fucking long time. Mm-hmm. It is 8+ years. It's a very long time. What's crazy is I could have, like, if I was smarter in the early days of my streams, like, I probably could have pulled that off. Like, if early on I actually networked and actually went out of my way to attract an audience instead of just doing whatever I felt like. So yeah, like when I think about that stuff, it's like, man, like if you think you're old, leave, eh? What, when you're first starting out, Aqua? I think it depends on how much time you have and how much money you have. Like, at least back in the day, nobody knew how successful this platform was going to be or how sustainable or how long it would stick around. But there was definitely people who put a lot of money into their stream really quickly that did really well for themselves. Like, I really wish that I really wish 4 things. I really wish, 1, I was able to start streaming in 2011 when I originally wanted to start. That's the first thing I wish. 2, I wish that I had enough money to be able to actually put a little bit of money into my setup to make it not look and sound like crap at the start. And 3, I wish that I didn't have a bunch of big breaks early on where I had to take like months off because of not having a place to live and moving and all that shit. So, because just like anything else, it's about getting in early, right? And I'm one of those weird channels that's just kind of existed for a really long time. And if you talk about like core Twitch community things, the majority of those people at the top end of Twitch who've been around as long as I have know who I am and have probably talked with me at events and such. But I'm far and away less successful than any of them because of the way I streamed the first few years, and because of like my game choice and a lot of other things. Like if I played popular games, for one thing, I'd probably be much more successful. But instead, I choose to play games that I like, which, you know, has its benefits and its issues. We got to bring Kobe down here to raid. Where are you at? Sleeping? Okay. Gotta keep an eye out for him. Don't want to miss him, or I don't want him to miss trading. I mean, the first, like, I can't even, like, describe this. The first few years, it wasn't even a side gig. The first 2 years, at the very least, of me streaming, I didn't even consider Twitch as a source of income. Like, that wasn't even a thought. It was just this is a fun thing that I can do. Right? Like, it was just this is a way that I can stop myself from playing Counter-Strike and League of Legends. Because those were the only games that I found entertaining because I got social interaction from them at the time. I could play games like this, but I'd have to be on voice chat with somebody in order to keep my brain from, like, wanting to die. I used to play Counter-Strike. I used to play League of Legends. I used to play Heroes of New Earth. I used to play... but, like, and I still played games like this. I still played roguelikes, but it was in queue. Or while waiting for group. I mean, my eyes are too... And, like, the main issue that I had with those games was most people, like, you know, you can kind of get away with playing a couple games a day at League of Legends and being all right. Or, in the case of some of my friends, more than a couple games a day, like, let's just say 5 or 6 games a day, and rank up to high diamond. For me, because of my eyes and because of my inability to learn games as quickly as a lot of other people, it wasn't just a matter of... oh, I need to put more time in. It was I needed to put considerably more time in to get even remotely as good as any of my friends. So where my friends would play 5-6 games a day, I'd have to play like 19 games a day to like maintain par with my friends and have people to play with. And it started to ruin my life in many ways. So fuck those games. Also, those games got more and more and more predatory as time went on. I stopped playing Counter-Strike 6 or Counter-Strike 6. I stopped playing Counter-Strike when Source stopped being the primary and Go became the primary. Because I hated the storefront stuff that they put in that thing. And I stopped playing League of Legends because it just ceased being fun, really. And my vision getting worse didn't make it any easier. But just to be clear, like when I started streaming, like the concept of me doing this as a job never crossed my brain. And yeah, I would agree, Lambasa, that it's a different kind of success, but like when you look at people who started streaming at similar times as you, who used to go to the same meetups as you, let's just say Twitch Vancouver, because I used to go to Twitch Vancouver like every 3 months when they would do their meetups. People who started streaming around the same time as you and has been to all of those same meetings, having multiple thousands of concurrent viewers and just bought a second house to rent out. Yeah, there's different kinds of success, but there's also just like lack of and more of. You know, it's very much it's not even so much a like, oh, that person's successful and I'm not successful. It's like I'm successful because I pay my rent, I pay all my bills, like that's not a question. But there definitely is the, oh, I could have done better feeling that happens. All right, so now that we're done trading, we're going to queue up clothing. So actually, before we queue up clothing, let's do this. Let's just remove a page and a half from that. Do I have 2 eagles? Why do I have 2 eagles? I'm just using that as an example. I'm not stating that I stare at that person every day and be like, man, I could have been like you. I don't even like the guy. But like, that's not a unique case. And it's not jealousy. It's personal regret that I didn't have the same opportunities as other people that I was competing with initially. That I had disadvantages that they didn't have. And I see the difference in amount of success based on timing and life situation. You know, I was working overtime night shift and homeless while that person was getting opportunities. Or I was between apartments and living at a friend's house while this other person got opportunities. And I look back and I go, I see how I could have done things differently where I could have had similar opportunities. It's got nothing to do with other people being successful and me not being successful. But it does have everything to do with me making stupid decisions at specific points in my life that I regret. I could have made different decisions. Absolutely incorrect. Also, 72% of statistics like that are bullshit and made up. Chocobo. So absolutely, vehemently disagree. And it also doesn't help your argument. It's not jealousy. Like, to be clear, I'm not jealous of that person's community at all. I'm just disappointed in myself that I didn't do other things, that I didn't do things in my past differently. I had an opportunity to do something in 2016 that I didn't. I don't think I'll ever forgive myself for it. And that I'm not going to get into. I'll just state that. I prioritized something else that then fucked me over later. Just like I had an opportunity to do something in 2012 that I decided not to do. And if I had done that thing, fuck you and your opportunity to buy a Bitcoin. We all had opportunities to buy Bitcoin in 2014. This is like not even an off-the-wall thing. This is just like the intelligent decision, which I didn't do. Yeah, but people, like, you guys are pointing at me and stating, oh, it's jealousy. Don't, like, deconstruct other people's lives. It's like, that's not what I'm talking about, though. It's like, I'm well aware of what you're saying, B-Log, but that's, like, I'm just trying to make it clear that that's not what this is. That's not what I'm talking about. I have to use examples because I'm having a discussion with myself about nothing of value. I don't know. But it's not jealousy. That's not the situation. Oh, fair enough, B-Log. But no, the vast majority of successful people are people who, or let's say largely successful people, are people who saw an opportunity and took it. In my past, I've mostly been the person who sees the opportunity and goes, I want to punch that person in the head. But I digress. I mean, how else am I going to eat my Doritos unless I have the proper amount of salt? Come on. BRB, I got to go refill my Mountain Dew. True story, I've never actually had Mountain Dew. I had, not originally, I had Code Red once. Because it was handed to me. It's kind of disgusting. Never had original Mountain Dew. I was near vertical bars. It pleases me. Well, that's nice. Da? Is that like dough, but Russian? Dough! Let's get some silk go, or not silk. Let's get some plant fiber going. Okay, on cloth. He's putting shit away. I wouldn't even consider that an energy drink. I've had plenty of energy drinks in my life, but I wouldn't consider Mountain Dew an energy drink. Is there buzzards? What just scared you? What the fuck just scared you? There's nothing in there to scare you. Something scared you and you ran from it. Vengeful at conflict. Conflict. Who's fighting? Nobody's fighting. There is no conflict. Monster is a energy drink. Monster's a particularly insidious one, I think. Also, they taste disgusting. Oh, I know that, Chocobo. But you see, that's why it's called personal regrets. Right? Doesn't fucking matter what other people think. Doesn't fucking matter how successful other people are. Doesn't fucking matter where anybody else in the world is. If you regret something you did in the past, you regret it, and that's a fact. It's not affected by other people. That's why it's a personal regret. Duh. Come on. The hell? Get with the goddamn program. I'm allowed to state that I regret things that I did in 2012. Vehemently. And you can be like, there are people that regret making decisions that made them worse off than the position that you're in right now. Yeah, absolutely, sure. That's not relevant to my regrets. Nor does that or will that ever affect my regrets. I still have my regrets. And all I can do is work forward to remedy them in the future and not make those mistakes twice, right? How are you replacing the word "are" with "am"? Regrets am a very personal thing. I'm trying to think how would somebody verbalize that? Because I know that you say you type the way that you speak, but like, how would you verbalize regrets am the way regrets am a very personal thing? You don't regret some things others would think you would? Yeah. And I also have some regrets of things that I wasn't able to do because of things that were outside of my control. The worst kinds of things. Dialectical quirks. That I suppose does feel weird when not saying the accent. Yeah, it's one of those, like, I would love to hear what that sounds like in a sentence from somebody from your area saying it. Because, like, I read that and I go, like, I have no idea how that would be verbally stated. But it makes sense how someone could do that. It's just I don't understand how it would sound. I used to, like, have landmines all over my bedroom of random Lego bricks in places. Like fitty leather shoes. Actually, let's do 100. It's up to you. Stone. Up to you. And also, like, to be clear, that ramble aside, I'm just kind of an automatic brain talk about what's on your head, not what's necessarily the best subject to speak about right now, because it's a Tuesday, which is kind of like my Monday. And to be clear, I'm extremely proud of what I've built. And I'm extremely happy with what I've built. I think that against the odds and against all likelihood, this channel survives, and it makes no sense to me. Like, it statistically shouldn't. Like, I to this day, still, like, all of the funniest conversations I've ever had are talking to members of Twitch staff. And, like, that happens, like, not that infrequently. About various things, either through, like, support tickets or, like, in person at events that used to happen back in the before times, or in an email. And, like, running into somebody that remembers me from, like, old back in the day, and like, oh wow, you're still around. Like, the last support ticket I sent off a support ticket for a thing a little about summer last year. And the person who responded was somebody that I used to know in the old days, who was part of the speedrunning community part of a speedrunning channel that I used to watch, and was like, oh, hi, long time no chat. Also fixes the problem. Also, how you been? Like, we should talk sometime. Like, you're still streaming? Holy shit. Stuff like that. It's like people are always shocked that I still exist because nobody knows that I exist, yet somehow I do. Like people just kind of assume that I faded off into obscurity, and I think to a degree I kind of have, but I faded off into obscurity, into a community that I function and survive with. So I guess like that's fine to a degree. Funnily, Wikipedia's Midlands English page features an even more extreme example of a construct used to construct a joke. What sort of windows am them? They am bay windows. Well, if they bay windows, what bin them? I don't... That to me feels like somebody like fell on their keyboard. Like, what? Dialect verbs are used for example am for are. A is for not really? Related to ain't? Huh. And bay for are. Bay for are not. Bin for am. Or emphatically for are. Huh. Yeah, I've like I just looking at that makes no sense to me. You don't use Bay? Well, I mean, I can't read Bay without thinking of the Bay of Fundy or the Hudson's Bay Company or even worse, Bay, which by the way, I'm glad that's an internet thing that kind of went away because it was like amusing for a minute and then it just like vanished off into the sunset and I like haven't seen it in a while. I'm sure people still use that term, but kind of glad that one went away. Even though I'm aware it didn't entirely, but got a lot of animals left to slaughter. in the time, I've already trapped 2 more. Got a weasel and a what? Weasel and a wabbit. They're behind my camera. A weasel and a wabbit. I talked to my spouse. I'm not feeling passionate, says Dwarf. Kick roast, merchant. This dwarf is funny, especially to say that. Just because Kick roast is just sitting here and is just like. Meanwhile, she's married to her husband, and she has. I can never like just tell how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lovers. So she has 7 lovers, boys and girls, and a husband. And then we get this announcement. I talked with my spouse. I'm not feeling passionate. Oh, that's funny. That probably just started from someone misspelling babe. It also means poop in 3 different languages. Bog 2. That's my favorite factoid about bay, is it means poop in 3 different languages and dick in 1. No. It's sort of like ExxonMobil changing their name to ExxonMobil from Esso because Esso was a swear word in too many languages. Although they're still called Esso in Canada, which I think is hilarious. Also, we have we now have a peacock pen, which is up here, and we are harvesting peacock eggs. Bellinair is grabbing them currently, and peahen egg. We can have peahen omelets. Let's do 70 of each. Still Esso in Belgium. I think it's literally just the states that it's Exxon, to be clear. Like, I'm pretty sure it's just Exxon. Also, someone should, like, tell Sullivan, I think her name's Sullivan Esso, a pop singer. I've heard some of her music. Let's just do 70. Cloth dress, cloth shirt. Tunic. Vest. Let's do leather leggings. Gloves. Mittens. Caps. Wood. It's hard to get the hang of. It's obtuse, yeah. I don't think it's necessarily hard. Thing that I always tell people is this game's as hard as you want it to be. And I don't think obtuse necessarily means a game is difficult. It just takes patience. No, not really. I mean, I'm using a tile set, but it's just completely vanilla. You started this morning at 2 a.m.? What? But good luck. That seems oddly specific. Like, are you normally awake at 2 a.m. or was it like just a mad dose of like, I need to learn Dwarf Fortress. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Let's go. Like, what made you start at 2 o'clock in the morning? Cheers, Stone. I'll have a peek after stream. Huh. Are you following the wiki or? Because that's kind of the best way to go. Because like the getting started guide on the wiki is kind of incredible. Just to, at least for Fortress mode. Trying to think who would have been streaming it. Salford Sal probably was who you were watching then, if you were watching in the middle of the night. Because she usually streams in the middle of stupid o'clock in the morning. For me, anyway. Depending on what time zone you're in. Okay. Although, she does kind of stream overnight in EU. Because she starts at like 8 p.m. my time-ish? Yeah, but you can kind of start in North America time zones evening and then run into the wee hours of Europe. But anyway. Because I'm in Western Canada, so. But anyway, this game's finicky. I describe learning Dwarf Fortress like learning a complicated board game. You know, like those big board games with a billion pieces. It's like sitting down and you go, what the fuck does this mean? Or even like a not complicated board game. You have to read the manual, right? And play it once. And then after you're done playing it once while reading the manual, then you play it a second time and you use the manual as a reference book. And by like the third or fourth time, you kind of know what you're doing. Dwarf Fortress is very similar to that. Like the first couple of forts will always, in Fortress mode, the first couple of forts will always be a clusterfuck. And then eventually you'll just kind of wrap your brain around like the base ideas. Also, Billionaire, I have a new sibling. I feel very uneasy. That's very funny. Just snapped a screenshot of that for my friend Bellinair, who I'm going to DM it to. He will think that that is funny. I mean, clusterfucks can be entertaining, right? Yeah, I mean, so that would, I would assume, like as many, like I have a, okay, first off, I have like 4,000 hours in RimWorld. Not trying to one you up, but like streaming is my job, so I've definitely streamed a lot of hours of RimWorld. But I have a lot of issues with RimWorld. And I had a lot of issues with RimWorld while I played RimWorld. There was a lot of things in that game that bothered me. And Dwarf Fortress is a completely different game, but unlike RimWorld, the issues that I have with Dwarf Fortress are avoidable and not annoying, whereas with RimWorld, the issues that I had with it eventually just became too much, and I just didn't want to play the game anymore. And also, because the games are very different, but also kind of inhabit a similar thought space in the way you play them. If you can play RimWorld, you can absolutely play Dwarf Fortress. Even though the games are very different, like, you already have all of the basic ideas down packed to play Dwarf Fortress if you can play RimWorld. Still amazed by the depth of Dwarf Fortress? I'm still amazed by the depth of Dwarf Fortress. And I have probably close to 1,000 hours in this fortress. And I will never cease to be amazed the day that I had triplets in Dwarf Fortress, in this fort. Like, my brain melted a little bit. It was one of the most surprising things that I've ever seen, because I didn't know it was possible until it happened. And then I learned later that it's like 1 in 500 chance that dwarves could have multiple litter twins or triplets. Which is bonkers. I just had a what day of the week is it moment. I don't know why. I shouldn't. I know it's Tuesday. That also means I get a giant bombcast tonight. Yay! Things to listen to. What's the story about the dead cats? Was it the no clip video? I mean, like, if you're ever just looking for like Tarn Adams rambling about stuff, I do kind of have. How many times have I talked? 5? Chad, have we had Tarn on 5 times now? I need to actually go look. But I've had Tarn on the stream multiple times. It's like every 4 months he just joins me and we talk about Dwarf Fortress. And it's actually a regular thing now, which is something that I have to wrap my brain around. How many times have I had him in? I'm like looking it up because I actually don't know. I'm playing Dwarf Fortress, yes. I am running this game. I'm managing it. Or more like maybe maintaining it. Probably the better way to put it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One? Is it really 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I've had Tarn on the stream 6 times now. Damn, that's a lot. I didn't realize it was that many. Holy fuck. Ow. For some reason I thought it was 1 less than that. But yeah, no, if you're curious about this fort, This fortress is an attempt to keep this save alive for 1,000 years in-game time. We started in August 2020. Late August 2020. So this fort is quite literally a year and a half old. Real time. I've played other forts in the interim. We started in the year 5. If you look up in the top right of the screen where it says early winter, we're in year 360. This fortress is 355 years old. We are about, a third of the way done. And this fort is a year and a half old. Yeah, I mean, I can read through that and understand what you're saying with that one. It's the am that throws me off. So yeah, this fort is a lot of like borderline idle gameplay, because everything's been built. I mean, if I zoom out, and go all the way up to the top. This is the tower with bees in it. This is the top of the tavern. At the center there, around that red circle, is the tavern. The green side is the library. The right side is one of my guilds, and the top side is the old throne room, back when we had the king of the Civ. This is a tube of lava that goes all the way down to the center of the earth. This is the ground layer. The fort itself is a giant pit in the ground. These are the walkways around the edge of the pit. These are some constructions in the pit. This is the base level down at the bottom of the pit. Bedrooms around the outside. Crafting happens in that little brown section down there. This is storage. This is coffins and memorials to the dead. This is a maze that I built when I was bored. This is the layer that generates power for the pump stacks, but is pretty dormant these days and isn't currently getting used for much. This is the coin thing, which is a little circular thing in the bottom. This is going to be an obsidian printer once it's done, but we need to clear all of these boulders out of the bottom, which is currently what we're doing. This is my magma forge. This is the first cavern layer. I keep going down. As you can see, there's that magma tube in the middle, which is encased in glass, by the way, which takes a while. It took us about 100 years in game to build that tube. And quite a few dwarves' lives. A couple people fell down it while we were digging it out. It was very sad times. Anyways, and then down here is the magma flow that we found that we filled off of, and that's my magma reservoir and the emergency drainage if needed. I mean, yeah, we made the maze in like, oh god, it was like year 90 or something. I might make another one, actually. Making the maze was pretty fun. It's a really good way to train miners. I mean, it's even got, where is he? Buddy, where are you? It's got a giant down there in the corner that this G is a giant. Or you, yeah, the good guy. You know, the giantess, specifically. Somewhere around here. I can't remember where I put him. There's also a minotaur in here somewhere. Fuck knows where I put him. There's 3 Ettins, which are like giants with 2 heads. I was hoping they'd make babies, but they seem to be kind of scared of each other, so... unfortunately. That or maybe the 2 guys are like too injured. There's a very, 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 very mutilated Cyclops here, which is dead. And its head on a pedestal right here. There's a Minotaur in here somewhere, I swear. Oh, there he is. Yeah, there's the Minotaur. I could release him if I wanted to. He lives in a cage. That's our Minotaur for aesthetics. Ironically, we built the maze before we got the Minotaur, and I got the Minotaur. I was like, yay, we can put him in the maze! So maybe one day I'll release him in the maze, but currently I don't really want him running around. You're starting a farm? Hell yeah! Like, above ground farming is also really fun. I don't know if you're doing above ground or below ground farming. Below ground farming is optimal for, like, just consistent food stuff, but, like, you know, we have a herd of unicorns. These are unicorns. We have a herd of cattle, which are so boring, even though they have 2 horns instead of 1. I think cows are, like, scarier than unicorns in reality. I mean, also just a random just a random side anecdote about Dwarf Fortress is the only difference between a bull and a lion in Dwarf Fortress is a bull has 2 swords and big teeth equipped, whereas a lion has a mane and big teeth equipped. So don't get bit by a bull, even though bulls are less aggressive. You can't seem to select crops, probably because you need the seeds for them. So in order to plant crops in Dwarf Fortress, you need the seeds for the crop, which means you either need to harvest the plant and extract the seed by processing the plant stuffs, and then you need to manage seed counts, or you need to bring some in advance, or you need to trade for them. So if you didn't bring them in advance and you haven't harvested them and extracted seeds, you won't get seeds from them. One way that you can harvest crops is if you're in kind of a forested area like this with a lot of trees, because like these are trees. You can hit D and then hit P, gather plants, and then press enter, and then select a bunch, and then press enter again. And then if it selects a bunch, press K, or you can just look around first. But we've got split, we got potatoes, we've got turnips, we've got more potatoes, we've got, these are just stuff that's growing wild. Quinoa, we've got more potatoes, we've got more potatoes. Are we in Ireland? We've got more split, we got more potatoes, there's fisher berries, and also you can set gather zones with the zone tool to gather like almonds and stuff from the ground, because there's almond trees here. So I could, oops, that's not what I want. I want DX, remove designation, not P. And so like these are all, that's alder, maple, pecans. So that'll drop pecans, plums. So we could pick plums with a zone. So you make a, hit I and make a zone like this. And then hit I again, select the zone, and then set it as a G, gather, pick fruit, and then hit G again to say whether or not you want to. I would ignore them on trees, just pick the ones up off the ground. It's simpler that way. Which actually I'm going to start doing because I want more plums. I don't think I actually have a zone to do that currently. But yeah, no, that's Dwarf Fortress. Also, that what Diamond said too. Yep. That sounds like a healthy lunch. Best. I had fried chicken twice last year and regretted it 50% of the time. Although, if you get fried chicken, right? Just remember, chat. If you buy fried chicken, right? Save the last of the gravy that's like stuck to the edge of the container, right? Wash it out and put it in a pot. Like once you've finished eating the gravy out of the thing, right? Yeah, it's just FC. It's not KFC. Rinse it out, put it in a pot in your stove. Take all of the bones from your wings or your chicken legs or chicken thighs or whatever the fuck you got. Take all of the bones, unless you got like boneless, which is disgusting. But if take all the bones, put that in the pot. Yeah, a little bit of olive oil or a little bit of sesame seed oil or oil of your choice. Do a little bit of a sear, and then fill it up to the brim once it's lightly seared, or not to the brim, but about 80% full, and let it simmer for like 20 minutes, and you'll get some chicken broth. KFC is just free chicken broth that most people throw out. Dimple cups. You can't make dimple cups into food. Dimple cups need to be grown underground. They are a dye plant, so they're used to dye clothing. You should start off, if you're looking for food stuffs, you should start off growing plump helmets. Is what you should start off with. They grow underground, and right when you start, hit a new fort, press Z. Select kitchen, press enter, and you're going to want to, because this is all the stuff that I have in here, you are going to want to go to plump helmets and do not cook them. So select them and hit C, so that cook is red. Do not cook plump helmets. Because if you brew cook plump helmets, you get plump helmet spawn back, right? Which is the spawn that you use to plant new ones. If you cook them, they cook the spawn along with it. So you don't get the spawn back for cooking them. You do get the spawn back for brewing them. So just make sure that you disable that because it's not disabled by default. Otherwise, you might just run out. Mom's rotisseries. Ooh, so like the good shit. Usually if I get chicken, I go to this place called Bros Barbecue, which is annoying because they open at 9 a.m. and they close at 3, which is like, why? But their fried chicken's good, which is why I was disappointed with 50% of the fried chicken I had last year. One of the times I went to Bros BBQ and I got half a chicken, so I got a leg, chicken breast, chicken wing, and a chicken thigh, and a bowl of gravy and some fries. That was amazing. And then the second time I went out for fried chicken last year, I went to a place called Church's Chicken, and it was at 1:30 in the morning, and they're a fast food place, and it was horrendously terrible. I feel like I go to Church's Chicken like once every other year, and I vehemently regret it, and then forget how much I regretted it, and then proceed to make that mistake again the next year. I'll go there at some point this year too, and then regret it. I need more of these merchants working on clothes making than they are. I just need more clothes making shops. I don't think so. Yeah, they're not all getting used. Totally took over your day. I made a real nice dinner last night because I'm on day off mode. Also, speaking of day off mode, Adra, what up? It's good to see you, man. I spent like 3 hours in the latter half of yesterday making cashew cheese stuffed yams, which were incredible, by the way. Homemade pasta and a salad. So that was like, although I think I paid more attention to my record player than actually cooking, so that's part of why it took so long. I think like most of it was prep. The actual cooking part of it was like 40 minutes. I probably could have done that prep in like 30 minutes if I just put my mind to it, but I was like very distracted and also high as a kite. So like, yeah, it took a while. Please tell me you took a pic. Nope. I haven't taken pictures of food in a while. People got weirdly judgmental about my food for a little bit, and I was just like, you know what? Food for me is like a me own thing. It's like, sometimes I'll take photos. Sometimes I make delicious food that doesn't look pretty, and then I'm not going to take a photo of it. And it definitely didn't look pretty by the time it was done, but it was tasty. Yeah, and then and like Diamond said, if they start leaving seeds on the tables, you'll start seeing little dots everywhere. Like, let's see if I can find one. You'll be like, why is there dots everywhere? It's because there's seeds. I'm actually not seeing any immediately. Guess that means we're actually doing a good job currently. There was a few spots where they piled up for a bit. Not seeing them now. But yeah. Little dots with a black background. Or seeds. Unless you're using a graphical tile set, then I couldn't tell you what they're going to be. When you want to show it, dwarves decide to be clean. Yeah. Well, I also did like a really big seed cleaning up project because like, as you can see, I have a lot of seeds and I needed to pare down my collection a little bit. I'm also just realizing that pecans are not set Oat seeds can be set to cook. Cans are set to cook. Ratweed can be cooked. We have red beans? How the fuck did we get red beans? Anyway, someone must have given them to us. The humans gave us red beans? Did you just say I spoke to the mayor and that makes me angry? I got into an argument with Kick Roast and that makes me angry. Oh. Put on a superior item and I am content. How old is my mayor? Not that I don't like you, but... How old are you? 147. This mayor is like actually a really nice mayor because they just ask me to make them a couple cabinets a year. I mean, to be fair, red bean paste is kind of delicious, especially in pastries. Your mayor just constantly mandates short swords and prohibits them from trade for the last 8 years. The same 4 short swords have appeased him the entire time. Yeah, I mean, I had a king. We had a king who mandated... Chat, does anybody remember what year-ish the king died? Anyway, we had the king of my faction here who mandated ballista arrows. And he mandated, I want to say, like 3 to 6 per season. I mean, I could actually... I'll go look up when the king died. When did Kingy McWingy die? Wasn't Tiny. Wasn't Peter. Wasn't Clay. Wasn't the Scoid. I'm trying to think, like... Now I'm like trying to remember the name of the king. Anyway, the king mandated, that's how long this fort's been around. The king mandated multiple ballista arrows per stream basically. And it's been like at least like 80, 90 years since the king died, and I still have ballista arrows in my fort. And I've been trying to get rid of them all. I've been trying to sell them, and they take forever to haul. And like the dwarves, for some reason, don't want to stockpile them, and I have so many. I still have like hundreds of them, like random places in the fortress. And then there was also several. I had a mayor that demanded socks, of course. Give them to the elves by force. We're actually good friends with the elves, so I give the elves lunch, quite literally. I give them rock pots filled with cooked meals. And they bring us giant animals and other various fun big pets. Oh, I believe that, actually. They do love metals. They love crafted metals. And they, you know... Nah, that's not quite how that works. I was just thinking, like, is there anything that, like, decomposes and then gets compressed and becomes a metal? It's like, shouldn't they, like, anyways, whatever. Actually, I never tried this, but can you trade petrified wood to elves? I just saw I've been injured badly. Wah. But there's no combat. Someone must just be remembering that they got injured badly. Aw, this is sad. Banana the Second is dead? I feel empathy. That's a dwarf that died like 30 years ago. Rest in peace, bananas. Happened years ago. You were playing TF2 and someone demanded you stop pretending to be British. Stop pretending to be British. That's like somebody telling me to stop pretending to be blind. That's fucking. Were you playing on like a North American server or something? Also, investments are open for those of you not paying close attention to chat if you would like to invest your tickets. Child played with a toy boat, and they enjoyed that. I mean, that might be why. If you were playing on a server that wasn't from your region, then, but like if you're playing on a European server, that's like ridiculous. You'd think that people would be used to hearing British accents. It's actually reminding me of it's reminding me of what's the word? Somebody I used to play games with ages back, who somebody told him to stop faking a Greek accent and stated that he sounded like one of the actors who's not actually Greek in a movie. And he's just like, "What? I literally like immigrated to the States from Greece a year and a half ago. What?" This is very funny. Because he definitely had a Greek accent. Someone said that he sounded... so someone said that he sounded like the guys from the Opa commercials. Like the fast food chain Opa. They demanded that you prove that you were British and you told them that you're from the West Midlands and you're not a brunny, and they still weren't convinced. What, That is really strange, yeah. I think that, to me, that's like the equivalent of somebody telling me that I'm, like, lying about my eyesight. Like, when I tell people that I'm legally blind and visually impaired, and people are like, prove it! How? Like, what? Dwarves don't care too much about cramped space initially. Like 1x3, I mean, that's kind of small, but what a dwarf wants is a spot to sleep, so a bedroom. They prefer having their own bedroom, and they don't really like sleeping in dormitories, which is an option. Like, you can just make all your dwarves sleep in the same room and like take random beds. They want somewhere to put their things, so they want a chest or a coffer or a bag that's placed on the ground so they can put their items in that, like Dwarves will claim crafts like rings and crowns and things, and they'll keep them for their entire life, and they will put them in their room. And if you don't give them somewhere to put their things, then that stuff will spill out of their room and look awful. Some dwarves that are kind of messy, like say this one, for example, like there's just like trousers and a cloak and a dress, and other crap just like all over the ground. But a cleaner dwarf like this one, like there's some stuff on their bed, but the rest of the room is pretty tidy. Or like a dwarf's room like this one, which is very tidy. So they want somewhere to put their stuff. And then clothing goes in a cabinet. So if there's space for like a bed, a chest, and a cabinet, they'll generally be happy. But like it's generally a rule of like if it's bigger and has more stuff in it, they'll probably be happier. It depends on the fort for me. For me, whether or not I prioritize bedrooms is kind of an RP thing. If like I imagine it more of a military or like scrappy kind of fort, because like if you're good at Dwarf Fortress, you can just make any fortress opulent regardless of like the situation. And for me, it's like if I'm kind of playing it as like a scrappy like military outpost, or it depends on like what I'm RPing in my brain. If it's more of that kind of a thing, bedrooms are like the last thing I do. But for those of you who watch this fort, like it took me like 40 years to actually have those proper bedrooms. Like the original bedrooms in this fortress were here. Like this was the original fortress right here in this area. Like this was my original like dining room and shit, and like that was my library for a bit. Like my bedrooms were all here. Like of course it's all been hollowed out since, but like these bedrooms here took a while to get set up. And even before then, we had a dorm up here. Before this got filled up with trees from the cavern layers. But this up here had a dorm in it. Like this was the original front door to the fort. Like so this fort's taken many iterations, but yeah, bedrooms are not like first priority. Like you can go pretty safely without bedrooms for like 2-3 years. But you do want to give dwarves bedrooms eventually, because it will start to become a point of contention between you and your population after a while, which obviously is like suboptimal to the long-term survival of the fortress. All right, sorry, just kind of got distracted by something in the background for a second. Yeah, I mean, you have to prioritize something. Find something that is important to you and what you and if you can't Like you're not going to keep every dwarf happy, and you're not going to be able to provide for every dwarf all the time. So provide for as many as you can as often as possible. Because that's how you keep the majority of your population happy, and the majority of your population happy is what keeps your fort going indefinitely. Or at least for the long term, or longer term. You need 10 backpacks. Kind of wish I could make metal backpacks. Because leather degrades. It's a pain in the long term. Pain in the membrane. Even though you can, you don't think you'd ever trade petrified wood to the elves? The red is just too fancy to give away. Oh, I know. I love petrified wood. Petrified wood is one of my favorite materials just in the game because of how cool it looks. It's just such a nice color. I really hope that like color vibrance feels the same in the Steam version with the fancy tile set. I'll be real sad if it doesn't. Yeah, sometimes you get a mayor that wants you to make things that is literally not possible to make in the game. So that's fun. Petrified wood door. Petrified wood doors are nice, yeah. Hey, Ronald, what up? We've always wanted to make a fort where the only starting dwarves get treated properly and are separated from everyone else, and then everyone else does all the work to make a perfect life for the starters. Only 7 beds. Only 7 beds. Yeah, I think that's kind of where I draw the line. Like, dwarves become so upset so quickly if they don't have beds. That would be tough. That would be really tough. I think I would, if I were to build a fort like that, it would be 7 dwarves get bedrooms and like their own tavern and the good whiskey and all that. But the rest would sleep in a dorm. That's probably how I would do that. But then you'd have like this in-game problem. Like, what if the dwarves then elect? What if the dwarves then elect a mayor who's not one of the original 7? What if that? Okay, so we ran out of leather, I think. Let's just do cloth, shoe. Backpacks only be made out of adamantine. Yeah, adamantine and leather. You'd probably throw them in jail. Well, I mean, actually, now that I think about it, you can just manually replace the mayor. Like, if you press R on the mayor, you can literally, like, and I always tell people this when they're just like, I'm real pissed off at my mayor. It's like, you know that the player can just be like, no. The player can rig the elections. So I guess you could just do that. I always forget that that's an option until I like sit down and think about it and go like, right, yeah, that's a button that you can press. And the player can just be like, democracy? What's that? That doesn't exist. We're a dictatorship. Bend over, dwarves. But I don't know. Not like democracy works particularly well in Dwarf Fortress anyway. Kind of just end up with like a singular leader for long periods of time. that's the one I'm looking for. Wondering, do I not have... Actually, maybe... Yeah, I know the problem. I don't have enough tanning spots, right? Kitchen... Yeah, I think I only have the one tanner shop. No, I have 4. Apparently. Couldn't tell you where the other 3 are. Apparently I have 4. Where? I guess I'll believe the game that I have 4, but... Need to hold a vote for every dig? Well, I mean, it's more of a... You get the same mayor elected every year, right? Because dwarves do yearly elections, right? And it's like... Usually what'll happen is you'll get one person, then you'll get a second person, then you'll get the first person again and it'll just stay on that person, or you'll get a new person and it'll just stay on that person. Or like if you elect an elf or a vampire or a goblin or somebody who's immortal, then like they will just be your mayor kind of indefinitely. But I don't know. It's really neat when like, because we've had extended periods in Longdeath before where we've had like 3 mayors that keep trading. That's always fun when that happens. When it's just like, oh, we got a new mayor. Oh, we got a new mayor. It's like, oh god, I actually have to like swap out their living spaces and whatnot. That's always fun. I like it when that happens. Multiple times over like a short period of time. Like that's always good fun. Okay, so we are in late winter, 16th of Obsidian. There we go. Yeah, it looks like we mostly ran out of leather, but we're still slaughtering quite a few animals, so should have plenty of leather. Say quite a few, not that many. Not that many. But anyway, how have you been, Robotic Ronald? It's been a while. I hope that your holidays were good. It's been typical January here. Very, very quiet. Everybody gets back to normal-ish. Normal as normal can be in the current year. Oh, hell yeah. That's good. Keeping busy and things going well is, like, I think that the 2 best things you can be doing in the current timeline that we live in and exist in. I just got a weather warning. Snow and rain mix expected for the next 24 hours. Fucking lovely, I guess. Jesus. Aye. Hey. You know, I've told many people this. It's like, I don't mind snow. I don't mind rain. But pick one and stick with it. Weather, please. We've had this awful weather for the past, like, 2 weeks where it's, like, snow and rain. And, like, when I went to go get my booster shot, I damn near died because, like, it snowed for, like, 2 days. Then it rained for a day and a half. And then it snow rained, and then it was clear and cold, and it all froze. So all of the people who didn't shovel the snow in front of their houses, or all of the stretches of road that don't have people living on them that don't get shoveled on the sidewalks, just became like a brick of ice like that. It was like safer to walk on the road in places. So like I actually still have like this dent in my right there on my hand, on my left hand, that's healing because I slipped earlier in the year. Cut my knee open and slammed on my wrist on concrete because of a similar thing that happened before the holiday. It's like, it's just gonna keep happening. At the very least, the two really depressed dwarves we have in the fort right now are consistently the same dwarves, and they're not tantruming. So, a pretty good spot right now for the fort. So that's that and that done. I think it's crafts that we got. Actually, how much iron are we sitting? I think I know what I'm doing next. Because I think that, this is all iron. I'm ripping up this iron flooring that I put down because I made a bunch of I had stupid amount of iron early on in this fort, and I made a bunch of it into roads, just partially for long-term storage and partially because I just didn't know what else to do with it because I had so much of it, and now I'm transferring this iron into bins, so I'm ripping it up rather than mining more and replacing these walkways with other materials. Yay! Finished all the clothing. So everybody should have new clothing now. Speaking of snow plus rain, day before yesterday, when it was snowing and raining and icy, somebody in a Honda Civic crashed into my parents' front yard, destroyed their front fence, and took a huge chunk out of one of the massive, beautiful trees that they have on their property. In the middle of a subdivision, right? And just off of a main road. And the neighbor's security camera caught the footage, and a random person walking by saw the license plate and knocked on their door and told them. So, insurance is going to cover it, but, that, just to, highlight how dangerous that shit is. Also, now my parents have, this massive hole in their fence that insurance has to come fix at some point, which is gross. And just kind of sucks. So wheelbarrows are showing up to remove all of these. Also, Aqua, did you, by chance have a peek at looking into an auto-hosting solution at all? I know that you mentioned that at one point. I was curious if you got around to it. If you didn't, that's fine. I'm just kind of curious. So you watched half of the new MCU movie and you feel like ICBA watching the rest. What? What's ICBA watching the rest? I'm assuming that's a typo. Oh, you can't be arsed. Oh, is that what that means? I've been wondering what that means for a while. I can't remember if you stuck around for this part of the conversation, but the last Marvel movie that I genuinely enjoyed was Ant-Man. And the last one that I saw was part 1 of the big finale of the Avengers, and I hated that movie so much, I more or less stated I was never going to watch another one. God, oh, you watched Eternals? Oh God, I'm so sorry. Apparently the original creator of the Eternals is pissed, by the way. The guy who wrote the comics originally is pissed at the existence of that movie. I read something about that recently. It's actually second on your to-do list, lol. Unfortunately, what you're working on at the moment is a self-hosted solution for syncing your to-do. Sorry, that's just really funny. That's like saying it's on my calendar. Unfortunately, the first thing on my calendar is design a calendar and figure out how days of the week works. What stuff I got, dude? Those things. It's just a really funny thing for syncing your to-do list, which is currently eating your to-do list file. Yeah, no, I get you. That's just very funny. It is the 1st of spring, and it appears that nobody has passed away of old age, and the humans have arrived. That's just very funny. It's just like, but I do. It's like, I have to stream tomorrow, but before I can stream tomorrow, I have to write OBS from the ground up. It's like I need another cup of coffee, but first I need to forge a mug. Yeah, there's definitely some thread in there. Oh, rope reed thread and an anvil. Dwarf Fortress has been free to download since 2006 and will continue to be free to download after the premium version comes out. The only difference between the free to download version, which is going to get updates post paid version, and the paid version is the free version. You have it on CD? Why? What? This is the free version. It's like a 300 megabyte download. Why would you have Dwarf Fortress on CD? What? Is the free version is gonna have ASCII graphics. They're gonna have the same UI. They're gonna have the same features. The only difference is the free version won't have pretty pixels, and the paid version will. Hold on a. You got scammed. What? Please tell me, like, they made a box or... Yeah, who the fuck did you buy Dwarf Fortress from? It's literally never been for sale anyway. Like, is somebody, like, making... With a box and a manual. Wait, did you buy the book? Because I want to say that the book came with, like, an install CD. But that was, like, a weird novelty when the, like, how to DF thing came with. But yes, please take pictures, because I don't believe I've ever heard of this happening. And I've been following Dwarf Fortress since, like, 09. But, I mean, I believe that that's something that Tarn would do. Huh. Anyway. That's wild. Also, what year was that? Sorry if I'm just, like, interrogating you, but this is wild to me. Like, I've literally never heard of that before. That's crazy. But yeah, also pictures for archival purposes. I'm literally, like, searching for this to see if this was, like, outside of, like, O'Reilly.com, like, the getting started with Dwarf Fortress book that exists online. Like, outside of this, and I don't recall the getting started with Dwarf Fortress book ever coming with a disc. And it certainly wasn't $2. Or maybe like an extra $2 they'd give you a disc with it. But like, hold on. Because, like, there's this. I mean, maybe? But that was certainly never from the dev. I mean, technically that book, like, isn't, like, an official thing, really. I mean, like, they worked with Tarn to make it happen. But, like, oh, that's fair. Next time $2 for CD, paid $50 for the book secondhand. Yeah, that is very much not official. Anyway, does sound like some sort of homebrew shit. Now I like want to go looking to see if people are like selling Dwarf Fortress on Etsy or something. I don't know if it was necessarily a keylogger, but that is weird. Like, because Tarn is like on record saying like the game is free, will always be free, and will never not be free, specifically because he wants people who can't afford to like pay for modern computers and video games to be able to play it, regardless of where they are in the world and their access. So yeah, also I'd like to know what's on that CD. That's another thing. Like, this is fascinating to me. Sorry if this isn't the response that you expected, Haigandu, but like, this is fascinating to me. I mean, like, you joke about that, Stone, but like, people do that. I once saw somebody selling copies of what's it called? That mod for there's a mod for the first Warhammer RTS game. What's the name of that? Dawn of War, the first one. There's a really big mod. Anyway, I saw somebody selling a big box homebrew of that mod on a disc at a convention once, which is kind of neat. I mean, is it the O'Reilly like getting started with Dwarf Fortress book? Because that's a neat little book. I'll tell you that. Soulstorm? That sounds right. I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi. Armor, how are you? Looks like it. Neat. Well, just for whatever it's worth, the O'Reilly book is a third-party book that was written with the assistance of Bay 12, the developers of this game, but it's not an official thing. It was a book that was written in assistance, or with assistance from Bay 12. Ultimate Apocalypse? I mean, it was Dawn of War was the game. But I don't know. This was like a long time ago. Good number of years ago. I was never like I played the campaign for Dawn of War 1 and I played the campaign for Dawn of War 2. Got him in a humble bundle. But I was never a big Dawn of War person. Yeah, it's also super dated. Most of the information and well, actually, the physical version is super dated for the O'Reilly book. And the PDF version that's available online does get updated sometimes. Still play Dawn of War 1. It's a classic, man. Like, I still play Age of Empires 1. The elves have arrived to trade. On GOG or Steam? I mean, Age of Empires 1 Definitive Edition is. It's also on Game Pass. Yeah, all three of them. All of three of the original Age of Empires are. Yeah, $20. Age of Empires Definitive Edition. And it plays great as somebody who's played it relatively recently. I don't own it on Steam, though. I just play it on Game Pass. Um... Was most likely yeah, what you got most likely was a third-party book, and if you bought it used for $50, number one, you overpaid, because it was a $10 book originally. And number two, and it like sells used now for like less than 10. And if you got a disc with the game installed for an extra $2, that's some sort of third-party racket that was never done officially, because the game is free. So that's and it, like, especially if it like all came in a box from your statement. I don't know. Like, to me, it's like that is a weird archival oddity as a fan of the game. But yeah, no, I mean, Dwarf Fortress has always been free and will always be free. That's like one of the coolest things about this game is it's like, it's this super deep, like intimidating, scary thing that people are terrified of. And it's like, yeah, but you can just download it for free. So there's like no barrier to entry if you actually want to try it. Echidna, cougar, green tree frog, echidna, emu, wren, cardinal, wren, flying squirrel, horse. We'll buy pecans and walnuts. Every now and again, they bring something rare and exotic. I always got to check. Offer that as a gift so that they bring rare stuff. Done. This looks like it has options. Oh, this game has the most options. That's why it's so good. That looks just like AoE 2, but there was 12 different ages, and you started with caveman and ended up in modern. Rise of Nations. I wanted to say Axis and Allies, but I knew that that was wrong. Rise of Nations. Also on Steam. Unless you're thinking of Empire Earth, but Rise of Nations is a better game. Rise of Nations is like pseudo 3D, but it's a fixed camera perspective. How wide can a roof be? How many blocks do you have? So that, yes, they do. But not to the extent that they used to. Structural integrity was one of the things that was wrecking people's CPUs and just causing people to get mad. So it's currently disabled at the in the game and planned to be put back into the game at a later date, like a lot of other features. Yeah, only totally unsupported structures collapse now, which still happens. I've had my fair share of cave-ins. So you could support your entire civilization on one block. Just don't mine out that block. Also, I don't know if you played in the era of money, but Dwarf Fortress simulated capitalism too accurately to the point where it caused structural collapses, which I genuinely think is fucking hilarious, which is one of the main reasons why that feature was removed. How are we gonna do this? Well, I mean, what ended up happening was a small number of dwarves would accumulate all of the wealth, and then everybody else would end up super poor. Also, in order to then fix that problem, you'd have to just keep repeatedly minting more coins, which also then caused like the problem of owned items and too many items hanging around in the world, which was even worse back then as well, which caused lag. So not only did it cause a very select few of your dwarves to be extremely happy and wealthy, and everybody else to be really depressed and homeless, but it also caused like performance problems. So, basically, yeah, basically. Can I just say it's Steve and Bob's is maybe my favorite thing that I've read in my chat all day. Yeah, basically. So now they are anarcho-communist. Everybody works for room and board, and dwarves don't care about currency, yet things still have a currency value, which is funny. And you can still mint coins if you want, but they just work as a bartering chip. And their value is more based on material and craft quality instead of actual currency value.
Two babies by now.
You know, you and your partner picture need to like have a talk about how frequently babies can pop out, because like body need time to like resort its shit out for about 3 months. So in reality, like 21 months is more believable as 2 babies instead of 18. Like that's like ambitious, man. Like at least give it an extra month. Like give the lady a break. Jeez, dude. But seriously, thank you very much for the 18th month, and thanks for keeping that sub alive. How many times did you die in Zomboid last night? Very slow twins. Only like 2. Oh, really? I thought about watching until you died first, and then you got out of that first camper, and I was like, I'm just gonna go to sleep. It's pretty late. But how did you enjoy it, Picture Point? I get to play that on Thursday. I will actually be streaming some Project Zomboid this Thursday, because Thursday my stream team is launching a Project Zomboid server. So you guys can play with me if you want. I don't know. I mean, you'll have to give me money to do it, but could. And if you're already giving me money, then like problem solved. And you just need to yell at me. I have to whitelist you. I don't particularly like open worldy survival crafty games, so I get bored of them really quickly. But I do enjoy like just hot wiring cars and going on joy rides in that game. Yeah. You ain't played Zomboid in yonks yet. Pretty much. I haven't played Zomboid in like hold on. Actually, let me check. Steam tells me when I last played game. Project Zomboid. I don't even have it installed. That should say something. No, January 2020. I haven't played Project Zomboid since before the pandemic. Like, really got rolling. Damn. You didn't realize it was such an old game? Project Zomboid is one of the only games that I know of that rivals Dwarf Fortress in development time. Like, they lost the entire code base for that game once. Like, I'm not sure if I think it was a fire, but they had to, like, decompile their own game and, like, rebuild it. No, I'm talking about video games, not dreams. Also, like, I mean, like, active development. Like, Dwarf Fortress is in active development, right? Project Zomboid is in active development. Ultima Ratio Regum is in ongoing development. But you might only get a patch, like, once every year and a half. And that's being optimistic. Like, Project Zomboid just pushed their current patch to multiplayer. And the time between the initial release of that patch to multiplayer was about 2 years. Like, I remember the last time I was playing that game back in 2019, talking about how they just released a new single-player patch. And like, we were going to just wait for it to be moved to multiplayer before we played again. And it's just like... Yeah, there was about 4 years. There was about 4 years with nothing because they had to rewrite their entire game. And then they updated it, and it was like, duh. Also, it's been around longer than it's been up on Steam. Like, it was for sale on their website for a bit. I want to say, were they on Desura, or am I making that up? I swear they were on Desura. Yes, I paid for Kenshi on Desura. That's where I bought Kenshi! It's on Desura. And Paranautical Activity, which I'm very much regret paying for, by the way, because that developer is a special person. Also, actually, over here, like a minute ago, FG Squared just opened up whitelisting for the Zomboid server. So if you want to go get whitelisted, there's instructions on how to do that on that Discord server. But please, no swearing on that Discord server. It's a server. Currently, there's only 10 slots on the server, but we're trying to make it bigger. Like, oh, thanks for the raid, Malin. Cheers. How was your stream? What were you playing today? Please do swearing when anything related to a streamer. I mean, so, like, I'm in a team of 7 channels, right? You're playing Dwarfs today? I haven't looked at the directory in a couple hours. What were you playing? Anything exciting happen? Like what were you doing in the Dwarfs? Like, I'm in a stream team of 7 people, and I'm very much a fucking adult-friendly server that doesn't really cater to stupid children. But not everybody in my team is that way. I have a tendency to curse a lot and say things like fuck and penis, which upset some people. So some of my teammates are very much, like, kid-friendly. No shit? How poop then? So I don't worry about it. But when in the team's server, it's like, yeah, no sweary, please. Unless you're talking about sweary 65, in which case that's fine. Just setting things up, got to mayor today, no need to set up everything, don't have military, etc. in industries. I gotcha. Want to build a cozy above ground village? Gotcha. Far away from anything that can attack you, or you don't have military and you're already at 50. Things could go south. Serve strawberry wine. Lovely. What time of year is it? Mid-spring? What should we be working on? Actually, I know what I'm going to work on. I'm going to go mine out some more kimberlite while everybody else is lazy. Well, actually, let's just see how much kimberlite we have. None. Noted. That's a lot of granite. Let's get rid of some of that granite. That's the best way to do it in regards to defending a small village. Literally whatever works the best for you. I did the way I built this pit was I just started channeling and I built access stairways as needed. Ironically, your break started around the time I started this fort. But also what Diamond said. Have I ever played the game Tibia? I absolutely hate MMOs, so no. How old is my fort? 356 years old. 356 years old currently. Which means we're about we're over a third of the way done. Slightly. You'd have to look at that playlist and do math, Igondu. But if you open the playlist and just scroll down, a lot of time. Because they're like 4 to 8 hours. 4 to 6 is like the average amount of time I play for in a day. I mean, the frame rate's still like in the high 20s, mid 30s usually. It's been running a little slow the past few days, and I'm not totally sure why, but that happens on and off. I mean, this fortress has been screwing around and doing a lot of nothing for a really long time. I've just been doing it for a really long time. It took me 30 years to dig this pit that the dwarves live in. Like, literally 30 years in-game to dig the pit. And then another, like, 30 years to get rid of all the boulders at the bottom of it. It took me 100 years to dig this tube down through the center of the earth, all the way down to the nearest lava flow, which is all the way down here. And then, like, another 10 to pump lava up through it and back down in it, and then fill it up. I mean, it depends on the kind of game, right? If a game is 3D and requires smooth movement in order to feel natural, then yeah, you need 60 FPS. But if you're playing like a flat town builder, it doesn't matter so much. Also, chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. So, like, you kind of need to get your priorities straight, right? Like, I don't fucking care if I'm playing Caves of Cud and it runs at 16 FPS. Like, it really doesn't matter. It's not going to affect my experience at all. But if I'm playing, like, I don't know, Elite Dangerous and it's running poorly, like, I'm going to feel that. To be fair, you've never even made a screw pump before this fort, and... Wait, why did you deliberately avoid making screw pumps? What have you got against screw pumps? What screw pumps do to you? I'm mining out more kimberlites that I can have more blue floors. scary and confusing. True. I mean, I don't really like messing around with minecarts much. But on my holiday fort this past year, I used minecarts as defenses. And we learned that horses can stop minecarts. So, you know. Hey, chat, you guys want to review a thumbnail for me? Cooler just sent me a DM. I think it looks very good, but I want you guys to tell me what you guys think of this thumbnail. How's that look? You guys like it? Because I think it looks really. I think it looks real nice. I mean, it'll have like a screenshot from the game in the background. I'll do that bit, but. Because I do interviews with developers, and most recent one is Songs of Six. And so hopefully I'll have that up on Friday. That's what I'm aiming for anyway. You know, I kind of wish that we could automate a particular type of stone in the mining of this stuff, but screw pumps are fine. Screw pumps get screwy when you need to make magma safe ones and you have to be picky about materials used. Because if you're not preparing for that from the get-go, then they can get really finicky. We fortunately just made everything out of iron, so it was just fine. But like, if you get one block wrong, it can destroy the entire stack. And then it's like, if you just spent like 4 hours building, like, I don't know, like, let's just say like a 30 Z level pump stack, and then the whole thing just immediately explodes because like you used one wrong material. Yeah, that's kind of rage-inducing. I've definitely had that happen. Well, not even this one shall be made of wood. It's like, if you're making them all out of gabbro, which is magma safe, and then you make one out of granite. Like, not even like wood, but like the wrong kind of stone. And then lava just melts it. And it's like, well, or you're making them all out of obsidian and you get one made of orthoclase. Although that one would stand out because it would be a different color, but still. It's a time-consuming process with a lot of testing required. Green glass setup. Ooh, fire clay. On your volcano fort, everything's made out of obsidian. Awesome. You only have fire-safe materials. Well, that makes things a lot easier, yeah. All the internals got fried? Yeah, that's awesome. I like how you were impressed with the game, but like, you see, the first time that happens, I can see why you'd be impressed, but also, it's still, like, rage-inducing. It's still, like, anger provocative. Like, it still pisses me off, regardless of how, like, technically it's cool, but it still doesn't change the fact that it makes me mad. Like, technical feat-wise, yes, it is awesome, but it still sucks. Sometimes you can mine into something you didn't want to, like an area of your caverns with forgotten beasts, but this isn't even auto-mineable. This is, like, not a gem. This is just a different type of stone. What? Like a pro football kicker punting your nuts. Like just the worst, like, sacking of your life. I mean, not necessarily a Belrog, but I did once have a horse made of steel that shot webs that really wanted to speak to my dwarves about their life insurance, or rather lack thereof, and we all died immediately. Kind of just vaporized us, to be honest. Like, we didn't even have a chance to complain. Even my military, all 45 of them. All the dwarves are singing Burn Baby Burn, and Balrog's just like, I am the Inferno! You can see issues with pumping magma with a wood pump. Yeah, they're pretty obvious when you think about them. But I don't know. Dwarf Fortress is a game with a lot of quirks. And the best tool that you can have at your disposal is knowledge of those quirks. Once you know the quirks, the game becomes a lot more just planning based. Want to pump lava? Just make sure you have the right kind of stone around, and you use that as your primary material for that sort of job. Pretty simple in that regard, actually. You should, like, I remember, one of my favorite quotes from somebody who was playing Dwarf Fortress was, play Dwarf Fortress enough and eventually you'll have a minor in geology. It's like, yeah. And obscure knowledge of like when you realize that you can you know that you've played Dwarf Fortress a lot when you look at a name of a character that showed up in your fort in Dwarf Fortress, and you can guess what faction or what culture they were raised in based on their name. When you can look at a dwarf and just be like, well, that dwarf was raised by elves, because that's clearly an elven last name. There's no way, like, you'd see a dwarf named Tilipi Plant Sweaters, the Apple Tulip ever. Snozglow Ulgash would like to join your fort. Gubbin? Excuse me. I'm going to be running an experiment in your fort soon that requires you to learn the density of lava and various metals. Trying to drop a goblin in a cage that will sink into your volcano. What, to see how quickly they sink? Your outpost liaison was named Bosa. Interesting. You want to know a funny slang thing? Stone? Saying that someone is a G is like saying someone's a gangsta. Someone's gangsta. You just want to sacrifice a goblin brutally. Fair enough. I mean, whatever you gotta do. Oh, I know. I just think it's funny that you're saying was a gangsta. Was a gangsta named Bosa, which like I could see. Like, I mean, Lil Bosa's first like track that was released on cassette was great, but unfortunately it was just a good demo and it was too heavily produced, and beyond that, like, it kind of fell apart. Didn't really have much substance to it after that. Must appease the volcano that gives you life. Oh, absolutely. Of course. It's just like the one time I made a suicide cult in Dwarf Fortress, they actually ended by, you know, pulling a lever and dropping themselves into lava at the base of the world. Yeah, the something of Zealots. Spike of Zealots, I think was the name of it. Pull the lever? No, that's definitely the right lever. Although, like, that's my lore reason as to why I dropped them all into lava. But in actuality, they all just really, they mostly just worshipped a god of suicide, and I was really tired of running the fort. So I was like, nah, everybody stand on platform. Pull the lever! There was a couple that ran away. They survived. By that, I mean, they all fell into the lava, and a few happened to not be standing on the platform at the time, but... Dwarves are just lemmings that can make quantum machines? They're just lemmings that can make quantum machines, but they're also extremely detailed characters. And you actually take the time to get to know them, it's absurd how differently they all act. Like, genuinely. It is bonkers how different they all act. Hey, stupid, how is we? Not saying I feel empathetic towards my dwarves, but sometimes I kind of feel empathy towards my dwarves. Doing okay? That's good to hear. I mean, it's going to be entirely by accident? I don't think Tarn's doing it by accident. I mean, I had this conversation with my dad. So, has anybody here read procedural generation in game design or procedural storytelling in game design? The two books that Tarn Adams has edited with Tanya Short, the founder of Kit Fox Games. Has anybody here read those? I lent that book to my dad. And my dad is he's 60 now, but he's a robotics and automation specialist. So he works in robotics and automation. Tarn's written and edited, or not written, but edited 2 books. Here, I'll grab the second one. Note, they're not cheap. But this is the second one that he wrote. I haven't started it yet because I'm waiting for my dad to finish the first one. But, see? Edited by Tanya X. Short and Tarn Adams. They're literally like textbook manuals. Like, each chapter is written by different people from, like, the roguelike and indie game community. Tanya has a chapter in this one. But yeah, you've probably heard of a lot of the people that are in these books. But it's all just like screenshots and examples, and like Jason Grimblatt wrote one for the first one, and his for one of the Caves of Cud developers. And for his chapter, it's like mostly just mathematical algorithms and formulas. And me reading that, like, I don't understand a word of this. But anyway, I lent that book to my dad, and it's ended with me and my dad talking about like having weird philosophical discussions about the nature of science and like our likelihood of being able to program a self-sufficient AI and shit like that. And yes, it's like how many decisions does something have to be able to be capable of making before it becomes intelligence? And it's like 128 multiplied by 128 to the power of 2 or something, which is a astronomically big number. But Dwarf Fortress is getting there. Just responding to a DM from Cooler. Those are the kinds of goals that drive innovation. I unfortunately don't believe that our species will last long enough to achieve any of that stuff, but it's certainly fun to think about. Also, it's really interesting because like my dad knows some basic programming, and him reading that book, he's like, maybe once I retire, I'm gonna try making a procedurally generated program. He's like, maybe not necessarily a game, but like something that can generate something, just to see if I can do it, which I think is super neat, actually. Also, hi, Athros. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, no, those books are expensive. The books that Tarn and Tanya put together, they're very expensive. Like the hardcovers are like $200, but the paperbacks are like 80. I literally only bought the 2 of them as a tax deduction. Like that was the only way I could justify spending like like $160 on 2 books. But I don't know, I read the first one 3 times, so they're interesting. Is there a limit to the DF world size? That I don't actually know. I think if you go into the custom settings, you can make them bigger. I've never messed around with the advanced parameters for world gen, so you'd have to ask somebody who knows a little bit more about it. You mean the book that we were literally talking about earlier that Haigandu has? The David O'Reilly, or not the David O'Reilly, the O'Reilly published book? Which is a little bit ridiculous in the title, but this is an Amazon.ca link, but you can buy them used for $15. That's, sorry if you're not in Canada, but that's the one that I can easily look up. Like, they're not too hard to get. And every now and again, they do reruns of them. Every now and again, but that's very rare. I think they've done 1. But yeah, you can get them used for not too much. I kind of want one. Like, because, like, I wasn't really playing the game actively when that was released. But it's just another thing that'll just sit on my bookshelf. I, too, I'm sorry that you're not in Canada. Well, I can sympathize with you, Axon. Also, Axon, once I'm thinking February, Tales of Magiel evening game for a while. Because right now I'm still, like, kind of playing Songs of Sixes and a few other things this evening game. But I think we'll do some wiki runs of Tome, especially now that I'm done with the current playthroughs that I was doing of Caves of Cud. No. I gotta do no. I still want you to like rip that disc if possible, because I want to know what's on that disc, but although for whatever it's worth, I have actually paid more than that for Dwarf Fortress, because Zach and Tarn Adams have a Patreon and PayPal donations, and I sent them some money over Christmas, and also I give them $5 a month on Patreon, and I'm probably going to up that to 10 relatively soon. It's like money allows for that, and I have a little bit extra budget. Because frankly, they make a great game that I play a lot that is a large portion of what I do for a living. So I frankly should give them more than that, but you'll check it when you get back. Cheers. Looking forward to seeing the end of that story. Because if it's literally just like an install, like, because like Dwarf Fortress doesn't even need to install. Like it just runs off of any, like you literally download like a zip file and you just click run. Although one of the funniest things that I ever learned about Dwarf Fortress was actually at PAX 2019, the games convention back when those existed. And I got the chance to speak with Tarn there, which is actually how I ended up having him on my streams, because he was there talking about the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, and he did some panels and a couple talks, and and Zach was also there, so I got to meet both of them. But somebody in like just the crowd of people that were just kind of, because he was just standing on the floor just answering random people's questions and saying hi to people. Somebody asked him, it's like, what is the funniest, most consistent bug report you get for Dwarf Fortress? And he says to this day, he gets a couple times a month, somebody will send him an email saying Dwarf Fortress doesn't run with the game doesn't work. And they will include he'll ask like, what's the error? And they'll tell him what the error is, or like a screenshot of the error or something. And it's always just, they didn't have any format of WinZip, WinRAR, or any kind of like 7-zip, or any kind of like zipping software to decompress it. And they try to run it without uncompressing it, or they do, and instead of extracting it from the zip file, they try to run it from within the zip file, and it doesn't work. Those are the two most common repeated bug reports. Like, people don't know how to extract a zip file. Which is, to me, one of the funniest and also saddest things about the current era of computing is that there's actually a lot of people out there that don't know what a zip file is anymore. Hi, Clander, what up? Well, I mean, it's just like, you know, that interview with the Songs of Six developer. Like, he mentioned at one point, though, that, like, he didn't think to put a search function in because he simply organized everything in that game under folders. And he's like, folders is how that makes sense, which kind of is how Dwarf Fortress works, right? Like, these are sort of folders, right? You, like, select a folder and you go down, like, that working order. And he's just like, but young people all want to just search for a thing. Someone just got reelected. We reelected the same mayor. Also, humans have arrived to trade. I mean, to be fair, I would rather, like, just type in a search bar for the thing that I want quickly, rather than manually going through everything. I personally think, like, that's not just a convenience, that's just, like, logical. But it's funny that, like, he didn't think about that. How often are zip files used these days? I would say if you are doing anything on GitHub, if you're doing anything that is not like walled garden modern computing, and by walled garden modern computing, I mean like, you know, people who installed Zoom for the first time because of the pandemic and maybe just own a Windows 10 computer or like just a Mac. There's plenty of people out there currently that probably get by without ever actually using zip files. Like people who got their first computer in the last 10 years, let's say, or even in the last 5. Not only a generation problem, 15 years ago you had classmates of your age that didn't know zip. Okay. Well, there you go. I think it's like, it's a computer literacy problem. It's like, computers are complicated. And if you live in a family that maybe your family computer is an iMac from 10 years ago and you don't really use it, maybe you own a console. Like, I don't know. And that's where you play games if you play games. Like, I could absolutely see that. But also, you know, everything on the internet's an echo chamber, right? My chat room is an echo chamber. There's a certain kind of person who knows, like, I will generally just state that anybody who can find this stream is computer literate, right? My mom is not computer literate. My mom watches this stream. Bless her soul. Love you, Mom, if you're watching. She watches my stream. She lurks almost every day. And she's probably got a longer sub streak than you. My mom is currently sitting on tier 1 subscription for 53 months with Prime. She has an alarm that goes off that reminds her to click on the thing to resub. Has never figured out how to chat. Not once. She can't. I've shown her how to activate her account so that she can, like, I wrote her an email with very detailed instructions on how to verify your email so that she can chat. And she says it's too complicated. Like, literally, it's just because she never verified her account, and I require a verified email to talk in my chat. So you have to have, like, an account. Most people make an account. The first thing you do is verify your email. Like, that's the only people who don't do that are people who are making multiple spam accounts or have been banned from Twitch a couple times. The only people who aren't verifying emails are doing that. So she couldn't figure out how to verify her email. So I showed her how to resend the email and, like, do all of that. And she never did it. And, you know, I guess I theoretically could go over there and, like, sit down on the computer and do it. But, like, she's told me she doesn't really care all that much as well. But it's like, you can be computer literate without even realizing that you're computer literate. Kuga but Prinzor says, on behalf of a Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Like, even just saying the difference between a QuickTime audio file, WMA audio file, MP3, MP4, and, like, I don't know, FLAC files? like even just like the difference between file extensions, like Windows is trying to hide that more and more as time goes on. Also, like, maybe your only real exposure to audio on PC is iTunes and their walled garden. You wouldn't know anything about or now even less than that. Now it's Spotify. WAV kind of serves its own purpose. WAV was like a higher quality MP3, but also the files were way too big. Also OGG, and compressed audio files and all that. It's like all of, like, why, like, I guess if you're computer literate, when you get a new computer, the first thing you do is uninstall all the bloatware and install VLC Media Player. If you're not computer literate, well, actually, that's not true. The first thing I do is install my web browser. Then I uninstall all the bloatware. Then I install VLC Media Player, which I guess currently would be Brave. Previously was Chrome. Previously was Firefox. Previously would have been Opera, I think. And then previously it was Audacity. Now it's Dark Audacity because rip Audacity. I use Brave is the browser that I use. I like it because it's like Chrome, but fast, and it doesn't use a shit ton of memory. Brave annoys some people because it has a lot of cryptocurrency stuff built into it, but you can, like, disable all that stuff if it bothers you. I don't mind getting, like, some free Ethereum practically every month for using it, so. It's also, like, allegedly Brave's user base doubles in size, like, every 3 months or something. They're kind of going through ridiculous amounts of growth to the point where, like, there are articles popping up that it's, like, becoming a legitimate threat to other browser providers, which is kind of neat. I dislike a lot of things about Web 3.0, but I think that is a good use for blockchain. So Brave is the new Chrome. It's a Chromium browser, so technically, yeah. But no, because it's not owned by Google. You're saving all of these dwarf hair and bone amulets these goblins are giving you. You think it'd be dope to make a barbarian dwarf wearing all that bone stuff? I mean, if a dwarf likes it, they'll just put it on. You got a vault? Oh. Yeah, crafts and stuff like that, dwarves will just put it on. Like, let's find a random dwarf. See, this dwarf's got a hood, 2 shoes, a mitten, trousers, a cloak, an earring, a crown, carrying an iron pick, earring, silk vest, two silk socks, a pigtail dress, artifact mug, silver earring. Are you just carrying that mug? Huh. What is it on your person? I didn't realize they could equip artifact mugs. But this is also part of the interesting thing about using Brave, the web browser. I mean, that's kind of neat. It keeps track of every single cookie tracker and ad blocked. Although, admittedly, I have ads whitelisted on most sites, and you can do that on this browser. So most sites that I frequent, whoop, just blocked another one. I keep the ads unblocked. So these are mostly cookies and trackers. And this is over like a couple months of, or not a couple months, about a year of usage. But it does add up. Also, if you turn on Brave Rewards, you can donate basic attention token to me if you want. And then I turn it into Ethereum and hide it in my wallet. Which also is maybe the best name for a silly cryptocurrency on Earth. It's like one that's like supposed to replace a like retention and like the current way that the internet is funded. It's like your attention span is what's sold to people, and so calling it basic attention token is stupidly ironic to me. I will be completely honest. I've been focusing on one thing recently, and that's getting my work stuff done. And whenever I'm not working and not doing things that are related to work, I'm baked on my sofa because the weather's been terrible and I haven't been outside much, so I haven't been following. I know that they said something recently, but I haven't looked. I'll be completely honest. I kind of just get annoyed by Tesla on a good day and Elon Musk, so I just haven't paid much attention. To be completely honest. Also, I'm too busy, like, when I am reading news, just getting mad at NFTs. What's the cannabis laws like in Canada? It's legal. Period. You can have up to 3 plants. You can have up to 5 ounces. You can have up to 1 ounce on your person in public. Yeah. I can get it delivered to my house. Like literally, the way I order weed now is I go to a fucking Shopify site and I click checkout. Pay for it with PayPal. Like that's where weed's at in Canada. Although the home delivery thing is like based on region and city and province. So like I can do that where I live in this part of town, but like downtown I'd have to walk to a store. Yeah, I understand that, Animo. Although what's even better is like chat yesterday, or not yesterday, but a couple days ago, somebody in chat realized that Canada has legal illegal psychedelics. So, which is hilarious to me because it's something that's been like pretty well known for a while. Like mushrooms, for example, you can legally sell them in a store, purchase them, base a business around them, grow them, cultivate them, plant them, and consume them. You cannot legally pick them. That's the only, like, hold up on the entire thing. It's like every other aspect of the chain, fine. Just don't let anybody watch you pick it. Man, like all of these magic, like all you need is like a Roomba that just like picks mushrooms for you. Just somebody make a robot that just goes, shink! We forgot about that you pay to enlarge certain squares on that dartboard. That's not totally sure how that works, but yeah, Canada's a fun country like that. Selling my dirty laundry to humans. Oh, lobbying. Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, I did read the thing above it, Hyagondo. I just didn't like understand the reference. But yeah. No, like the only thing that's keeping me from like growing my own cannabis is I'd need to house them indoors in the winter, or I'd need a greenhouse for my porch, and my porch is pretty small and I live in an apartment. But the absolute last thing that's keeping me from doing that is I know for a fact that if I had a plant that was even remotely sizable on my porch, somebody would just fucking pick it up and walk away with it in the middle of the night. Like someone would steal it. I mean, I've had people already steal some of my kale. So, like, imagine if I put weed on my porch. I think keeping you from doing it is you live in an apartment too? Yeah. Dreams, one day I'll have a house. And as soon as did they smoke your kale? I don't know what the fuck they did with my kale, man. But somebody took the top of one of my kale plants. I was pissed. I have 8 kale plants on my porch and a bunch of lettuces and other things. Keeps you from doing it is Swedish law. I'm sorry. Sometimes I feel like I'm just bragging when it comes to cannabis laws around here, but not really my intention. As far as I'm concerned, anybody that doesn't have legal weed is practically a third world country at this point. It's like, what? What's wrong with you? You backwards ass officials that you keep electing? Come on. Everybody smokes weed. Sheesh. So yeah, you'd have to do it in a basement then, Animo. but I don't know. I actually just bought a volcano on the cheap off of a friend, so I can now make those giant bags of vapor. Because he had one that had just been sitting in his closet for forever, brand new, never opened, and I was like, I'll buy that off you. You want it? Absolutely, no question. We're talking about decriminalizing. Well, that's good. You know, politicians being a bunch of geezers that are denying that they do drugs and screaming at each other about back in my day is most countries' politicians. Meanwhile, Canada's the guy that legalized, just remember this, chat. The guy that legalized weed in Canada, like the guy that signed the bill, is a member of the 51st Legion, which is a global stormtrooper enactment society that own replica armor and go on marches in public. That's our prime minister. For whatever it's worth. You'd take that as a prime minister any day, yeah, and people kind of hate him these days, which I kind of squint at, but I don't want to get into Canadian politics too much. He looks quite a bit older now than he did when he first got elected. He's got a lot of gray hair. It's been a while, but. I wouldn't doubt it, Aqua. Wouldn't doubt it. I also, like, before pandemic times was in, this must have been like 2016, 2017, maybe 2018. I was in one of my local coffee shops and the prime minister was doing a talk at the university that's above the coffee shop. And he just fucking walked in, bought a coffee, and walked out without anybody really saying anything. There was like a few like, that Trudeau? Like people, that's about it. It's like the difference between Canada and like, let's just say our next door neighbors, the States. The way we treat politicians is like completely different. Like there wasn't a single visible security guard. There's probably somebody like following him, but like he just walked in and out. It's just kind of like, huh. I just remember because like that was at like the height of Trump being silly in public all the time. And just being and I just remember footage of like him getting out of like in a public space with like 8 dudes surrounding him, like walking down the side of the street, and then like Canadian guy just walks in. Huh. How armored the president's limo is? I haven't, but I can believe it. I've improved my music. Oh, Merle has gotten better with the precision of learning an instrument. That was satisfying. Fascinating. You thought of a dispensary? When I say so, as a Canadian, if I say coffee shop, I mean a place where you buy a fucking latte. If I say dispensary, I'm talking about weed. They're very separate things here. There is one coffee shop dispensary in Vancouver, which is also one of the oldest dispensaries in Vancouver. But I've never actually been in there. Although technically I think the dispensary is a secondary business. It's like attached. Has other defensive mechanisms that are way cooler than inches of steel. I mean, look at that door. Okay. That's a really thick door. You know, yeah, the American president's limo, definitely a thick thing. Like, that is a thick fucking vehicle. It's like the Batmobile. I've never seen that picture before. That's kind of whack, actually. I don't really want to just like have a picture of a previous American president on my stream, so I'm not gonna show it. But like, that's neat. It's a powerful door. Yeah, exactly. All craftsmanship would be of the highest quality if that was dwarven made. How you doing, DeGaff? Powerful, powerful dude. I want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride. Well, actually, I guess the better way to do this would be... There you go. The original branding of my Twitch channel was based off of Mr. Bones from Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. Rattling my bones! Yeah, fact. Frog. Fact. You're feeling 90% better? Fuck yeah, dude. That's good. Lots of fluids, I'm told. By people who've done that. Lots of fluids. You know, ironically, it took me 3 days to recover from my booster shot fully, DeGav. If you're on day 8 of quarantine, being sick, you're doing pretty good. It took me half as long to recover from my booster. Fun fact, the armor of the U.S. president is about equal to that of a German World War II troop transport. Huh. Interesting. I mean, I just do that anyways because I forget to hydrate all day. Animo Stranger, but... Also, thanks for the follows, by the way. I don't generally comment on followers because I like to think that people are like me and appreciate privacy when they follow channels, but cheers to those of you who followed today. I do see them. I just don't say anything. Water? Please. Black coffee. Like, more than 60% water. Holds up a thing of whiskey. Yep. Cheers, lads. Kimberly. Next week? Jeez, man. If I go like 17 hours without coffee, I can't handle the migraines. You know, it's funny. Out of all of the drugs that I've done in my life, coffee is by far the most addictive and has the most severe side effects if I don't drink it. Or caffeine, rather. Out of all of the drugs that I've taken in my life, that is the worst one. You know what I'd really like to see? I'd like to see a stunt driver try and flip the presidential limo. Like, you know all those videos on YouTube of, like, stunt drivers trying to, like, completely demolish road cars? Where they're just like, we're flipping over, like, a minivan just to show you how bad the center of mass in these things is. And it's, like, doesn't take any effort. I'd love to see somebody try and do that. I think that'd be really interesting to watch. And Darren, what up, dude? How's things? How's things? Like, I'd want to know what it would take to flip something of that density. You know? Visiting some foreign leader and it got stuck? Which president? As a Canadian, there are elements of American politics that I follow, specifically the ones that affect me, and then there's a lot of shit that I just completely ignore because it's completely fucking irrelevant to my existence. Something larger than an IED? I'd watch that. Although I would also watch the two folks over at the hydraulic press channel put it in a hydraulic press. Actually, that's the people they should give the limo to. They should just give it to those two lovely individuals over at the hydraulic press channel and see what they could do to the presidential limo. I just want to see somebody break that thing. What if it's designed to withstand a tornado? I mean, old versus new sledgehammer on the hydraulic press channel stunned you. That's you know what that reads like? That reads like the beginning of a clickbait article. Old versus new sledgehammer on the hydraulic press YouTube channel stunned me, and here's why. Film of Reagan's limo after Hinckley shot him. Oh, really? I've never seen that. Well, I mean, I've seen the footage, but I've seen the aftermath. It's just a fancy... the limo's just a fancy skin on a storm chaser's... I don't know about that. Please ignore if your bot hosts / unhosts you while you're messing with this if it gets spammy in chat. I mean, it doesn't even pop up in chat anymore. It pops up in a extra notification application I use because Twitch doesn't tell me about them anymore. So Twitch is trying to pretend that hosts don't exist and have been for, oh, you know, like a very long time now. So I might see it once out of the corner of my eye, but yeah, wouldn't be an issue even if it's constant. How many am I at? I mean, today was not your first time here, if that's what you're wondering. Hi, Gandu. The first time you were here was... I could tell you. 8/3/2021. And I ironically, you asked if I played Tibia back then, too. Yeah, chat logs out you. Does Twitch keep unfollowing streamers? I don't know. Maybe I said something mean to you and you were like, blah! For whatever it's worth, I'm scrolling through the chat log from back then, and at one point you did say, sorry, I'm drunk, so maybe you just never followed in the first place. You'll have the perfect comeback. Okay. That's like often the reason people don't stick around in my channel is because I have a tendency of being brutally sarcastic. But note, if I'm actually mad at you, you'll know. And it's because you won't be able to talk in my chat anymore because I've already banned you. So if you haven't been banned, you're probably okay. Also, thanks for the $1, Anonymous. And the little cutesy ghosty bits. Twitch has been twitchy in your web browser. I once I once accidentally unfollowed somebody in my pocket on Twitch mobile. I thought I turned my screen off, but I didn't, and somehow I managed to like bump buttons and unfollow somebody in my pocket. At least that's the only thing I can come to, because like I wasn't following him when I pulled the phone back out of my pocket. I was like, what? Xeandor, a bunch of elves with freaking unicorns and war grizzlies rolled by, and they proceeded to indiscriminately slaughter all of your grazers. Lovely. That were just minding their own business. I thought elves were supposed to be friends to nature. That's your nature. You've enslaved that nature. They are freeing those souls back into the rotation of the proper universe outside of the slavery of the, I don't know, I'm making this up as I go. Outside of the slavery of domestication that you have put them in. Yeah, elves do that. Call that an anonymous beerer. An anonymous beerer. Who's the barbarians? You're the ones enslaving those poor animals to be slaughtered. Like I said, they're simply freeing them. I mean, AI-wise, friendly animals are part of your faction. Enemy faction will slaughter anything that's part of your faction. Although, fun fact about elves, they will only fight until they run out of arrows. They retreat when they run out of arrows, which I think is hilarious. I learned that relatively recently. Also, if they get, if their stealth gets discovered prematurely, there's a really high chance that they will just run away, which is also kind of hilarious. I don't know. It's very rare that I actually dislike anybody. I Gandu. It is very rare that I actually dislike anybody. I think I've gotten better at being diplomatic as of late. Like, I think the most recent example of me being kind of an ass to somebody was I was streaming Songs of Six, and this person was just like, if you're visually impaired, how do you see what's going on the screen? Which, to me, the answer is because I'm visually impaired and not totally blind. And then I retorted with, you could figure that out if you used your brain for a second. And they were like, wow, you're so rude. Goodbye. I'm like, well, what? It's literally the definition of visual impairment. It's like, otherwise it would be like complete blindness, which is not the problem that I have. I'm visually impaired, legally blind. Two different things. Two things that are both not total blackout blackness. There is a few things that I will get offended by. But it's either like something that you have to do intentionally or be an absolute, complete, and fucking senseless moron pig. So, yeah. Generally, like, people are fine, yeah. Pretty hard to upset me. If people question my eyesight, I will get pissed. Unless it comes from, like, a place of, like, curiosity, which is generally fine. But if people are like, dude's lying. Fuck you. Like, flat, that's the way to piss me off. You have to be easily offensive to get him? Also, hi, King, by the way. I didn't say hi to you when you popped in. I hope you're doing well. Hope the year 2022 has been treating you better than previous years have treated most people. And then your Baron mandated short swords again. Hey, at least you're well armed. Like, I'm sure you've got some pretty good weaponsmiths by this point. And another way to get banned in this chat really easily is if you make either a sexist, homophobic, transphobic, or handicapped related slur and then try and justify it. That's a really good way to get banned in this chat. No exceptions. Basically being a bigot and trying to justify it. Be accepting and be kind or go away, basically. Like, I just don't want you here. If you can't have, like, basic respect for other people. Ooh, which ones, Haigandu? Does not mean one cannot use a computer. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's funny because, like, I say that I hate MMOs. I enjoy MUDs. I don't like modern MMOs, but I do enjoy MUDs. Text-based MMO. Speaking of which, I should play more Bat-MUD off stream. There is, however, one class that exempt from that rule, fucking Kias. Yeah, you can be as bigoted against Kias as you want. Those stupid fucking parrots have no reason to exist. The other is an RPG called Realms of Thorgor. Huh. I'm gonna look that up. That last one. Curious. Speaking of weird games for blind people, this is a game that I need to stream at some point, which actually I picked up over the Steam sale. I believe that, yeah. Speaking of, I need to see my eye doctor because my eyes have been kind of shitty as of late. Huh. Well, I'd be curious to hear about it when it gets released. Text-based games are all intrigue me. I mean, the only one that I really play actively right now would be this. Which is entirely playable in text-to-speech. And has probably one of the coolest developers on Earth outside of, like, maybe Tarn Adams. He's just a really nice dude who communicates with his community a lot. I'm not sure what that means, Haigandu. Looks like the picture on my Steam. Oh, and in the game? What, this? I mean, can have a look at that game. I mean, it randomly generates faces, so I mean, that's a possibility. But certainly not something I'm familiar with. Picture next to the text window? You mean this? It's literally my emote. I mean, no, because it's based on this guy. It's literally based on this dude from Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. This guy. Also, somebody's fucking selling this shit on Redbubble. Man, that's slightly disturbing. Anyway. Because this channel kind of got its first legs back in the day, streaming custom Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 scenarios, and then eventually Open Roller Coaster Tycoon. Everyone post your stupid skulls. I mean, it is the OG. It is the first emote we had. I don't know how many people we have here right now that would do that, but chat post skulls, quick. What was I doing? I was doing something, and then I got really thrown off by that. I'm digging. That's what I'm doing. I mean, the fun never ends. I know that much. Thanks for the 50 cents, Nix. Taking that number 3 spot. Also hope you're doing well today. Now that you've broken Lurk, I can say hi. Make 50 more iron bins. Unicorns. Animal. It's the main animal that we have. We have unicorns and cattle. Sometimes goats. We also have peacocks we're using for eggs. Speaking of, I should probably actually lock that door for a bit so that they can make some babies. Actually, no, even easier. They just laid a bunch of eggs. I was using a Forgotten Beast to farm silk, but it stopped being practical after a while. It just kind of got more annoying and tedious after a bit, and we get plenty of silk just naturally. Put on a superior item. I am content. I feel that way sometimes. That's how I feel when I put on my nice jacket. It's like I have 3 jackets. I have like casual, not super cold weather jacket, super cold weather jacket that makes me look homeless, and then a nice jacket, which is not great in super cold weather. That's how I feel when I put on nice jacket. And the game is saving. We are moving into a new season. I was gonna say FG. You mean like FG squared? Like my teammate? What? No. Disagree. No Moria is DF light. Odd Realm is DF light. Towns is DF extremely light. RimWorld is a game that takes a few ideas and concepts from Dwarf Fortress and implements them terribly and then makes a completely different game around them, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's very, very, very different Dwarf Fortress in implementation and almost everything. No, I wouldn't even say that, Anonymo. RimWorld to Dwarf Fortress is like Project Zomboid to Cataclysm, is less than that. RimWorld to Dwarf Fortress is like Rust to Cataclysm. You have a Goodwill jacket and a Goodwill bomber jacket and a trench coat, all nice but ridiculous in the wrong place. Yeah, that's fair. Never played Cataclysm? Cataclysm is like the most absurd post-apocalypse zombie survival sandbox in existence. And I'm playing Project Zomboid on Thursday. Although, like I said earlier, I'm terrible at it, so I'm going to die a lot. I don't really like, as I've said earlier today, I don't really like open world survival crafty games. I find them not particularly enjoyable to play. Absurd how? Chat, name one thing about Cataclysm that's absurd. I mean, that's just being Canadian. Okay. I just that's not where I was expecting you to go with that. But okay. I mean, did not make it through a single night. I've made it through more than that. But I don't enjoy playing that type of game, so. Stone, we've got a donation. Where are you at? Are you here? Stone, are we present? Or do I need to screenshot things? Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is like as obtuse, if not more obtuse, than Dwarf Fortress in a lot of ways. And it's like, it's a top-down turn-based survival crafting post-apocalypse survival game. I said survival twice. Top-down survival craft post-apocalypse game with permadeath. That's brutally difficult with a big learning curve and it's like mean. And yes, also the crafting system is, I would say, intentionally very overwhelming, but everything about that game is very overwhelming. It's good, not for me. If I'm going to play a game like that, I'd rather play something with a bit more structure. So if I'm going to play a turn-based open world game, I'm going to play like, well, Caves of Cud is kind of my go-to. So. And I love Caves of Cud. That game is phenomenal. Yeah, I mean, I'm fascinated by the existence of CDDA. I have no interest in playing it. There's the... Oh, you're carrying an altar. Look at that. Eee! Means altar. But yeah, I think I'm gonna stand by that example though. I think I stand by that example that I gave earlier of used wearing old clothing. Ooh, you're like suddenly very lonely. You know what, Cucumber? Give you a job. You're gonna go be a tavern keeper. Currently only have one. And you clearly don't like what you're doing right now, and you really want to be social, so also going to remove you from hauling and construction. You can do removal, though. We'll see you later, Anonymous. Okay, I'm going to stand by that example of comparing RimWorld to Dwarf Fortress is like comparing Rust to CDDA. Like, both interesting and deep games, but in completely different ways. Walking slowly is where they are. They're there. But there's three main reasons why I do not compare RimWorld to Dwarf Fortress anymore at all. Reason number one, RimWorld gives you direct control over your characters at all times and direct control over specifically what they're doing. Dwarf Fortress doesn't do that. Second thing is the world isn't even remotely persistent or interesting in any way in RimWorld. It's just a bunch of randomly generated spots with no actual activity. The world is dead and doesn't do anything without your input. And the third reason I don't really compare the two is RimWorld actively goes out of its way to kill you and is more of an optimization-based defense game. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is a clockwork world that is generated, that is persistent, that doesn't give a shit about your existence, and will just accidentally squish you without thinking about it. And lastly, the reason I describe RimWorld as a not very good character generator, looks like we had chicks, is if you listen to interviews that the dev Tynan has given in the past, he has stated on the record that he failed with designing RimWorld because people don't play it as a story generator primarily. They play it as a maximum difficulty, crank it up to 1,000%, score attack, min-maxy game. Looking at characters as statistics and not as characters. Whereas if you play Dwarf Fortress that way, you can, but you will have less enjoyment than if you still do that, but also slow down enough just to get to know your characters a little bit and read some history. Yeah, absolutely. That could, absolutely. No, absolutely. Which is why I say RimWorld is an excellent base building survival game, but it's not anything like Dwarf Fortress. Oh, that's a lot of hours. Nix, don't choke yourself. Well, just realize that that is the worst aspect of that game, right? Like, in comparison to the games that it's trying to imitate, Nix, that is the least successful part of RimWorld. Like, RimWorld is a great game. Like, I'm not knocking RimWorld. It is a very, very, very good game. Like, it's highly regarded for a reason. It just doesn't succeed in everything that the developer intended it to be. No, totally. Like, and I understand that. And I'm not trying to take that away from you, Nix. Like, you can have that. RimWorld can be your favorite game. But that combination is what soured me on the game as time went on, as I played it. Which is why, like, I, like, won't ever play that game again, I don't think. The final, like, nail in the coffin for RimWorld for me, though, wasn't, like, the way the game's designed, but the final nail in the coffin for RimWorld for me was the developer on the Kickstarter promised that there would never be any paid DLC, and also that the game would never go on sale. There's now 2 paid DLCs, which cost more than the game did originally each, and the game's been on sale. That's just... Come on. And, like, make money. Like, do what you gotta do. Pay your bills. Pay employees. That game sold 3 million copies. Like, $3 million copies at $25. Yes, Steam takes 30%. Do the math. And there was also some drama a couple of times with him not paying people. There was some drama, which he did end up, and also cutting people out of the credits that quit the team. All of that was very hush-hush and never really got a big ordeal. But there's just like, no, I said 3 million copies, not 25 million, 3 million. That's like Minecraft numbers. So like, I've heard some stuff about that. Like there was some earlier contributors who helped with a few small things that never got credited, and like, that, and like the reason the Kickstarter for that game succeeded largely was because of, or not the reason it succeeded, but the early marketing for that Kickstarter and the existence of that game was the Bay 12 forums. Oh, sorry. Yeah. It was 3 million, not 25 million. But also the game is more than that now, and large numbers of the sales came out after that calculator. 25. Oh, yeah. No, you are correct. Yeah. It's about 52 million approximately. And then also you have to, remove taxes. So the game has sold approximately 3 million copies. The game started at $15 on the website, went up to 20, 25 when it released on Steam, sat at 25 throughout early access, sold 1 million copies in early access, and since has sold another 2 million since release, plus has 2 paid DLCs. And they have what, like 6 employees now? It's like 6 people? You're doing okay. You don't need to charge for your DLC. Come on. But yeah, that's kind of the reason I stopped playing RimWorld personally. There's just enough things about this game that bother me, and enough things about the history of this game that bother me, that I'm like, I can't do it anymore. Now, these days, my only real interactions with RimWorld as a game is once a year I assist my teammate Sui organizing the Hot Potato Charity Marathon, because that is a wonderful event. She does a ton of fucking work on that thing, and, a lot of fucking money raised for charity. So, and also, remember that that's a game that was largely marketed off of the "It's like Dwarf Fortress" tagline. Initially. They've stepped back from that. They still credit Dwarf Fortress in a few places as initial inspirations, but that was the selling point for it originally, was at like a peak in Dwarf Fortress's mythical existence, and RimWorld popping up at the right time. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a really good example of that, Haigandu, is Caves of Cud, right? Caves of Cud has sold a decent number of copies. I think they have 4 employees. I don't know if they're all full-time, and I think 6 including contributors. But they also have a Patreon, and they are planning to have like unique things locked behind their Patreon eventually, which they've been super open about. And they've also talked about maybe doing like quest packs after launch, but which they'd sell for a couple bucks. But no, absolutely, it is bloody nuts. My uncle was impressed. Not the anti-vaxxer weird uncle, the awesome uncle who's a school teacher who I like a lot. But I mean, it works for some things. It doesn't work for everything, right? Like an example of that, I'm going to step away from Dwarf Fortress for a split second here and jump over to Odd Realm. Like Odd Realm is a very cheap game on Steam. This game. Oh, hey, he's actually got 15 recent reviews. That's good. Got some sales recently. Maybe because of the Steam sales? Probably because of the Steam sales. Anyway, Odd Realm is a game that's like Dwarf Fortress. Currently, I would say that the game has about 30 hours of content. 30, 40 hours of content before you start seeing a lot of repeats. It's got 2 playable races. It's getting a 3rd one pretty soon. It's got a lot of variety in where you can settle and things that you can do. It's got great music. It's got pretty visuals. Some people think that like it uses too few pixels for its visuals, so it's hard to see. And that's a valid argument, honestly. But I don't have too much trouble with it as long as I zoom in all the way. I think it's cute looking. It's fun to play. It's got a lot of neat ideas. It's in early access, and it's super cheap. The reason it's super cheap is because the dev wants you to support him on Patreon. I think he makes like $60 on Patreon. I hope that game survives. Nil Tongues Dumut says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Quest you have our merchants. Cheese, probably. Oh, getting it for a couple months now? I mean, it's cheap. it's like $11 Canadian, which is like, I've spent more than that on lunch before. I mean, it's limited, but the way I describe Odd Realm is actually really simple. If Dwarf Fortress was Minecraft, Odd Realm would be Terraria. If that makes any sense. Like, it's very progression focused in the future planning. It's very much a game about playing multiple places in one world and learning the lore that the creator has written for the world and the weird characters that could populate the underground in the world that you've built. And written characters that run factions. Which is, like, a really neat way of doing things. Thanks for the dollar, stupid. Sorry, Nix. No longer number 3. Most of the games you get are around that price range. You just don't have money of your own currently. No, I get you. I get you. I mean, and there's also definitely like $10 games that you could get more time out of right now. You know? There's absolutely games that you could get more time out of than Odd Realm. That's just my example of like a game that's cheap because the developer wants you to support the crowdfunding options, right? Twitch Ups, what's up? Good to see you. Versus like the polar opposite situation as well. 'Cause Jupiter Hell, which is a little bit expensive. This game. It's a little bit expensive. It's 28 Canadian. It's like 25 bucks US. It's a little bit expensive for this type of game, for this style of game, for a game with visuals like this. But it's expensive for a reason. And I understand why it's expensive, and I respect the fact that it's a little bit expensive. It's a little bit expensive because that's what they charge the Kickstarter backers for a copy of the game. It's a little bit expensive because it is a decade-long development. And it's a little bit expensive because it's written in its own custom engine. And it cost them a lot of money and took them a lot of time to make that engine. And also, if it's a game for you, the cost isn't a concern because you know that you'll get hundreds of hours out of that game. I would recommend, if you're going to get it, Nix, wait until the next patch. The next major patch for Odd Realm is going to add a lot of stuff. It's been in like the beta branch for like since October, I think. So we're like on like what, month 4 of him bug whacking in there, but that actually how long it's been? October, November, December, January. 3 months. For what you get. I've seen people respond to Jupiter Hell in a very negative fashion, Aqua. Because they get stuck in the first area of Jupiter Hell, never make it past the first area, never see any of the really cool shit, never realize the amount of depth that the game has, very rarely get to the level where the leveling system gets cool, or never figure out how to assign their perks correctly so that the leveling system gets cool, miss the strategy entirely because they're playing on easy and hate it. Right? But if you know what you're getting into with that type of game, even remotely, it's awesome. Yeah, but value of money varies dramatically from person to person, right, Twitch ups? You know, like me right now, I can drop $30 on a game if I need to, regardless of tax deduction, right? Me in 2015, the difference between $30 was whether or not I'd buy groceries that week, or if me and my ex would just live off of plain pasta, or pasta and pasta sauce from cans that week. So money means a lot to different people in different situations. And like I can absolutely understand when people are like, game's expensive. But then in the Jupiter Hell situation, which I think is funny, the dev gets mad when pirates on the Pirate Bay get behind on updating cracked versions of it. He's like, the patch came out 3 weeks ago and they haven't updated it yet. And I think that's really funny. Because I'm going to throw around my wares cred for a second here and say, there's a specific person who identifies as a member of Skid Row who likes to throw up copies of Jupiter Hell specifically, who apparently was a Kickstarter backer, which I think's really funny. Exactly, yeah, lazy-ass pirates. Big said you have all the packs for The Sims 4 and it's 500 plus hours. Yeah, I mean, that's a game that you put time into and it's worth it for you, right? You know, like... There's a reason why Neil, a friend of mine, has tens of thousands of hours in Train Simulator. It's because he likes Train Simulator and he spends money on Train Simulator. He's that person. Yeah, absolutely. And usually you enjoy a lot of the games that you buy. Yeah. Also, like, you know, if you go into a purchase with some semblance of like notion of what you're buying and expectation, like you're less likely to just be disappointed. You go to living off of potatoes and bread, and now you can afford games you want. Yeah. You still rarely buy games because you intend to get every cent worth of what you want. You buy a game as long as it's not. And yeah. I mean, that's more or less why I've kind of taken the stance as a streamer recently that, like, I'm not here to sell you games. Unless somebody is actively paying for stream time, in which case, then I'm there to tell you to buy the game because they paid me to tell you to buy the game, which is admittedly kind of rare. I only really do sponsored streams if they fit. And even then, I only, like, will take them if it's something I would have played anyway and was looking to play. Or I try to do it that way anyway. It's very rare that I take sponsored time for games, even though I get offered them not as frequently as of late, but frequently enough. And it's like, I'm not here to sell you video games. I'm just here to play games that I like and entertain you. And if you happen to buy a game because of me that you enjoy, then that's a bonus for you. Yeah, EDF was a unique situation. I'll put it that way. I hate spending money on EDF games because those games are so fucking cheaply made. But, like, playing EDF is a lot of fun. I have to wait for a very deep sale to pick up EDF. Like, I bought 4.1 for like $4, and that was a good price to spend on EDF. Twitch was like, hey, it's Christmas Eve. Do you want a bounty to play EDF 5? And I was like, you know what? It's the night before Christmas, and I want to shoot some bugs. So let's exterminate the Xenos. Go. I do not recommend buying any EDF game or any DLC for any EDF game unless it's at least 70% discounted. Like, that's my recommendation for EDF. EDF is a guilty pleasure that I play 5 years after the game came out because that's when it's finally cheap enough for me to justify putting money into it. But, like, recently I've had a lot of people ask me what I think of Songs of Six and if they should buy it. And I say, that game's very good. Yes, you should buy it, because it's a very good game. Has some quirks, but it's very good. But I like games with quirks. That's what makes them fun. Perfect games are... Unless it's Tetris Effect. Oh, because that's a perfect game. It says slowly moved up your wish list. Songs of Six has slowly moved up priority space in my brain of games that I want to return to. My initial impression of Songs of Six was so overwhelmingly negative that, like, well, not overwhelmingly negative, but so extremely negative because of technical problems. But Dev fixed all of them. What's even better was when I was talking to him, he, like, I asked him about that. He's like, yeah, I never totally figured out why it was crashing OBS, but he says that OBS pushed a patch that seemed to fix it on their end. So he never actually fixed the thing that was making OBS break, but installed OBS himself and, like, messed around with it and couldn't figure it out. And then OBS, and, like, he was having the same issue, and then OBS pushed a patch that fixed it. So he was just like, eh, whatever, no. Which I think is kind of amazing, actually. Because, like, the first time I tried streaming Songs of Six, I had this issue where it would make OBS disconnect. What do I do for a living? I stream video games on the internet. And I make YouTube videos. That's what I do for a living. This is my job. Before I did this, I worked at gas station. I worked night shift at McDonald's. I work in a factory. I was a kayaking coach for a summer. That was a great job, actually. I literally just got to sit in a speedboat and drive around in circles while my older sister did all the actual coaching. I had a speedboat license. What other jobs have I had? I work extremely part-time for my parents right now, but that's more just my mom paying me to come over and have dinner sometimes. I had odd part-time gigs, but streaming has been my full-time gig since end of 2018, and it's been the primary source of my income since 2016. because I cut my hours back at my last job in 2016 down to like 3 days a week, and by 2017 it was 2 days a week. Reason? Not sure. For some reason it got static really fast. I can see where you're coming from with that, Diamond. But I think that I have an answer for why that is. And it's the big blue warning on the Steam page stating that it's early access. There's a lot of elements of that game that are almost Dwarf Fortress-y in the half completed, partially implemented, will fix later. And yeah, I agree. I mean, like I said, it's got some quirks. It's certainly not a finished game. But for an unfinished game, it's very good. In my opinion. Like, remember, like, Songs of Six is a game that's planned to have a full story-driven campaign with scenarios. Like, also the combat is super clunky and unfinished. Like, only, he said about 2/3 of the city building systems are implemented and none of them have been balanced yet. Like, but anyway, do I enjoy streaming? I wouldn't do it if I didn't enjoy it. There's obviously elements of every job that can suck, and there's elements of streaming that sucks. It's not the most stable income-wise. It certainly has problems. I've always thought that streamers can get the movie critic syndrome, burning out or ending up with a really high-quality bar. Also, I see Aquafumbot. That's a good name, by the way. I think, yeah, that can happen. I think what's more dangerous than the movie critic syndrome, though, is the I'm sponsored to play everything syndrome, so I lose sense of what's good and what's bad and more just gain a sense of what paid me recently. Hey!
Here, something for your work.
Thanks for the Amazon monies. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the 3rd month from Coach Monster? It's good to see you, by the way. Hope you're doing well. But I've missed some things. My favorite job was shoveling snow off of rooftops in Sweden. The pay was insane. You worked 2 to 4 months per year, and it set you up for a year and a half for your financial needs. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, my favorite job. I mean, I would be lying if I said anything else. My favorite job that I ever had wasn't streaming. My favorite job that I ever had was that kayak coach job. And the reason being a kayaking coach was my favorite job is because literally all I had to do was drive a speedboat around a lake and follow some kayakers. Like, I literally got paid, it was like $21 an hour to drive a speedboat around in like 2009 would have been. And that, for reference, that was back when the minimum wage here was $9. So I was getting paid like a double and a bit minimum wage to drive a speedboat as like a teenager. That was amazing. Best job ever. Like, and also it was like 2 days a week, and it was like for 3 months of the year. So it was like enough for me to sneak out and buy weed and buy a video game. It was great. Yeah, like I would do that like now. Like if they gave me that opportunity again, I would absolutely do it. Fuck yeah, like just getting paid to get a tan for 6 hours? Absolutely. Who doesn't want to do that? That's awesome. Also, even better, it was a lake that was the only boat that was allowed to be on the lake. It was a no speedboats lake, so that was the only speedboat on the lake. It was so fun. It was great. I got to just be that asshole. And then obviously when people fell into the water, I had to pull them out of the water, but there was more bits to the job than just, you know, driving a speedboat. All right, we need to butcher some of these because I ended up with more baby peacocks than I expected. slaughtering most of the males. But yeah, you have a good night, Diamond. But Diamond, my advice to you when it comes to Songs of Six, like any early access game, if it becomes stale, take a break. Just take a break. Because early access games, in my experience, have a tendency to do that. But also, building back on what I was talking about previously, I think what's worse than developing a sense of either unrealistic expectations for games or like the kind of the TV critic problem. I think it's less that's a problem. Like, yeah, that can become a problem. Like, you know, people stating, like, games critics and streamers talking about how, like, Far Cry, the newest one, is bland and boring and big and empty. It's still one of the best-selling games of last year, right? It's like, yes, it's bland, boring, big, and empty, but people buy it because it's well-marketed and it's good enough that people like it, right? And if you only buy 1 or 2 games a year, that could be your open-world shooty thing for the year, and it's fine, right? It's fine. I think that games like that are dull as dishwasher and fucking uninteresting. But people like them, and people buy them. So I don't think it's necessarily a problem to have high expectations or high requirements. What I think is a problem is when your focus is sponsored content and you act like a critic. Like, there are some streamers I know out there where basically everything that they do is sponsored, and then they're recommending games to people without disclosing that they got paid previously. That's a problem that people need to work through. Because there's a lot of biases and a lot of issues surrounding that. You know, like, if I've paid for a game, I feel okay recommending it. If I've been given a key for a game, I feel iffy recommending it. If I've been paid to play a game, I will state that I can't recommend it because I've been paid to play it, right? Like, if somebody asks me, it's like, should you play Ultimate ADOM Caverns of Chaos? My response, probably not, because that game's very bad. Also, I've been paid to play that game, so I couldn't give you an actual recommendation anyway, but don't buy it, it's bad. Like, that's where that's at, right? Or like, should you play Crown Trick? I don't know. I got paid to play it once. Not a fan of the meta progression, but I got paid to play it once. Couldn't tell you. It's up to you. All right. We got lots of jobs working on. Oh, we got a mandate. Depends on the question, Haigandu. I reserve the right to not answer it. Two, I'm making 3. Well, I've never seen what normal people see, so keep that in mind. But if you want to get an approximation of what I see, put your hand over here. Put your hand over your right eye like this, because this eye don't worky at all. I can see a little bit of light out of the corner of it, but it's useless. So cover this eye, right? Then take your hand and do this over the other eye, okay? Then keep this eye closed. Take this finger, close this eye, and poke your eye really, really hard. Right? Get all those nice big spots that you see. Then open your eye up. That's approximately what I see. Severe tunnel vision, floating blind spots, very little peripheral, no vision. That's what I see. As I say in the one Slipknot song, I push my fingers into my eyes. I didn't want to, like, actually shout, but... It's the only thing that's a good song. Gonna get it. I mean, poker face? Chocobo? You feel like you do this twice a month sometimes? I think you did that
I
like...
feel like it does this twice a month sometimes.
I feel like you resubbed a couple of days ago, Clino. Because I saw the hat appear next to your name, but I don't recall you using the notification. So when you pay to re-up a sub, you have to refresh the stream to get the notification. So if you just didn't refresh the stream that time, if this is your first time back since that time, that makes perfect sense. I mean, I listen to way too much fucking Slipknot, that's why. It's also, like, especially good because I couldn't actually remember any of the lyrics, so I was just, like, making Slipknot sounds instead of, like, actually saying the lyrics because I actually can't remember the lyrics to that song. Which is bad because I listened to that song this morning. Shows how much I was paying attention. I just had it on Spotify in my earbuds while I was making breakfast. I needed to wake up, so I was like, all right, Slipknot, go. Wake me up. But isn't like, you know, wake me up inside. Wake me up inside. Save me. I heard that in my grocery store during the pandemic, and I almost burst out laughing. Because they were on like a mid-2000s meme playlist, which was very funny. I don't know who put on the music in there that day, but like I walked in and the first thing I heard was Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up. And the second song that came on was Wake Me Up by Evanescence. I was just like, what is happening? You have to turn off reoccurring subs. It gets stupid. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, whenever you resub, just refresh the stream and you'll get the notification right away. Or if you have a specific plugin, /refresh in chat. That usually does it. But also, thank you for keeping that sub alive for another month. Mastani, what's up? What were you playing today? Hello, McYagi. Bunch of squirrels? Someone call Squirrel Girl. We need someone to herd all these squirrels. You know, actually, you know how I was talking like smack about Marvel movies earlier? I would go see a Squirrel Girl movie. If they made a Squirrel Girl movie, I would go see Squirrel Girl. Europa Universalis 4. Ooh. Did fun things happen? Hey, Nemo. What up? It's me. Yeah. And thanks for gifting a sub to Mastani. Fire stupid. I don't even know what you mean by that, Igandu. So, Chocobo, I can tell you what that is. Do you remember that time Ninja gave his phone number out to all of his fans? It's not a real phone number. It never is. It's a marketing company. And they give you a fake phone number, and you give your phone number to your fans, and they text you, and then it false responds. It's not a real phone number. Never is. Yeah, I don't play many shooters, period. In order for that type train, it needs to be anonymous. I think Irish stupid, because... Yeah. How's the colony going? Well, it's a fortress, for one thing. Don't belittle my dwarves and by calling it a colony. It's going well. I mean, we're on year 361. I mean, I've been playing the same fort since August 2020. So we've been here a while. It's going. We have 30 official citizens and 51 total. Considering we haven't had a migrant wave in like 200 years, it's pretty good. Your EU4 language spilling over? I assume that was RimWorld language, but yeah. It's a fortress. Pretty big fortress. Also, like, I've missed some things in chat, apparently. But yeah, no, like, here's my phone number, text me is often a marketing exploit. TLDR, don't ever text those numbers. You were colonizing with Japan? Ah, so being Japan, gotcha. So you had colonies and sometimes you checked on them? Oh, fair enough, yeah. Fair enough. I mean, in Dwarf Fortress, a colony or like a small side thing would be a helix. Like a collection of things. But we are cleaning up garbage. And by cleaning up garbage, I mean turning that pile of boulders in the middle of the screen into crafts so I can give them away, because I kind of hollowed out this massive thing and I have all of these boulders to get rid of. Otherwise, they're just going to sit down here for all eternity. So I want to get rid of them. Nope. Squirrel Girl is a real Marvel superhero. She was created as a joke, in a similar vein to Deadpool, and her whole existence is she throws squirrels at things and can mind control squirrels. So it was the only reason I installed that. What the fuck was the name of that game? Marvel Action RPG. Kind of Diablo-esque. Shut down. Not recently, but shut down a couple years ago. What was the name of that game? Well, yeah, I mean, DC tends to just carbon copy good things. Oops. Can't remember. Anyway, I installed that game just so I could play Squirrel Girl, and her abilities were amazing because it was, first ability was called Squirrels, second ability was called More Squirrels, third ability was called Even More Squirrels, and then the last ability that you could get was the rest of the squirrels. It's just like squirrels, more squirrels, even more squirrels, even more squirrels. Throw more Marvel Heroes. That was it. Yeah. Marvel Heroes. That game wasn't very memorable. Yeah, it had some pretty good like context sensitive text too. We're mostly caught in people attacking us and failing in the defensive wars too, and they're told in manpower and our economy, and there was a lot of recovery to do. Well, I mean, such is the way of colonizing. You have a good night, Coach Monster. Cheers. You got your COVID booster yesterday and you feel like you hit the gym for 24 hours straight. I feel you. I got my booster on the 6th and I didn't get out of bed until the 8th. So, yeah, no, I feel you. Hang in there. The side effects can be rough. But yeah, no, I would absolutely watch a Squirrel Girl movie just because I feel like Squirrel Girl and Ant-Man would make a good duo. The really little guy and then squirrels. Just starts to get sore. Yeah. For me, it was I had a fever, sore, like body aches, fatigue, and a migraine. That was my side effects. Wasn't particularly nauseous. Like the second jab. Second jab made me nauseous, but clothes just fall off. Someone said they feel shame. Kolsat says, I got into an argument with Errol and I take offense. Sounds like Twitter. I ate in a dining room. This is blissful. This is actually just Dwarf Fortress Twitter. Knowles feels so good. Arch made a figurine. Nano Chip says, I want to slow down and take it easy for a while. It's frustrating. Am I like overworking you guys? Maybe I need to give them a break. Early winter? Enjoy enjoy being wifey before hubby gets home. Next. I had to like question as to whether or not I wanted to say that, but I'll make something tasty. And also tell him Blind says hi. I mean, Stone, if you're in the chat right now, I have a question. Do you understand the reference that Hobo just made on the Discord at all? Because you made an alien farm, and Hobo asks if it has ants. An alien farm, a farm with aliens. But what about if they were also ants? And they wrote slightly catchy pop song covers. And probably the best cover of Smooth Criminal ever. And apparently we're like here recently on tour, which hurts my brain. Because they still tour, apparently. There's a band called Alien Ant Farm. Would they be aliens then? No, that would be giving them too much credit. Although, to me, the first thing that pops into my brain when I think about Alien Ant Farm is good memories from childhood because of that movie franchise. American Pie. Good memories. Haven't heard that name for a while. Yeah. Alien Ant Farm and Saliva are the two bands from that era that once every 8 months I'm like, they still exist? And then I realized that they both actively put out albums and both actively tour together. And it's like, huh. For anybody who doesn't know who Saliva is, they're that band that wrote that one song called Click, Click. Oh, the other one is Drowning Pool. That's the third one. But Click, Click, Boom was their one hit. I wouldn't call it a wonder, but it was a hit, and there was only one of them. For Saliva. They're the band that like, it's literally just click, click, boom is the chorus. It's not very good, but every now and again I remind myself, that was a band I listened to, unironically. I am ashamed of my past. And then I move on with my day. The other one that I sometimes look up is Drowning Pool, which are the Let the Bodies Hit the Floor people. Which was, you know, All Rise for the YouTube national anthem, up there with, oh right, then 009 sound system exists, and then the world ends because I'm in that part of Spotify again. All I'll say is that if you're one of those people who remembers the song Dreamscape, and it brings back, like, shivery memories, then you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, then, well, then spare yourself the pain. Or Marvel is just like a comics and film franchise where she was an unemployed superfan, and her superpowers are knowledge of everyone's secrets and manipulation of comic textbooks and frames. Huh. And plot armor? Interesting. get very emotional with music. I'm just gonna post a link in the chat. This was one of the most commonly used songs in YouTube videos. At like for a certain era of YouTube ever. Like it was like the most overplayed song on YouTube because it was part of YouTube's like permitted music thing where you could monetize videos with it. And it was just like #1 in the techno thing and #1 in the trance thing because the band's name is 009 Sound System, so they popped up first. And it was Dreamscape, and then there was a second song. That was the first one. So it was the most, just because of the name, was the most alphabetically commonly clicked on YouTube videos. So whenever you jump on any low budget, like low effort YouTube video, that was the first thing you'd hear. So that's a part of the internet that I fall into every now and again. Also, Clino, I do agree. That sounds like an interesting film idea. But I'm so fucking sick and tired of superheroes. It would be very hard to make me watch that. Those are different times. Yeah, it was like there was like 3 moods that people had. Dark and edgy, they would use Let the Bodies Hit the Floor, which was another song that was in the YouTube permitted music thing. Dark and edgy and not metal, they would use the Requiem for a Dream theme, which was not in that. And the third one was upbeat and happy, which was 009 Sound System. Like every single fucking computer-related tutorial on YouTube for a couple of years used 009 Sound System because nobody wanted to do silent videos. And nobody owned microphones back in those days. Different times is like putting it mildly. But yeah, that's a piece of internet culture that I think will be permanently ingrained in my brain forever. Just because of how much time I spent on YouTube in that era. Just the All Rise for YouTube's national anthem. Just like I'm equally endlessly amused by the, what's the name of this song? And then regardless of what the song was, Darude, Sandstorm. That's another piece of internet culture that's just like ingrained in my brain and will never leave. And Mastani, you have a good night. Thanks for swinging by. Thanks for bringing friends over. Like, can we just do that again whenever people ask? It's like, what song is this? Maybe I'll start doing that again to like people who are just like, what song did you use in this YouTube video? Darude, Sandstorm. And see if anybody gets mad at me. It's like, that is genuinely one of the like dumbest, most pointless, stupid bits you could ever do. It is just so dumb. It has no logical reason to exist. We need to give these dwarves a break. They are exhausted. We also need to finish filling up these stockpiles again. Also, chat, I just want to share this real quick because I opened up Twitter against my better judgment. Which usually is a mistake in my experience. That explains why she hasn't gotten to your messages. Yeah. Probably. Speaking of messages, any idea if there's going to be a news post on Thursday? I was thinking about DMing her, but then I was like, they're also releasing a game pretty soon, so they're probably busy. I like that they're just like, imagine having that job. It's like sit on Twitter and draw people's dogs. Oh, geez, I gotta read a Discord word story. Don't know. Yeah, that's something that I need to figure out. Scrolling up. I was like undetermined and unsure as to whether or not there would be one on the 30th of December, and then just kind of assumed there wouldn't be it. It's a good thing there wasn't because I was like not at home. I was on top of a mountain. Car makes zoom noises. Train vainly while developers, huh? Secret message confused with antidote. Choose to applaud rightful heir to the gummy throne. Phone calls for increased number of pylons and cyber warfare. Keyboards eaten by mice digest books smoothly. There you go. We are now updated. Please add more words to the Discord word story. Or don't. I'm not your mom. At least I certainly hope I'm not. It'd be weird. How'd that be possible? Feeling tired? You must... Bzz. Okay. I mean, what time of year is it? It's early winter. I mean, there will be one in spring. I'm checking the clock. We'll probably go for like, I'd guess at least another hour. We're just doing Dwarfs today, and then I'm editing, because I got to finish a video for... Friday. Friday. I'm a mom, you're the king of the boob. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you just got to go to the moon and like put your flag on it. Claim it. And actually, is the moon owned by like anybody on Earth? Like, can you buy land on the moon yet? Have they decided that? I'm still waiting for someone to start minting NFTs of like land on Mars. It's like you have to buy an NFT of land on Mars. That's what I'm waiting for. Wait until we get to blockchain real estate. Pardon me while I throw up in my mouth. Anyway. You don't think that those forms hold any real-world ownership? Yeah. Interesting. They just don't explode. I mean, if the moon is used for anything, it won't be like, you know, the Expanse where people live on the moon in a city. It'll be more like the moon is like an automated forward operating base to launch ships somewhere else. It'll be like maybe you stop there for an hour or two to grab lunch before you get catapulted to Mars. Yeah, sure. Or like somewhere or even like the ISS, like a place that you go spend 2 months there and then fly back to the ISS and then fly back home. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, Clinodev, out of all of the issues with NFTs, the power thing is not really one of them. And NFTs have a lot of problems. Well, I will just tell everybody that, like, billboards on space stations. Just watch that episode with the bikes in the first season of Black Mirror. But one thing that I really want to live to see, because it'll give me so much hope, is just some lights on the moon. When like half the moon is visible from Earth, I just want to see a light or two. That it blocked learning more. No, that's understandable. I follow it because I think the tech's fascinating. I have no interest or desire in purchasing an NFT, especially of the art variety. I think that I purchase art all the time, and it's from my artist, Cooler, who draws all of my art and branding for my stream and things such as, like, you know, this. But outside of that, I follow the technology because I think it's important to know what's coming, regardless of whether or not you like it. Mining the surface of the moon for fuel might be worth doing. I mean, as an environmentalist, turning the whole moon, with the exception of a very small portion of it, into like a park and historic land might also be important. Maybe just like, if we're gonna mine the moon, can we mine the dark side, the side that we can't see? Like, I don't really want to like ruin my view, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, that's also a thing. Oh, you're not thinking of Iron Sky, are you? Where the Nazis are hiding in the dark side of the moon and then they attack with a giant fleet. You're not thinking of that movie, are you? Oh, I'm thinking of Iron Sky, which is Hitler never died, the Nazis never went away, and they just went to the moon and hit on the dark side of the moon and built giant spaceships, and now they're invading. It's a movie that exists that got made. You want a billionaire wants to practice martial art. All right, well, let's put you into the Eternal Guard and get those guys training for a bit. I'm just curious about what this... We should keep Earth-facing side a national landmark. Yeah, absolutely. Well, maybe a national skymark. I don't... If it's literally in the sky, can we call it a landmark? A giant middle finger. I mean, like I said, it's just like that's... Hold on, let me see if I can find this video. I have no idea how to search for it, but there's an animated video on YouTube from ages ago. Yeah, I give up. There's an animated video on YouTube that I saw ages ago for the first time, which is Earth's burning, and it's a bunch of dudes on the moon, and they're talking about how it's the most important thing that they can do. It's the last thing that they have to do before the world ends. It's like, but everybody's already dead. It doesn't matter anymore. And it's like, no, it's the last thing that we have to do for our species. And there's like 10 astronauts on the moon in like these weird like snowplow things, like carving a giant penis on the moon. Like as the apocalypse is happening down on Earth. Nuclear war is happening on Earth, and you can see nuclear bombs going off in the distance. And they're just like carving a giant penis on the moon. It's like, yeah, I hope we go out like that. Just Avenue, you have 2 forgotten beasts in your fortress that are now fighting. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. How are you enjoying the game, by the way? Nope, satisfied while learning dodging. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's just like this thing that I learned about the other day. I've never seen this website before, but this is a thing that I learned about the other day. There is a black box that's recording the downfall of humanity. That's it. That's what it looks like. It's in Tasmania. And it's the whole point is that it's recording social media posts, news headlines, scientific facts, and everything related to climate change and the destruction of our environment. All animals that we know of that have ever existed, that whether or not they're already extinct at the current date, the extinction date when they did, every plant that we know of, knew of, or have ever known of, whether or not they're extinct. And it started recording a couple of years ago, and it's designed to survive the apocalypse, and it only has space to record for the next 50 years. And they say that they can expand it at that point if needed. However, they don't expect to need to. Which is like, what? But yeah, and the best part is it has self-sustaining Wi-Fi. And you can, because it has like a very, very, very light solar panels around the outside, in the base of it. And you can connect to its Wi-Fi and see everything that's on its servers and the most recent things that it's documented. And also it's like the housing of it is 7 inches thick reinforced steel, and maybe even thicker than that. Anyway, that's what I remember reading. I read it last night. And they state that if someone is sentient and intelligent enough to cut through that and get inside of it, they'll be intelligent enough to discern the essentially Rosetta Stone of how to understand and interpret everything inside of it. Yeah, how uplifting indeed, right? I don't know. I don't think it's that maddening or like depressing or anything. It's more just like I kind of want to go there and like take my photo in front of it, or like when I die, I want my ashes to be scattered around there or something. Like that shit's kind of neat to me. Yeah, literally. Well, we aren't. Someone with a lot of money is privately funding scientists and smart people to do it. We aren't. Somebody is. I just want to know who's funding it because I don't know who's funding it. I don't know if that information is public anywhere, but it's a private investor who's funding it. Yeah, we as humans, I suppose. The thing that I really want to know is how many shitty YouTuber comments are in there. Like, how many comments from the quartering are in there? Like, like, because it's documenting dumb shit said by people and denying that the world is ending while also giving as much evidence of the world heating up as possible in that thing. One is a feathered worm with poisonous saliva and wings. Okay, not too bad. The other is an alligator with boiling steam. Ooh. Neither of those seem too bad to, like, combat with a good military, but that could go either way. Depends on whether or not the poison spit gets a hit in, and whether or not it needs to close the distance to try and bite or anything. Potentially, yeah. What I really want them to do is I want them to stream that thing on Twitch. I really want them to have just, like, an apocalypse countdown timer saying how full it is, basically, and just, like, 24/7 stream on the internet. Like, not just Twitch, also Facebook and Twitter and other platforms that exist. But, like, it's just kind of amazing to me that we are building that, or somebody is building that. You want abstract thinking? Let's let you try. Yeah, also, how much porn is in it? That's another thing I want to know. I'm leaning on not much. I would assume it's probably more along the lines of biology textbooks than adult film. But I want to know, like, what is being archived about us? Like, I kind of... There's no reason for me to go to in the middle of fuck nowhere, Tasmania, right? There's no reason for me to go there. I want to go there and see that thing. Yeah, I've never seen R34 about climate change, though, but I'm sure it exists. Not all of Twitter. Freaking context. Can I just say that, like, we've had some amazing, like, no context joins. Like, someone joined, Chocobo joined earlier with me poking myself in the eye. This is what we're talking about. How much porn is in it? Twitch ups? Well, you don't need to knock on the door. You just have to get within 200 meters of it and connect to the Wi-Fi. You can just browse everything they're recording. Oh, I understand. Like, discovering humanity's black box? Okay, yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah, it's something I learned exists last night. It's not super heavily publicized or anything, because it is kind of bleak, considering it's like, yeah, we can record for 50 years, and probably we'll be able to expand it after that, but we don't need to, because the world's going to end before then. It's like, duh, what? What's that sound? Sounded like, you know those scenes in the horror movies when the bad guy's like dragging a shovel or something really heavy and metal to like, or like a sledgehammer to like hit somebody with, and it makes like a. I just heard that outside. And then someone like acting like they were at a party going whoop really loudly. They walked in the door. I can hear them walking up the stairs now with something heavy. What the fuck's going on out there, guys? Pandemic's making people weirder than they were previously. If I win the alligator, you just don't know how common it is for two of these things to fight. If you ignore them, not uncommon. Like, if you don't immediately kill them or fight with them when they spawn, not too uncommon. Speaking of the world ending, we can forget about it. That's a funny name for that pot. All right, chat. It's 3:30, and I've been streaming for 6 hours and 35 minutes, meaning it's been 6 hours and 7 hours probably since my last meal. I'm gonna take a real quick break and just grab myself a snack. We'll just let you guys follow this dwarf. I'm just gonna make sure that the mayor's not demanding anything. Oop, they are. One cabinet. Okay. Rock cabinet. One. Time of year is it? It is late winter. Okay. Which means I'll probably come back after the 1st of spring. So I will be gone for like 5-10 minutes tops. I'm gonna go get myself a sandwich. So I will be back in a couple minutes. If you are lurking in the channel, don't go anywhere unless you really want to. And if I could get a round of beers, that would be fantastic. If you happen to have sound commands, if you pay me for them, now's a good time to use those and entertain the chat. If you want to support the stream directly, there's my link to my Patreon. And yeah, be back in a couple minutes. I return. Looks like spring rolled around, and the humans have arrived with stuff to give me. Hi, Nipple. How are you? All right. Be back. Hopefully I wasn't gone too long. After what, 38? Yeah, about almost 10 minutes. Kind of on the long side. But we back. And thank you, Sideways. Oh. I have hiccups, apparently. Screenshot this for Stone, who went to bed. And also, if anybody is tuning out in the next little bit, just remember that we'll be playing this fort again tomorrow. Although tomorrow's going to be a split day. We're going to do 2 things tomorrow. And then day after, we'll be playing Project Zomboid. So if you have Project Zomboid and you'd like to play, there will be a way if you're subscribed to the channel. But yeah, this probably describes how I was feeling last night by quite a bit. Wow, a lot of wins. But last night, after reading about humanity's black box thing, or humankind's rather, I had like that moment where I was like, I really want to rewatch They Live. I wonder if that's still a good movie. And yeah, I think that movie is getting better with age. Like, after I rewatched it, I read some reviews from back when it released. There's a lot of people that talk about that movie like, man, its special effects are trash. Man, it's really low budget. Man, it, like, we had higher expectations. Which, like, all perfectly valid criticisms. But I think that movie ages really well. Especially right now. I don't think it's a perfect movie by any stretch. That movie's got a lot of problems, but maybe not like a fine wine, but like it's like an older brand of cheap wine that you still like because it's nostalgic, because you used to drink it with your friends behind the dumpster. It's an oddly specific example. You know what I mean? I don't know if that example really worked, but like that movie definitely has problems, but and I don't think it's John Carpenter's best movie by a long shot, but an okay one. Yeah, no, like it's like also got maybe one of the best like extended choreographed fist fight sequences for the time period. It's also like, especially watching that movie now is weird because it's like they don't make movies like that anymore. Like back then, those actors that are like starring in the film do all of their own stunts. And there's like a guy in a garbage truck in one scene of that movie. There's like that fist fight that lasts for like 8 minutes. There's like a pseudo bank robbery sequence. There's some like crazy shit in that movie. I don't know if I want to spoil They Live for anybody who's never seen it, but it's also kind of a tropey movie by today's, a very tropey movie by today's standards. They're just good tropes. Tried and true tropes. My gut's like, man, you were hungry and you ate a sandwich really quickly. I'm not happy with you. Fuck you, stomach. Who gave you a say in this matter? Eleanor also wants abstract thinking. I guess it's time for a new generation of scholars. Yep. I know exactly who it is, too. Fuck is that? Oh. It's Peacock. Peacock died of old age. Yeah, it's this guy. It's Zalora. There's one vampire in the fortress, and it's this guy. And he's insane. He's been there since, like, he's been there at least, like, 250 years now. He's chained up and berserk, which means he can't do anything. But if we walk next to him, he'll attack you. So I just walled him in. He lives there. It's fine. Yeah, I know what you mean. I saw that pop up when I turned on the text thing, and it freaked me out when I saw it fly by. I was like, eee. What's interesting is he's not technically part of the fortress anymore. He's just there. Because when they go berserk, they become their own entity. They become an other entity instead of a citizen entity. So he's technically this. Right? So he's not technically a member of the fortress. He's a berserk entity that is separated from the fortress. Time for snack? Yeah, you do that, Rory. I forget to eat. My need to just work. I forget to eat frequently. So. Also, how you doing, Dragonmans? And I appreciate the concern as well. Yay! Thanks for the 4th month. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Cheers, man. Hope your New Year's been treating you well. Jack, can I get a round of beers as per usual? With a wee sub. You have a good night, Bastet. The elves have arrived, because it is that time of year. Now we wait for them to creepily slowly crawl in. Back up to 87 already. Because of all the peacocks that I got. I'm just peacocking my animal population, or livestock population. Bringing everything. Bringing everything. Also, Rory, can I just say that that minigame that you were playing in Final Fantasy VII DLC looked more interesting to me than the rest of Final Fantasy VII? I've watched quite a few of your streams of Final Fantasy VII, and like, Final Fantasy VII is pretty, but like gameplay wise, it looks like very uninteresting to me. But that thing was like, that's kind of neat. I'd play that. Yeah, like the Clash Royale clone. I'm like, yeah, I'd play that. Like that looks fine. I mean, a little cheap, but yeah, I play that. I'd play it. Like I dabbled in Clash Royale for a bit when I was still working, and I lasted about 3 months before I was like, this is wasting my fucking time. And I tried Minion Masters, which is another kind of Clash Royale-esque game, which is on Steam. I also tried the Titanfall Clash Royale clone. That one I lasted like a day on, though. That wasn't very good. So, like, I've played my fair share of, like, Clash Royale clones. I saw that, I was like, huh. Like, if that was free to play on Steam, it's like, I'd consider it. The M battles in FF7 actually get different. I don't know what you mean by M battles. Or if you just mean battles and the M was a typo. But I doubt it. Why would they? Yeah. Where'd that yawn come from? Excuse me. Also, upgrading my coffee holder container to this. Good decision. This thing actually keeps my coffee hot. It's a bit more of a process now to open it, but M was a typo. Gotcha. There will be a full-fledged minigame throughout. Depends on when it comes out and if it comes out. Like, don't worry, it's called Final Fantasy VII because it's going to take them 7 years between each part. They're not exactly like a quick development house. Also, next one's going to have NFTs in it, you watch. I'll sell NFTs for Cloud's hair. Actually, realistically, they're probably going to have NFTs in their MMO. That's actually likely. Are going to happen. That's an inevitability at this point. Still waiting on elves? How are they? Why are you taking so long to unload, you slowpokes? Yeah, I don't know. After that post that Square Enix's CEO posted, can I just say the terms play to earn and play to contribute make me physically ill? And the concept that, you know, like Counter-Strike Source, or not, Counter-Strike Go has the skin market, right? And there's plenty of third-party sites where you can buy skins cheaper directly from them. And Valve doesn't see any of that money, and then it's a direct trade and all that stuff. Same with Roblox. Roblox is the same way, although I'd say it's more insidious in Roblox, but it's the same way, right? But, like, at least there's a back-end way of doing that without giving the parent company money. The second that's all minted, Square can take whatever percentage they want. Whether that's 2% or 75%. It's like Bethesda tried to do this with paid mods. This is literally just a worse version of that. 1000% a worse version of that. That's all that this is, and it makes me so mad. Hold on a second. I am sus about that thing that I'm trading to them. Okay, we're fine. Making sure there wasn't wood on those. Hedgehog, worm, emu, cougar, jackbull, tree frog, cougar, emu. Is that a breeding pair of cougars? What a breeding cougars. Yeah, we have 3 cougars now. We can start training and learn to keep big kitties. We can be Dwarf Fortress Tiger King. Excellent. Would not be surprised. I'd be curious if that kills a portion of their player base if they implement that. A portion won't even notice. I'll say that much. It'll kill a portion. A portion won't notice. A portion will notice and will abuse it. And I am going to never play another Square Enix game again if they implement a single NFT in any of their games, and I'm already cagey now that I've heard about it. Admittedly, it's very rare that Square Enix puts out games that I'm interested in, but they've published games in the past that I've played and enjoyed and gotten a lot of time out of. So, I don't know. Tater King! 16 months, welcome back. Checking to get a round of beers for Tater King. Good to have you back, man. Good evening. Hope you're doing well. Doing a day of Longdeath before I go off for a night of editing, so I can. I'm probably gonna finish it tonight. Finish the Songs of Six interview edit cut. There is a teaser currently up on the Discord in the subsection, though, if you want to peek. But cheers for swinging by, and I hope that you have a good lurk as per usual, Potato King. But yeah, I don't know. I am of the firm belief that video games should be designed to maximize fun, and a lot of AAA games have not been designed to maximize fun for a long time. And like I've seen some people making the argument that, oh, you know, if NFTs are implemented in AAA games, then we'll probably get, you know, less paid content and less DLC outside of the NFT stuff. All I have to say is, oh, you naive fools. They get another revenue stream, it'll be added to the current ones. Still have the option to buy XP boosts. You'll still have the option to buy the expensive loot boxes. You'll still have the option to buy DLC content. They're going to keep portioning stuff out. There will be exclusive NFTs locked behind the collector's edition of the game that costs $300. It comes with a fake statue, except the statue will be digital now and you can sell it on the blockchain, allegedly. Just like you could sell the giant statue that came with the game that you bought originally when you bought the collector's edition. Just like, just remember that there was a time that this right here, oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. Open image. There you go. Why are you trying to download it when I say open image? Whatever. Just remember that there was a time when this was advertised as an exclusive collectible if you pre-ordered the expensive version of Dead Island 2. Or Dead Island 1, rather. Riptide Edition. Yeah. That. I mean, theoretically, you could, you know, resell that on a third-party market too, because it's a physical item. You think people are going to want NFTs that you bought in a video game that came out 10 years ago? Really think that? Just, as they say in that not great Leonardo DiCaprio movie on Netflix, Don't Look Up, I'm just asking questions. Also, if you want to talk about something else, chat, give me another topic. This is just where my brain goes. I need to ramble about something. I just love the Dead Island Riptide torso example because it's a thing that was mass-produced and sold to people at one point. You know, someone that bought one, do they still have it? I like to imagine it just being like up on the mantle. I pretend that Humble doesn't exist until occasionally people give me money through it or there's a good bundle. What are they doing to Humble Choice? Like, Humble Monthly was always kind of a scam. They still have it. Please tell me it's displayed prominently somewhere where people can see it. I like to imagine it just sitting on somebody's mantle or like on somebody's windowsill where you can see it from the street. This is a bloodied, shrunken corpse in a bikini. So now I need to look up what Humble Choice did. What did Humble Choice do? Gumble? That's not how you spell that. Humble Choice changes. Tech Raptor. Oh, they're making it cheaper? So you know what's funny about this? What's funny about this is how much Humble Monthly used to cost. They increased the price for Humble Choice, and I remember that pissing off a lot of people Because it used to be Humble Monthly, which was like $10 a month, or it's like $12 a month maybe, and which is how much this costs. And it was like a pretty great deal, you know. You just get like a bunch of games every month, and it was like always a good deal to like sign up for like 1 month and then unsub, and then sign up for a month and then unsub. You're going to request a refund? You should. Just remember, don't feel bad about being mad at Humble. Yeah, they were the nice, happy company that raised money for charity back in the day, but they've been owned by IGN for a very long time. It was like 2017 or something. IGN bought them. So just remember, they are the same company as IGN. Seems like something you'd have at the office. What, just to like make your desk seem weird, Sigil, and scare your coworkers away from your cubicle or something? But yeah, I mean, when they first added Humble Monthly, I was like, this is stupid. Don't subscribe to it. That was my take back then. I think like the one time that I suggested people buy it was the first time Civ 6 was in there with all of the DLC at the time. I was like, sub for 1 month and then unsub because this is a good deal. Like they've had like the occasional time where there's like a good deal on it, but I've never subscribed to Humble Monthly because I always thought it was kind of a ripoff. I think that the individual bundles are excellent occasionally, but it's been a long time since like Humble Indie Bundle 8 and like the back in the day that made Humble Bundle good. I think that it has like actively declined in quality as the years have gone on, and not even just because I already own everything. It's just like the variety of the bundles, the types of bundles, the quality of games in the bundles that do happen. It's like outside of the weird event ones, like it's generally not even worth looking at. I had like fondness for Humble Bundle when they were an indie company where the only thing that they were was they had one bundle every 90 days. That was when, like, back when Humble Bundle first became a thing that existed. That was when I was like attached to Humble Bundle. And when I was just getting started as a streamer, there was a period of time there a high-pitched wee. Almost sounded like a mosquito. No fucking way in hell there's a mosquito alive in here. Weird. Yeah, before your Humble Bundle time, probably. Yeah, no, I mean, like, it was like 2011, 12, 13 era Humble Bundle, where a Humble Bundle was one-page website, and it was just a bundle of indie games. It started with the Humble Indie Bundle, was what it was originally called, and it was just a bunch of indie games. Before they even rebranded as Humble Bundle, it was originally just thehumbleindiebundle.com. And it was like Super Meat Boy was one of the first ones I had in there. Like there was a whole bunch of really, like Psychonauts was in there. Bunch of legit good indie games. This is who I'm looking for. Bunch of legit good indie games for the era, right? And I like the fact that it was just a donate money to charity. The devs take, it was on the slider at the bottom of how much the devs get and how much Humble gets as a tip. You could add an extra $2 just to tip Humble. And I think I spent like $15 and got like 9 games or something. And it was like, hold on. I want to know what the lineup of the first ever Humble Bundle was. The first Humble Bundle game list. The first Humble Bundle started in 2010. It was the Humble Indie Bundle. Yeah. And okay, get this. The first ever Humble Indie Bundle, pay what you want, was The World of Goo, Aquaria, Gish, Penumbra Overture, Langaru, and it supported EFF or Child's Play. And if you paid the average, you also got Samros 2, and then eventually they added one more game to it because they wanted in. That was the first Humble Bundle. Like, that's like pre-Binding of Isaac days. And yeah, I remember buying that first set of Humble Bundles back when it was called the Humble Indie Bundle. Yeah, this was long before they had book bundles. Book bundles were after, like, they rebrand to Humble Bundle. They started doing those before, but before, what's it called? IGN bought them out. But I don't know. I mean, like, Humble Bundle is, I guess I have, like, fondness for Humble purely because they were one of the cornerstones of the early-ish days of indie games. Like, early on in not as a whole, but as far as like Steam and like current generation indie world was. Like, this was back when a lot of indie games weren't even on Steam. Like, buying indie games was like a matter of going to people's websites a lot of the time. Like, it was hard and kind of pricey. They didn't often go on sale. It was difficult to get a deal, but it was also difficult for them to get exposure and press. And the Humble Bundles kind of brought all that together. It was like, you got the games, they were DRM free. Later, they also became Steam codes. And then you got to give money to charity, also support the developers, and they got a fuckload of press off of it. And it's like, just kind of a shame that it's becoming this thing that the core gaming community, like that original community that it helped foster and build, is like starting to tear it down. Rightfully so. I mean, like, it's nowhere near the product that it used to be, but remember, oh fuck yeah, Overgrowth. You mean the bunny game? The bunny game, I think, is what you're talking about. I have that ignored on Steam. Interesting. This thing? Yeah, the bunny game. Yeah, I never played this. I remember it being, like, recommended it to me, like, nonstop on Steam to a point where I was just like, I'm gonna pretend that this doesn't exist, and I ignored it. Yeah. Hold on a second. The bunny people are the people who made Receiver? That explains why they're published by Humble. That explains a lot. Also, their other game was in the first Humble Bundle. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I only just realized that. I had no connection in my brain. Also, apparently they had put out a game recently. That looks like a weirdly colorful Super Hot in Space. What is this? It's free? What's this? Huh. They made an online PvP game called Low Light Combat. It's a weird shtick. All right, anyway. And they were involved with creating Humble Bundle? Huh. Yeah, I mean, like, I'll be honest, I don't know too much about the people who originally founded Humble Bundle, but I just find that very funny. But yes, I do remember a lot of reporting around the game Overgrowth. Probably did pretty well. Like, post-IGN buyout. But, I don't know. I want somebody to come along and make a new Humble Indie Bundle and not call it Humble Indie Bundle. And, like, make it specifically indie games and make it all about the charity instead of, like, loosely about the charity as a promoting standpoint, but also just, like, buy our games on our store and subscribe to our monthly service and give IGN all the money. I'd love to see that, but... Egotistical indie bundle. Let's get right on this wave depletion. We'll found it. We'll make it. It'll be awesome. No, there was another bundle service that I stumbled upon once because of Reddit, which was, you can look for it if you want, but you probably won't want to the second I say what it is, which was the exact same idea. It was, this is going to be a weird point to join the stream if you only just tuned in, but it was literally the Humble Bundle, but for porn. It was the exact same shtick, except you'd buy full-length films. So it was like, you could buy, it was like up to 12. And it was the exact same thing. So it's like a percentage goes to the creators, percentage goes to charity. And it was like this really neat thing, but it never took off. Anyway, what's the population of the fort? Currently, the population is 51 in total, 30 actual citizens. The reason it's 51 in total is because the only immigrants we get are children that are born in the fort, and because the family trees eventually get too intermingled, that's not a word, mingled, I request merchants from the local hillixes to come and live here permanently. Which also, I've discovered kind of a bug because of that, which I don't know if this is known, Kleno. I don't know if this is a bug or maybe just a poor design decision or both, but when you request workers, they disappear from the list, right? And the list doesn't refresh. I'm scrolling down the list right now. But as you can see, it's not moving unless I hold it down a bunch. And then all of the ones that I've requested in the past disappear from the list. And so the list slowly gets depopulated. And it seems to repopulate, but not at the top. So I'm actually worried that eventually I'm going to run out of dwarves to request from the hillixes. Like, I think that might actually be like an endgame concern for Longdeath. Because that's the only way that I'm keeping the family trees varied enough that the dwarves keep getting married. So... yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's the population of the fort. And also, I think that dwarves... actually, I should request Brander Buddy come back from this fort. Because that dwarf should be dead. Like, there's no reason that dwarf should be alive. This dwarf? I think that if you expel a dwarf to a helix, they don't die of old age. I'm wondering... actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do this for science. What happens if I bring these dwarves back? Because both of these should have died of old age like 100 years ago. What happens if I request those two back? Because those are dwarves that I expelled. Like, way too long ago for them to logically still be alive. Way too long ago. So what happens if I make them come home? Let's find out. I have a feeling there's just going to be like a skeleton that appears at the edge of the map, but probably sideways. But then at the very least, we could bury their bodies. Two dwarven vampires appear. Doubt it. I would have seen that in the local history. Why did you... What? Dude. Oh, you're stupid. Thanks for chucking out another gift. Cheers, man. Dwarf, really? Now you're gonna go drink. Then you're gonna get lunch. And then you're gonna go to sleep. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days, dude. Courtesy of stupid. Cheers, man. Whoa! That's a lot of rotten something. It's fine, I'm sure. Come on, chat. We can get more beers in chat than that. There's almost 60 of you here. Someone can type in a beer that hasn't yet. Just type in the word beer. Or the beers emoji. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Also, it works in multiple languages. It's up to you to figure out which. Beer duck. It's good to know that after all these years, he's still a duck. Is that actually how you pronounce it in Swahili? Or how you say it in Swahili? Here. I know somebody named Bia, so this could get weird. But... should work Ineo. I mean, Hobo made sure that one would work right away. A little bit of rot never hurt anybody. Yeah, it's just the mild scent of like dying flesh. So let's see. So chat, what happens if they come back and they're like the same age as they were when they left? Like, serious question. A dwarven cryogenics? Literally. All right, well, she came back. With no new arrival. Doesn't always work the first time. Oh. You see what happened? They were here before. So she went to, or LaFonda, my messenger, went to go request they return. But nobody came and they're no longer on the list. That's oddly sad. I guess maybe if like you like retired several forts. Finally realizes they've been dead for 100 years. Yeah, it seems that way. Huh. Interesting. Damn. That's like weirdly dark. Some dwarf forgot to update their logs. Yeah, maybe they don't have a bookkeeper. Maybe that's the problem. I'm gonna make a request of, maybe not all, but like this was another dwarf that killed somebody. That one's still alive, I think. These ones are all dead, there's no question. Watch some of them come back. Horimaru is still alive, probably. Yeah, murderers get exiled to the Helix. If any of them come back, I'm just going to re-expel them. Or more specifically, if they murder somebody, go to prison, do their time, and then tantrum again, then yes. I don't think there's a single necromancer in the world in this playthrough, so... Because I embarked too early in the world's history, and none had formed, and I don't think it's possible for them to seek that out without world gen running. Until you get out of work? Alrighty, man. As long as the 6th vid is damn close to done. Today's not going to be a super long stream, though. Man, they got so much shit to put away. That's the actual problem with all of the crafting I've been doing. It's not the crafting, it's the putting of stuff away that takes forever, which is a problem. Someone, what's wrong with this scene, chat? It's kind of dissipating now. It's somebody, cut the cheese in their bedroom, I think. Oh, it's prepared turkey intestines. Here I was thinking that was cheese. Yeah, it looks like she came back. Not much luck. Okay, so they do die. Also, my scholars have found a new thing to discuss. They are discussing prognosis. Not to be confused with Signosis, of course. The once PC games publisher. Ooh. Also, Do It seems to have found a new calling in life. Was enthusiastic after discussing bandages. I liked the part of time where they were just discussing very large numbers and mathematical equations that equal very large numbers. That was one of my favorites. It's like, I wonder what they define as a very large number. Bandages are great. Scraping is great. Rain is great. Animal reproductive habits is also funny. Nice hat, banana. Turning the fountains on. Some of the dwarves are slowly coming back up here. You know what? Let's just put them in here if I can. Have they discussed anarchy? I have not seen anarchy nor rebellion. Why? Is that even a thing they can discuss? It's not one I've ever seen before. No idea. Yeah, I haven't seen them. I got caught on some miasma. That's disgusting. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's time for some forced socializations. Man, whenever I see that, it always scares me momentarily, and then I realize, oh, it's just a drain. That's fine. Uh-oh. I was near a glass window. How pleasurable, says Dwarf. A birdie from over the hills told me to refresh bay12games.com a lot today. So, doing that. You know what's something I'm looking forward to this year? Or next year. Doesn't matter if it happens this year or next year. But something I'm really looking forward to is Dwarf Fortress getting an official release date. And for one reason specifically. Is there's some people who've started commenting on my videos, and they're not super common. It's not like they're like being overwhelmingly mean or common or anything. It's there are some people that have started commenting on my videos. This is never coming out. Like, this is dead game. Never coming out. I want to prove them wrong. I just want to like be like. What happened? Oh, nothing happened. Are you talking about the water? Yeah, this is my drainage. I have an automated waterfall in my tavern. It does overflow a little bit sometimes, which is why there's mud in the tavern. But, you know, we're kind of giving the dwarves a break. And I was just watching the water go. Water flow down. Down, 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 down. That's all. Not major. Also, hi, what up? Yeah, it drains down here to this from here down to this open space corner and falls down through all of this, all the way down to here, at which point then it flows this way off the map across here. And one layer up above this is this, which is a bunch of water wheels, gears, and axles, which then power this, which is what I used to fill the lava chamber. Hmm. Last time you made a mist generator, everyone died? Yeah, just get better at making mist generators. Why does this happen? Okay, well, now you're fixed, so. Sometimes dwarves that are depressed get stuck when I turn on the burrow. And I don't know why. Like their pathing breaks. You have no old clothing on, so that shouldn't be an issue for you anymore, even though you're dwelling upon it. You're thinking abstractly, and you feel so good, but I guess we need to let you read. I think it was worse than wrong. I mean, I accidentally pressurized my tavern once with a bunch of people in it with a mist generator. I didn't have enough drainage. The key is to have more drainage than flow, right? Like if the amount that you're outputting is more than what your input can take, then you'll drown your dwarves. The key to making a mist generator is have an emergency off switch, and then keep an eye on it for the first bit when you make it. That's the key to making a mist generator, is and put it somewhere where you can watch it, and then definitely watch it for a while when you first build it. Satisfy. Okay, so Bellinair loves reading. New collection. That's a good one, isn't it? Written on the item is a manual entitled New Collection, authored by Prismatic Flux. It concerns the compilation of many summaries into a single text. The writing is reasonably serious, and it's not awful, but not very good either. Heavily worn. No one could reach the lever. That's your problem, is you put the on-off switch in a bad spot. Sounds like you just, like, pressurized, murdered everybody. Yeah. Simon Schreer's music's pretty good. I don't really listen to it, though. I just listen to noise generators. BF. This is the one I'm using currently. I don't know how audible it is on your guys' end. It's pretty quiet. I can turn up a bit, actually. But I like it quiet. It was fast. Sounds like you pressurized the water. You have to depressurize the water, not repressurize the water. Make it go diagonally through things before it flows down, because that slows down the flow of water. If you just let it flow, you'll just have a waterfall instead of a mist generator. You have to stop it. You have to stop the flow. Like if I show you this. This is normal water flow. Then it gets stopped, and then it gets stopped again before it then flows down into there. Same with up here. It has another stop up here, and then it flows down here. So it's very small in the amounts that actually comes out versus what it would be if I didn't do that. If I didn't do that, it would just be a steady stream of water, which would probably drown somebody. Yeah, I don't understand why this happens. Whereas they get depressed, just get stuck. See if this will help. Now you can walk. Not an optimal solution, but it's a solution, I suppose. It's like Rory's not the depressed one anymore. It's now Bellinair. But I was definitely like reading. Musings on Proof. Book he's reading currently. First time ever? Not the first time ever. It cycles. Kind of, yeah. I also have a book called Proof of the Pulley, proving that the theories of pulleys exist. Which is a pretty good one. Also, every single book in this fort was written by my dwarves. And we have a lot of them. All of the blue things are books. Or most of them are. Some of them are named items. Pulling My Leg by Urist is a book about pulleys and legs, respectively. We laugh, but it's probably books like this that allow the dwarves to make perpetual motion machines and atom smashers. Yeah. What did that say? Do it. What a douche. I made friends with La Fonda kiss urns. I am not fond of this. Which part? Making friends or La Fonda? What? Like... The hell, man? The heck? What do you got against La Fonda? He's lovely. Meanwhile, Kobe's just excited that he slept in a bedroom. I mean, so would I. I was near his seat, and it pleases me. Dragon. I've been injured badly. This leaves me so shaken. Probably, yeah. Fake police society, probably, yeah. Interdimensional time portal society, more like. All right, humans have arrived to trade. Which means I get to decide whether or not, you know, let's take them out of the celebrate zone briefly. Sell stuff that's already here. There's a ton of stuff already here. Also, I literally just turned around and DM'd that comment from that dwarf to La Fonda.
This is how TDS pronounces Bartholomew.
Why do you have to know how it pronounces Bartholomew? Bartholomew. For some reason, I'm having a hard time saying that now. Police are a conspiracy to distract us all from the ultimate technology. Pushies. Pushies? Now that sounds like a conspiracy if I ever heard one. I feel like there's a joke in there that I'm not familiar with the punchline of, but... But thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for an 8th month. You know, Some of those, like, I have to, like, look up to, like, make sure they're actual ways of saying beer in other languages. Yet, at the same time, I allow Hobo's official Americanized way of saying beer as brewski. Brewski works. So maybe I should just add made-up ones, too. Quogub Prinzvor. I could tell you that one doesn't work. Right, depletion. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of the merchants? Cheese! As we've said from previous years. With a W, please. This is the Americanized way of saying beer. Or as he says, the Floridian way of saying beer. Microbrew. I never even thought of that one. Do it! Has given birth to a girl. Does anybody want to be the brand new baby girl in the fort? This is the first baby of the day. This is a big dealio. Anybody who doesn't currently have a dwarf in the fort want a dwarf? How many dwarves have you had previously? Because I know you had at least one, Katsu. Would this be two? So you can have it. I'm assuming this would be the second. She is the daughter of Do It and Saigon. She's a faithful worshiper of the god of disease and vomit and the god of disease and vomit. Excellent. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids, and her slightly upturned nose is extremely narrow. Her eyebrows are quite dense, and her ears are small, have small lobes. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. Her eyes are cobalt. She personally really respects commerce and those that engage in trade, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and values a harmonious existence, and dreams of raising a family. She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. Lovely. She is impolite and inconsiderate of property, and she can be very happy and optimistic. That makes no sense. And she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. Well, naturally, she's a baby. And she has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Well, I would hope so, because she's a baby. She tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she says, blah, 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 blah. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason, like wearing a diaper. It's confining. And she likes a little excitement now and again, and she is conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult, conceptually. Her voice trails off whenever she tries to remember something. She doesn't have much to remember because she's a baby, and she skips over others. Wait, what? She skips over to others when she meets them. I don't believe I've ever seen that one before. Skips over to others? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Huh. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her slightly upturned nose is extremely narrow. Her eyebrows are quite dense, and her ears have small lobes. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. Yeah, literally, like, just have hop, skip, and a jump over to friends. And she was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Hype indeed. Are all of that dude's emotes just variations of that dog, rat, chihuahua thing? Not sure what that is. I'm squinting at it. Very small. Yes. I respect the commitment. And let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves, as the humans. You know, I know that there's more to the title of this book. The Movement, Animals, and the Coming. Is not the full title of that book. And the Coming Troubles. Get you someone who skips over to you excitedly. Yeah. Damn. That is such dedication to a gimmick. I can't handle it, man. Like someone took one really good picture of their dog and we're like, we're just gonna commit to this forever now. Like I said, I respect the commitment. That's absolutely committing to a shtick. I like the one that just says, flesh. No, absolutely, Sideways. I understand how people like their pets, but I think it's just funny that it's so dedicated. So dedicated to the craft. Speaking of the craft, how many cougars do I have? Still only 3? Yeah, this is my cougar pack that we're building now. So now we're raising cows, cougars, and unicorns. Man, I have like almost every single, like, I'm just working on collecting the animals that are named after like sex appeal stereotypes. Exactly, inflation. We're all about this. Ugh. Oy vey. God damn, that emo's creepy. Fortunately, there's no animal called MILF in Dwarf Fortress. We just have... Maybe, actually, no, I need to raise some bears. That's what we need. Then we can have cougars and bears. I'm trying to think, what are we missing? Like... Now I'm making it weird. My own fault. Because we got, like, cougars, bears, and unicorns. I guess just, like, a dog pack, but, like, that's less fun. Or less funny, rather. Because then roughly 50% of the donkeys? Is that a thing? I don't know. Unless we're like talking Shrek memes now, but... There are fairies in Dwarf Fortress, but they're a vermin. Fairies are like... One, I've never seen them in trades. Only the elves could possibly bring them, and they've never brought one. But they are a vermin. Is literally an ass. You are correct, but... Dwarf Fortress also has ass as a creature type. Which Tarn says he might be I said in the future of the Fortress he might be removing them for the Steam version because he says it's a little bit too potty humor-ish. Which makes me so sad because it means that the days of the forgotten hairless ass... might be short. No, there's only 2 formats that asses can show up in Dwarf Fortress, Anonymous. Forgotten Beasts and Were Creatures. So you can have an ass twisted into humanoid form. Well, ass is a male donkey, right? So you can get were donkeys and you can get Forgotten Beast donkeys. But they're referred to as asses if they're a were creature or a Forgotten Beast. Yeah. So... It's technically a donkey, but you could get like... Hold on. Let me go to fuck yeah Dwarf Fortress for a second here. Slightly not safe for work, but safe for work enough that I can show it on Twitch and not get in trouble. Why can't I find this now? There it is. It's a huge skinless ass wearing a crown, and it has a shell, and it's breathing fire, clearly. Yeah, you can, your fortress can get infested with were-asses. Yes, this is a thing that can happen. But the Forgotten Beast giant skinless ass is probably giant hairless ass is probably my favorite. Or rather, giant skinless ass is up there too, but the funniest Forgotten Beast I ever got was a huge skinless ass that had webs, and yeah, I cried laughing because I'm very mature. Yeah, undulating rhythmically, naturally. The huge skinless ass undulating rhythmically, as it does. I don't even care what I'm selling them. I'm just selling them what's here, so. Although I'd rather not buy more lead. I mean, if that's what you consider undulating rhythmically's definition to be, then sure. I don't really consider undulating rhythmically to be the definition of twerking. But, you know, you do you. For me, undulating is more along the lines of, like, a centipede, which is significantly more distressing in visual than, only if they're doing it wrong. What? Twerking or undulating? I love how this stream has just like degenerated down to discussing the difference between the way insects move and twerking. They're an ass. It's the doubtful wave depletion. Dwarf Fortress could announce a release date right now, and I don't think my view count would skyrocket. We are on our way to getting stick bugged? God, stick bugs. I read stick bugs once. Or raised stick bugs once. When I was younger. Zetsuki's also given birth to a boy. Anybody want a brand new baby boy? That's 2 babies. I said earlier today I was hoping for 2 babies today. Anybody who's either never had a name in Longdeath before or not in a while. Anonymous Stranger? Do you want the full name, underscore and everything, or just Anonymous? Dealer's choice, we'll just go with Anonymous. That fits a dwarf. You are Anonymous. You have some siblings, including Letharticus, Vinsati III, Diamond Destruct, Jimmy Tibby, and Paranoid Metroid. Now Tekud. Makes good YouTube tutorials for Dwarf Fortress. You should go look him up. You are the son of Zetsuki and Kobe, the watcher from YouTube. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. He says, my God. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His long beard is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. His teeth are widely spaced, and his hair is ecru, and his skin is sandy taupe. His eyes are cobalt. This person has a lot of babies. Trust me, this is not a lot of babies. We've had, air quotes, baby makers that have had 20, close to 20 kids by the end of their lives. He personally sees the whole idea of taking time to master a skill appalling and disregards tradition and values tranquility and a peaceful day. Can I just say, baby likes a day we're not disturbed. Doesn't like the idea of mastering a skill because baby. Also disregards tradition because doesn't know of tradition because is baby. Dreams of creating a masterwork someday. Likes limonite, black bronze, pink jade, naff paper, and the color dark indigo, and battle axes and crutches and the sound of the silky intricacy. Absolutely hates cave spiders and prefers to consume soft wheat beer and cranberries. Would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. Good luck, baby. And is disturbed by this since he values quiet, at least in the abstract. He dislikes helping others and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and prefers that everyone act as harmoniously as possible. Tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass and does not often feel lustful. Doesn't focus on material goods and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. They baby will be hermit? Maybe. I doubt it. Mom left you? Dude. Mom. What the fuck? Cancel sleep. Seeking infant. Infants in area mom can't access because everybody is locking. Where's my baby? Oh God, my baby! Children, how blissful. Feels adoration after giving to a boy and dropping him on the floor. I want to see, because mom can't actually get here because currently mom is stuck in a burrow, right? Baby is not stuck in burrow. Let's just remove mom from burrow so mom can come get baby and then turn burrow back on. She's going to go get cigarettes. No, she was going to sleep and baby popped out on the stairs and she just dropped them. That's very funny. That's very dwarven of mom, actually. There you go. Now mom can go to sleep. Meanwhile, Rory is reading Question Beliefs. I wish more people on Earth would read that. That seems like a useful one, I'm not gonna lie. Are elves just perpetual babies? Makes sense given their tantrums over wood. Because I know what I'm doing. 650-33-92764. Is that just you hit a bunch of random numbers? How is that your social security number? What is that? Hey, wait, what? What up, dude? But how do I have a frame rate? Because I know what I'm doing. And I'm not an idiot. And I know what kills the frames. And I don't do those things. The main causes for frame rate death in Dwarf Fortress are problem 1, overstocking of items and never disposing of anything. Problem 2, pathfinding issues. That's the main one. And problem 3, combination of the first two. Problem number 3, pathing issues with animals instead of dwarves. So, sell shit you don't need. Don't produce shit you don't need. If you're my frame rate's kind of crappy right now, actually, because I've been trying to clear out a lot of boulders that I have. I've got 12,000 boulders I'm trying to get rid of. And by getting rid of, I mean making them into crafts and then giving them for free to the humans when they come by, which is probably going to take me the next 40 years, but we'll get rid of them eventually. I just have to be really careful with my production right now. Second, and major thing that causes hangups is pathfinding issues. Dwarves don't like crawling over top of each other. So if everybody's crawling over top of each other, pathfinding issues happen. Certain jobs are more intensive on frame rate than others. Channeling, for example, is really frame rate intensive from what I found. So if I say, I'm just going to pause the game, go down here and channel, I'm just going to cancel this right after I do it, but channel that. my frame rate will drop by like 10. So certain jobs are pretty frame rate intensive. Mass hauling is pretty frame rate intensive. Using wheelbarrows can fix that a little bit because then not as many dwarves are moving stuff. Or using minecarts is also a fix for that. No, I mean, that's 2,500 isn't the problem, Anonymous. That's not the problem. Like, for example, this fortress has like 40,000 constructed blocks in it. Especially once stuff has been constructed, it's not an issue. And if it's in a stockpile, it's not an issue. It's an issue when it's loose and sitting, because then the game is tracking it. So the game actually sort of removes objects the second they're put into a stockpile. Tarn was talking about this when I spoke with him once about frame rate. But when an item is put into a stockpile, it removes it slightly and stops tracking its density and physics. So if an item is in a stockpile, it's not going to be as big of a hamper on the game's memory. But like, as an example, this is more obvious actually if I show the whole screen. But like, this is, oopsies, that's the wrong button. That's the right button. This is the game, right? So if I hit Z and I go to stockpile and I scroll down, I'm holding the down arrow, but it's not doing anything because it's trying to figure out where all of the blocks are in the world. The red ones are the built ones. The white ones, so the 504, are the unbuilt blocks that I have in the fort right now. The game is still figuring it out. It's not responding, right? It'll figure it out. It's just going to take a minute. Atom Smashers work, or you can trade stuff. I'm still holding the down arrow. It's working on it. There you go. So, like, that's the sort of thing that starts to happen. The game has to figure out where every item is. So a lot of people do things like they'll just leave things on infinite repeating. Another thing that causes problems is people lock doors. If like a cat gets stuck behind a door, a door. So if there's two doors in your fort, right? One of them is locked and one of them is not. A dwarf walks up to the locked door. They see that it's locked. They turn around and then they go find the unlocked door. Cat is stupid. If cat or dog or other livestock walks up to that locked door, they'll just sit there with a question mark indefinitely and wreck your frame rate. Stuff like that. Or like if you send a squad of dwarves out to invade somebody, and then they come back, and then you send them back out and your frame rate mysteriously dies, probably when they came back, especially if it's a very forested fortress, one of them spawned up on the trees, and it's in the trees and can't path back off the map, which happens very commonly. So if you're sending out raids or something, and suddenly your frame rate dies, check to see if anybody hasn't left for the raid yet, because odds are really good they're in a tree. It's like small shit like that. Like, it's like things like flowing water don't impact your frame rate at all. I find things like flowing lava as well don't impact your frame rate at all. What does impact your frame rate is flowing water blocking the pathing of a dwarf getting from A to B. So if a dwarf is trying to go somewhere and there's flowing water in the way and they can't get around it, that will fuck your frame rate. A dwarf stuck somewhere will fuck your frame rate. There's lots of small dumb things that are all avoidable. I've never had a case of frame rate death in a fortress that I haven't been able to fix. So, and also, I don't get that question very often. Usually I just have people, like, claiming that I'm lying or cheating or something in text and not in the chat, and then they never show up in the streams or watch the VODs, or they believe me. If I don't already have one, I don't. But put a marker so I remember. Maybe do that tonight. But like, I don't know. It's like, it's just, it breaks my brain that like this fortress is 300 plus years old. And like, if I had I don't have 200 dwarves in this fort. I have 53. But if I had 200 dwarves in this fort, I'd lose about 10 frames a second. So we'd go from about 30, 40 down to about 20, 30, depending on what's going on. So right now we'd be at about 20 FPS currently if I had 10 more dwarves instead of 30, because we're on the low end, because I'm doing a bunch of crafting to remove materials. Also, everybody's locked in a burrow, which isn't helping currently. And if we were in what's the word? If I'd had 200 dwarves from the start, the frame rate would probably be worse because we would have probably had to deal with invasions. But because I've never dealt with invasions in this fort intentionally, or never any major ones, just small ones, there's less issues there. But the only issues with frame rate regarding invasions is mass cleaning up of corpses, which also isn't that big of a deal. And in the current version of the game, because I'm one version behind on this save right now, if I was in the current version of the game, it wouldn't even be a mental problem. Like, the dwarves aren't bothered by corpses anymore, like, at all. Oh, absolutely. I mean, like, animals reproducing on the map can absolutely become a problem. But that's why you kill them. Could link it via FPS? Maybe. I don't know. Your FPS is already improving? What did you do out of curiosity? Did you just, like, run around and unlock doors? But, like, I guess my 3 bullshit life hacks for Dwarf Fortress is never lock a door because a cat will get stuck behind it inevitably. And that'll knock a dozen frames off your frame rate easy. Whenever you send out a squad of people to go raid the enemy, if they come back and leave a second time, and then your frame rate goes away, it's probably because one of them's stuck in a tree. Problem number 3, or main cause of frame rate death number 3, just don't overproduce shit and get rid of stuff you don't need. And if you're building a lot of building supplies or supplies for something, put it in a stockpile and don't use quantum stockpiling unless you need to, because if they're put in a stockpile and with wheelbarrows, it'll be the least impact on your frame rate because the game isn't actively tracking the location of every single individual item at all times. Like, I have 40,000 constructed blocks in this fortress, right? Because this fortress is this. This is all constructed blocks, all of this. All of the outside walls here, everything until here is constructed blocks. All of the roadways are constructed blocks. All of the walkways are constructed blocks. Like, all of this is constructed blocks, right? If those were all loose, I would have, like, no frames. The game would be unplayable. If those were all just sitting there loose, it wouldn't be playable. Like, no questions. It would fall over because the game would have too many items to track. Another neat thing is if you have a shit ton of items in one place and a liquid hits it, watch your frame rate just go. There is one. It's streamed, although it's not live right now because it goes down every so often. But a terrarium is like AI playing DF for you. Yeah, you can do that. You can absolutely do that. And this is just a me thing, but graphical tile sets cost frames. I actually tested this fortress. This was a while ago, around year 100, so over a year ago now. I tested this fortress with Space Fox and at the time Meph's launcher, just out of curiosity. And both of them ran worse. I also tested this tile set, which is an ASCII tile set versus vanilla, no difference. So anything with like sprites does run worse. Not considerably worse, but noticeably worse. Like half dozen frames or so, which is enough that like I look at that and I go, so what do you mean loose blocks? Stuff that's not constructed. So this is like block flooring. This is block walls, right? All around that. This down here is loose blocks. These are loose. These are blocks that are just sitting in a stockpile. And I have like 500 of those. But I have like 30,000 or sorry, 40,000 almost just it built in my fort. So it's like as you're only produce stuff that you need when you need it. Dispose of things that you don't need, including like seeds. A lot of people like overstock on seeds without realizing it. Yes, or rather, they can. It's not major, but it's enough that if you have a 15-year-old fort and I don't know 40,000 items sitting in your fort, you'll notice it. But if they're all sitting in bins in a stockpile, the game isn't tracking the item's whereabouts. It's only tracking a bin. If they're all in a stockpile stored neatly, the game isn't tracking all of those items individually. It's just tracking the stockpile. So you can improve it a bit. Also, this is hilarious. This is my fountain. It's full of salmon. I genuinely think it's hilarious that we're like pumping water out of the stream and then fucking salmon just end up in my drain. So I like the mental image of like dwarves standing in that shower. Ah, nice one. Splat fish. It's funny. It's more like items versus terrain. Yes. Time to add fishing to the tavern. I kind of don't want holes in my floor where people could theoretically fall in, but like it is an option. You're welcome? I don't know. Let's be honest for a second here. Kingers, I think is how you say that. Let's be honest. King, can I call you King? I don't stream Dwarf Fortress. I stream just chatting with Dwarf Fortress that happens to me in the background. Like, come on. Let's think about that for a second. Like, am I streaming Dwarf Fortress or am I just rambling about nonsensical bullshit that just happens to be tangentially related to Dwarf Fortress while there is also Dwarf Fortress happening? It becomes more of a Dwarf Fortress stream when I'm playing other forts, though. And this fort just gets a wee bit rambly. Because I have had this same fort running since August 2020. And this is episode 178, or stream 178 of this particular fort. Greg falls into the shower. You ever drink Baileys from a shoe? Are you fishing there, young man? No. Well, watch this hook doing in me head. Why did I turn into a pirate? He's British. Anyway. It's British? I don't know what the fuck old Greg's supposed to be. It was a very strange thing to be introduced to when I was like 12. 12 is like my default for I can't remember what age I was, but I know that I was below the age of 16. Currently, yeah, actually. And we've had 2 babies today. Uncle was a very strange thing to be introduced to. Why, do you have an uncle named Greg? Was he old? What are the current projects that the dwarves are working with? Very boring. This is going to be an obsidian printer in the future. I have 2 options. I could dump all of these blocks onto one square and crush them with an atom smasher. Or I can do what I'm doing, which is haul them all out individually, slowly over the next 30 years, and turn them into crafts and give them to the humans, which is what I'm doing. Because if I start making obsidian in here, these boulders aren't going to go anywhere, and they're just going to sit there forever. I'm opting, I guess technically if I poured lava on it, a lot of them would probably melt, but because a lot of these are all mostly mica and granite. But there is a lot of gabbro in there. So a lot of them wouldn't. I guess theoretically I could just turn all the gabbro ones into crafts and make it easy, but there's a lot of boulders down here. So it's going to take a while to get rid of them all. And I at the very least need to get rid of all of the magma safe ones. So when I start pouring lava on it, it'll all melt. Problem is it's going to take a very long time. And then once it's done, then we can start filling it layer by layer up with lava and water and making obsidian. And then I'm going to, as I've said earlier, rebuild the entirety of this upper layer in obsidian. What I'm most proud of? Used to love the stupid... I don't know. Here, I'll give you an overview of the fortress. You can be the judge of what you think is the dumbest thing that I've built. I'm just kind of proud of this fort in general. So, but like, let's see. We've got the bee tower, which is up here so that things don't get stung by bees, which does make meat occasionally. This is my temple, that little colorful thing in the center of the tavern. That's the tavern up top. On the left is the library, the green stuff. On the right is the, I can't remember which guild hall, but it's one of my guild halls. And then the top thing is the old throne room back when we had a king. We don't have a king anymore. That's the drain. And they got the outer walls. The fortress itself is like a giant hole in the ground. Then there's the bedrooms around the edge, a statue chamber that I started making and forgot about. Down here is storage. This is where I put the dead. All of those weird dots are lead statues because I have more lead than I know what to do with. So I made a terracotta army. They're all the identical statue. Then around the edges are coffins with all the dead dwarves. The big one with lava around it's the kings. And down here is a maze that I made because I was bored. Which is actually the truth. It even has, it's complete with Ettins, giants, giantesses, and a forgotten beast that could all be released with a couple lever pulls. Power generation, which is pulling down my emergency bunker. And then water drainage. Then the obsidian printer that I'm working on. My magma forge, which I could have made higher up, which actually would have been smart, but I didn't. The first cavern layer. Second cavern layer. I haven't actually found the third one yet because I haven't tried. And then our lava reservoir at the bottom. And of course, the lava reservoir is going up that, or went up that tower right there in the center of this screen. That goes all the way up to 15 sea levels above ground, is made of glass, and exists for no practical purpose aside from being like the most gaudy lava cistern of all time for my magma forges, and also being a giant lava bong, because yay weed, I guess. I mean, the Minotaur maze is like far the least amount of effort I put into something in this fort. But like in the back of my brain, like there's part of me that goes, when I release the final version of this fortress, whatever it ends up being, yeah, in my head the whole fort's glowing. Wait, what? Is that I want to have enough weird things in it that someone could go and explore this whole fort in adventure mode and just be like, what the fuck? That is kind of one of my goals. So, if I can pull that off, I'll be pretty happy. It's hard to make things look nice in DF. Don't make squares. That's how you make things look nice in DF. Make circles. Make weird shapes. Going in with an adventure. You don't, well, I mean, unless they lock the doors, actually, even if they did, you wouldn't really need to be a master climber, because to get into this fortress in adventure mode, even if the doors are closed, even if this side door is closed, which is my emergency side door that is filled with like a spike trap pit and then a bunch of weapon traps in case for some reason we actually got invaded. If you wanted to get into this fortress, you just climb up here. Climb up here. Climb up here. Did I? Actually, maybe I did kind of steal it off. Oh yeah, climb into one of these trees and just climb in. Like there's a tree right here. You could just go up this tree and the wall. Could, I guess, like, yeah, go over here. There's a trapdoor. Walk in. Still want to be a mountain? Fair enough. I mean, being like a wall climber and climbing that wall would be pretty cool. The problem that I have, though, is this world is actually, like, excessively boring for adventure mode. Because the vast majority of the Forgotten Beasts are dead because of how long I've been here. And it's not a huge world. So, I guess, like, what you could do is you could go and, like, kill all the goblins in the 3 different goblin areas. Fight with the elves for a bit, and then go to Longdeath. You could make it fun. Yep. It's, so, hold on. Let me open up the Dwarf Fortress wiki so I don't get this wrong. That's the wrong. So the most common age is the Age of Myth, a time when living gods and mighty beasts still held sway. So that's when the majority of the forgotten beasts are alive. We are currently in this world. We are in the Age of Legends, which is the age in time in which. Actually, sorry, we're in the Age of Heroes currently, not the Age of Legends, because the number of living mega beasts is greater than 3, but almost done. So we are currently in the Age of Heroes, if I'm not mistaken, in this world. We started in the Age of Myth, but we're now in the Age of Heroes, meaning there isn't very many forgotten beasts left. And there's at least 2 in my fortress. So, I mean, in this fort right now, currently, in the basement, I have bunch of humans that are still here. We have Osman, which is a forgotten beast, which is a ball of fire that had a shell at one point and squirms and fidgets. It just lives there. It's fine. He's generally pretty passive, doesn't do much. Sometimes burps fire on some walking, like, naked bulldogs or something. And then we have Negathic, the forgotten beast, which I, for a while, was using to, which I trapped in here using 2 pigs, and for a while was using to make silk, but I've kind of stopped. An enormous quadruped composed of clear glass. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. Probably could kill it, but based on this thing's kill count and the number of forgotten beasts I saw it kill, by that I mean at least 10 to 15, I don't really want to fight it. I mean, it's pretty beaten up, so we probably could kill it, realistically, but it's kind of like one of my mascots. Also, this is my favorite title for a book in my fort. Shadow Clock, my love. Also, Eleanor, it's not going to work out. You're being anxious while studying. I have to give you a new job. Make you a tavern performer. Try that. Well, here's the thing, right? Yes, if you play the game like this, Kingers. Because if you're generating a world, and you generate, let's just say, if you generate a world that's 5 years old, right? Very young. You won't have any necromancers. You'll have almost no, vampires and almost no were creatures. But you'll have a shit ton of megabeasts on the surface and underground. So forgotten beasts, titans, dragons, hydras, that sort of thing, right? If you generate an 800-year-old world, you'll have a lot less forgotten beasts, you'll have a lot less titans, you'll have a lot less hydras, you'll have a lot less dragons, if not no dragons, you'll have a lot less creatures of that sort, but you'll have a lot of vampires, zombies, necromancer experiments, and were creatures. So it's less of it goes from epic to lame from beginning to end game, and more of a what kind of world do you want to live in. The thing with this world is we started in a very young world with an epic world, and then because it's also not a huge world, if we started with a large world, we'd probably be getting a lot more stuff. So I'm coming in here with Usher in the Age of Osman and then free him. I mean, sure. I mean, Osman is not entrapped. Osman is just sitting in the caverns and could leave if he wanted to. It's the other one that's entrapped. It's Negathic, the glass creature. But anyway, it depends on what kind of world you want. Because, no normal human being should keep a dwarven fortress alive by itself for 300 years. No one should do that. Negathic dies, it is the will of Osman. All right. In Dwarf Fortress, the optimal way to play is you build a fortress, you play that fortress for 15, 20 years, maybe 30. You retire the fortress. You build a new fortress for a bit. You play that fortress for 15, 20 years. You play an adventure and you visit both of those fortresses. And then you start a third fortress. And you build that fortress. And then you go back to the first fortress. That's the optimal way of playing Dwarf Fortress, in my opinion, for the best fun and variety. Just playing one fortress, you start to notice a lot of weak links that the game has that don't make the game bad by any stretch. Also, Bellinera's gone nuts. Well, that's great. Some dwarves, they just snap, I guess. Like, it's just kind of what sort of world do you want to build, right? Do you want something that's epic titans, or do you want something that's less of that? Also, if you're worried about world generation stopping, because world generation doesn't fully stop while you're in fortress mode. I mean, like, these two fortresses popped up. A lot of these are new since world started. Like, factions do expand, but from what I can tell, individuals don't leave much once you're in fortress mode and world generation is over. However, whenever you retire a fortress, you get a block of time that world generation kicks back up for. And whenever you start a new fortress, you get a block of time that world generation kicks up for. It moves forward 30 days. And that does give things time to shift. And that does give stuff time to move. And it does change the world a little bit. And villains will go about their deeds. So if the world feels kind of static in the world that you're playing, retire your fort and reclaim it. Or retire your fort and start a new fort for 5 years and come back. And then necromancer towers can pop up. Things will move around. Creatures will be doing their thing again. The way I'm playing this fortress is less of a, this is the best way to play the game. I'm playing this fortress like this because I want to make a point. It won't spawn new factions. No, I don't think. Anyway, not that I've seen. Not new named factions anyways. Probably bandit groups and such and refugee groups, but outside of initial world generation. What did that say? Got into an argument with Team Xeno, and I do not resent this. Huh. Anyway, it will not start new named factions with a new flag and all that stuff, but what it will do is, like, villain groups could start. So Necromancer could leave and start a tower. Can't factions have a civil war? Absolutely they can, but they're still both the same faction. They're just fighting for control of the faction. But usually if a faction falls into civil war, it doesn't mean that half of the forts are on one side and half of the forts are on the other side. It's usually just a free-for-all where everybody is attacking everybody because it's not currently an intended mechanic and actually a bug. So usually what that causes the inevitable demise and downfall of the faction. One thing that is actually kind of fun, which I've tried to do a couple of times but never actually managed to pull off, but still fun, is you join a faction that's in a civil war, and you'll only get about 60 dwarves because that's about how many you can get before you'll stop getting migrants. And you try and kill every other fortress in your faction and get the king in your faction, and then start building multiple fortresses as part of that faction. Because if you can do that, or then reclaim them as part of that faction, you can actually stop a civil war that way. So, there is that, for whatever that's worth. So, like, Dwarf Fortress is a weird game in a lot of ways, but it can be contorted into some of the coolest shit. The problem is having the patience to do it. And also, like, combat in Dwarf Fortress, especially, like, invading people, is tedious and kind of annoying, kind of buggy, and, like, lack of a better term, in some situations, just fucking sucks. Like, it's often just not fun to do because of the way it is. Yeah, but usually a civil war is like one half of a country versus another, or like three warring factions. It's very rare that like every single town and an entire country starts spontaneously attacking each other. That's not how civil wars work. That's just like mass chaos. That's no longer a civil war. That's just insanity. That's just the purge. Like that's ceased to be a civil war at a point. It's become something else. To prove to people that frame rate death is a fucking farce since 2016. That's my goal in the game. Literally. That was the entire impetus of starting this fortress. This particular fort, like I do other forts on the side. Like this isn't the only fort that I run. Like I do another fort once every 2 to 3 months on the side. Or like I did one over Christmas. Played a mod that let me play as goblins and did that. Because you learn your physical chemistry class at 2:44 a.m. Well, I mean, I accept your company, but I will just be honest with you. I've been live for 8 hours and 45 minutes, so we're starting to get close-ish to the end times for the stream for today, but cheers. But yeah, that is my goal for this fort, is to prove to people that frame rate death is false. Well, cheers, Kingers. Looks like there's a lot going on. Are you familiar with RimWorld? Zorotar? Okay, imagine that, but like with up to 200 people and actual depth. And an insane focus on detail. And there's actually not that much going on. This is just a bunch of dwarves in a tavern and vomit on the floor. Just normal dwarf things. Oh yeah, I did. I literally just called them and they were like, yeah, we have the stuff. Just come get it. And the person I talked to on, that was what, Sunday? It was Sunday. Anyway, also it's free, so you can just play it. Do you need to try? Yeah, I mean, like, the game's free, so just go download it. Like, literally, just go download it. I wouldn't recommend installing too many editions initially. You can download it for free from there. Just click the whatever operating OS button you use, Windows, Linux, or Mac. Just click that. Extract it from the zip folder and press go. Although you might want to mute it because the music is about 2 minutes long and never stops repeating. So you might want to mute it. Yeah, it's like RimWorld, but you have no direct control. I would, if you want a YouTube video, watch Krug Smash's Getting Started Guide for Dwarf Fortress, and if you're a wiki person, because DF is a wiki game, you'd need the wiki. Here's the Fortress Mode Quick Start Guide. I recommend tackling Fortress Mode first and then Adventure Mode second. But since you started with CDDA, there's actually 2 ways to play Dwarf Fortress, which I hadn't really mentioned. There's this way, which we are playing right now, which is Fortress Mode. 3 ways, technically. Fortress Mode, well, technically 4, but nobody plays the 4th one. This is Fortress Mode, which is you build a Dwarven fortress, which is what RimWorld is loosely inspired by. Then there's Adventure Mode, which is more like CDDA, where it's a single-player open-world survival crafty game, where you can walk around your generated open world and be a dwarf, or be a hamster man, or be a goblin, or be a, I don't know, an elephant man, or something. Like, be a bard and dance naked on tables and get people to boo at you, which is usually what I do. Currently, these dwarves are singing and dancing, and this is the music that they're playing, which is also procedurally generated, of course. So, Yeah, it could be you could be a Batman, not to be confused with the Batman. The main difference between a Batman and the Batman is their parents are not necessarily dead. Although, fun fact about Batmen in Dwarf Fortress is they always target the dwarf with the highest comedian stat first. And if you turn off if you turn off disguises, which is actually a setting in the init files, if you disable disguises, then Batmen just show up as scholars and people of importance and nobles, which is fucking stupid. But fact. So the Batman wiki page, Batman wiki page is very funny. Specifically the part where it's like, they are vengeance, they are the night their parents are dead, and Batman do not eat nachos. They prefer hot dogs instead. So, and they can breathe in space. Their default identities are secret. But if you turn this off, their chasm will flood your fortress with nobles instead. They are exceptional detectives. Given enough preparation, they can defeat any foe. And they are most likely to target the dwarf whose comedian stat is the highest level. This game's wonderful. Batman. Not to be confused with the Batman. Some dwarves like Batmen for their hunting cries. Yes, this game is very good. Oak, you have a good night. Why are peacocks fighting? Oh, I know why they're fighting. I am an asshole. So, you see this blinking blue thing? That, my friends, is a is a burrow. Mm-hmm. A burrow is where the entire population is locked right now because I'm forcing them to hang out in the tavern, their bedrooms, and the library and the temple, so that they do hangouty, family-y things, so they don't get depressed after working too much. This also accounts for animals. There's only this tiny square right here that is full. Yeah, celebrate and celebrate, please, which is just a smaller version of the same one. So right now, these are all the peacocks that are crammed in this corner. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them right there. Anyway, I should probably expand this so that they actually can, like, breathe. Oh, also, dumb fact about Dwarf Fortress is you can fit 1,000 dragons in one tile as long as 999 of them are lying down. Because if something is lying down, it ceases to have any dimension to it. It just becomes like one molecule thick flat. Dwarf Fortress is actually just an extremely richly simulated world filled with papercraft creatures. No, I'm serious. I am deathly serious. You can fit as many of a thing into a tile as long as they're all lying down. The second one stands up, they have to move. Another fun fact is all large creatures are the same in Dwarf Fortress. So the literal only difference between a lion and a cow is a lion is a large creature that's semi-aggressive, or specifically a male lion, is semi-aggressive with swords on its hands, swords in its mouth, teeth, and a mane. And a cow is a passive large creature, or docile, or tame even often, large creature with teeth equipped. And if it's a bull, it'll have horns. So getting bit by a cow is just as dangerous as getting bit by a lion. I'm just saying. Like, don't get bit by a cow. I mean, another line from Dwarf Fortress humor is like, how do you get an elephant out of a tree? You tell it to stand on a leaf and wait till fall. Why do you have a cow emote? Why do you have that? A very poorly, like edited picture of a cow with a white back square. Why do you have that? It's like way too perfect. What? I'm so confused. The hell, man? Also, the most advanced AI for an animal in Dwarf Fortress is the cats. Cats are also the only animal that cannot be claimed by a dwarf as a pet once tamed. They are the only animal with enough autonomy to claim their owners. So, house cats in Dwarf Fortress are the most independent and advanced creature in the game. They also have needs and desires. They want to be close to people they like sometimes, but not all the time. And sometimes they want to be away from the people that they like. So sometimes you'll see a cat, which is also why cats wreck your frame rate and why they get stuck behind locked doors, full circle. Because they try and follow their favorite dwarf. So if they get stuck between their favorite dwarf and a locked door, they don't know how to go anywhere else because they don't know how to reroute their pathing. They just know how to get to the favorite dwarf. Because they have a more advanced AI than other creatures. Like, any creature will get stuck behind a door regardless of whether or not they're a pet. Just a cat has a specific reason as to why they can't path elsewhere, is because they will only take the quickest possible route to their favorite dwarf. That can also mean, like, jumping from wall to over a wall, or, like, climbing a tree, or, like, running through the flames of a forgotten beast. Like, they will do anything to get to their favorite dwarf. I didn't even know you were depressed. Damn. Okay. I've ended up with a couple depressed dwarves. Not optimal. I need to give the dwarves a big long break for a bit, I think. We can let them out of the tavern, but... Cat Ninja Warrior? That's just cats, sir. And what season is it? We just traded with humans, probably fall. Which thing? Sideways. Also, remember how I said that today would probably be a short stream? About that. 8 hours and 55 minutes later. And I've got a bunch of editing to do tonight. You're digging through your meme folder to find it. That's gotta be a good thing. Well, it's because I interview game developers as like a for fun thing on the side of streaming. And I have an interview with the developer of the Songs of Six that I have to finish, that I have a personal end date to finish by Friday, because as of Friday I'm gonna have more things to edit, and a birdie told me I might have other things to edit tonight, so that's fine. I just saw red text. Oh, autumn has come. That's fine, aside from the fact that I'm gonna be up late tonight editing, I think. So I was planning on streaming like my normal intro screen, which is like an hour and a half, and I was planning on streaming for like 6-7 hours today, but... I also don't usually post on Reddit. It's like I'm live 5 days a week, but I post maybe once or twice a month on Reddit. Screenshot these for stone. 10 dog blood. What are you guys doing, humans? Gross. But yeah, no, I make the content on the internet full time. I'm a full-time internet person. And streaming is my bread and butter, and Dwarf Fortress is the game that I play the most. But sometimes I have to put time aside in my day to, you know, work on other projects, but time gets away from me. So yeah, outside of like my intro, today would have ended up being like a 6-hour day, probably, of streaming. And then I was aiming to do about 4 hours of editing, but looks like it's going to be a 9 and a bit hour day of streaming, and then like 3 to 4 hours of streaming, 3 to 4 hours of editing. I'll be fine. Make dinner somewhere in there. Hey, they brought an eagle and a ram. I don't need to download more. That's lovely. See? I don't need to download more RAM because they brought us one. Shh. Don't worry about the 10 eagle blood. Do you think the kids would understand the download more RAM joke, or is that becoming like an old internet person joke? What, that I just butchered the eagle? Banana? My friend Kevin is very excited because a bald eagle is making a nest very close to his house, which is awesome. But he says because they're finally recognizing his rights and freedoms. We can see them. Also, as an American, you deserve to feel attacked because you guys are too busy attacking people generally, so it's about damn time. Hey, Sauces, what up? I hope kids understood corny ram pun. Yeah, same. Although, I'm just sad that Penn Island is no longer a website. On the top, because that came out about around the same time as downloadmoreram.com. I know what I did. I mean, as a Canadian, I've done a lot of things. I will smoke a blunt outside tonight late at night and scream, "Fuck you, America, I have legal weed." And my neighbor will look at me and go, "Greg, shut up." Also got any extras? Penn Island? Yeah, Penn Island was a website. It was another joke website that was a fake boutique pen manufacturer. It wasn't even remotely porny. Their logo looked suspiciously phallic, however. And it was like you could go all the way through the checkout process until the last page where it said, just don't actually put your, until you got to the payment page where it says, do not actually put your payment information here. This website is a joke. And it disappeared a while ago, and it makes me kind of sad. I know. I was actually like genuinely sad when I learned that Penn Island was a fake website, because I actually was like, what if? And I like selected one of their pens and designed one in their little pen designer. The least they could have done was to make it an actual brand. Yeah, I don't know. They had like air quotes, handmade wood pens. With lots of stroking jokes. Anyway, it was a good time. The internet was fun once. Now it's just blockchains and CryptoPunks and vomit. And annoying preppy rich people. Yeah, it sounds great to use when writing about waking up in the morning. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of really, really dumb jokes. Speaking of a pen full of chicks, I've got to slaughter some of them. Yeah, I know Newgrounds still exists. Newgrounds actually has some of the most popular games, air quotes, like just player count wise in the world. One of my favorite things about Newgrounds is when I heard that they just developed a in-house Flash emulator that just runs in a browser, which is actually kind of amazing. But, chat room, like I said a minute ago, I think we gotta wind down. I've, been live for 9 hours, and I have editing I need to do. I don't think you've actually seen Longdeath before. It looks huge. We'll do one more overview. We've done a couple today, but we'll do one more overview of Longdeath, and then we'll call it. I mean, just a brief overview. Upper Tower, Tavern and Temple and Library Lair, Drain, Ground Lair, Upper Walkway, Main Lair, Storage, Coffin's Lair, the mini maze that I made when I was bored, which is what I'm calling it now, the Power Lair, where we generate electricity, or mechanical energy, and then the emergency bunker in case we get attacked by something I can't defeat. Drainage. The lava tube, obviously. Coin storage, which is kind of unused. The top of the soon-to-be obsidian generator. Bar storage, more bar storage, and ore storage. Lava furnaces. First cavern layer. Second cavern layer, which is really deep. Lava flow, lava supply, and that's as deep as we've gone. Haven't actually found the third cavern layer yet. It was a nice short stream. Yeah, a nice short stream. Mm-hmm. Shoutouts to Pilot for winning the leaderboard, by the way. Helping keep this stream funded. This is my full-time job, so, it means a lot from Pilot. Who's probably like just getting home from work right now. Hi, Audio. Hope you're doing well. So we are saving the game, but that is us for the day. So 9 hours in. I gotta go edit. Really need to go edit. Aegis! What up, dude?